All right, fam, what up? GameStop up 4% on the day. GameStop 25.62, AMC 5.39. Slight pullback here at AMC. AMC is probably going to fill this gap here. And then get a pop to the upside. Not a big deal. Well, you guys are hopping off with the supers right away. That's wild. Thank you, brother. Whoa, you guys are popping off right away. Member for 1 month. Thank you, brother. As soon as we open up the chat, bro, they start popping off with the supers. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. So GameStop got a little push last night, letting me know GameStop was going to make a move. We found our bottom relatively early, as expected. Guys, if you missed yesterday's video, you missed a banger. Yesterday's video went crazy, too. I think we got at least 2,400 views. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look at that thumbnail. Great thumbnail. Okay, AMC is going to fill the gap and then get a bounce. They better fill the gap anyways. Do not leave that gap down there, Amy. Do not leave that gap down there. Do not leave that gap down there, Amy. $3.4 million short shares available to short AMC. 2 million available to short GME. I told you they were saving up for something big. 1.35%. Cost of borrow is going to end up start going up again because they're shorting so much. AMC is not down even a percentage point. Don't start freaking out. AMC is not even down a percentage point of red. It's fine. You guys some of you guys get discouraged a little too easily. I wouldn't want to see how easily you would get discouraged away from something like maybe achieving your goals or doing something that somebody told you not to do. Maybe like if somebody told you would never be shit, you might just believe them. It's time to be a little bit more resilient, guys. AMC only down 0.82% on the day. That's laughable. That's laughable, son. And anybody with the price targets, so anybody with, I gave price targets in the Discord. All right, guys. So AMC will break back over 550. All right. So just relax. There's a reason why GameStop's up $25. They didn't want GameStop breaking 25. There's a reason all of this stuff is happening. And we told you yesterday. I told you in yesterday's video, GameStop was about to make a move. And that's exactly what the fractal called for. I want you guys to notice something too, and this is why it's taken so long for phase 7 and 8 to play out. Look, 100%. Bottom number 1, bottom number 2, bottom 1, bottom 2, bounce, bounce. We were in that consolidation phase before a big rapid push up. And what did we see today? A big rapid push up. That's about to go past that $6 and 24-cent level, which I gave you yesterday. If you guys missed this video, you really need to check it out. It gives so many good specifics and details. It has to fill that gap. If we don't fill that gap, it's worse off. We want to fill the gap. Just trust me. If AMC doesn't fill this gap, it's bad, because that means we have a gap we have to fill later. So hopefully we fill this gap. But I knew we would bounce 1,000%. I already told everyone in the Discord. We will break 550 100%. And I told you in the video we'll break 550 today, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Thank you, D-Money. I appreciate you. You the man, dog. Thank you for showing love, brother. AMC about to break 550.
Try hard.
AMC slowly creeping up. GME making recovery.
Especially in a political year like this. Just as, Chair Powell, just as you did in previous administrations, you must not allow politics to cloud the Fed's monetary policy. However, despite your best efforts, the Fed independence remains at risk. And unfortunately, calls are coming from inside the building. Under Vice Chair Barr, the Fed's regulatory and supervisory agenda has become politicized. Most notably, the development of the Basel III endgame proposal has been a mess. This process has been cloaked in opaque standards and timelines set at meetings of unaccountable global governance bodies. The Fed has promised to process 410 almost universally negative comments, public comments, regarding the unjustified and underutilized initial proposal, or an underanalyzed initial proposal. Recent press reports, which seem to be the only way Congress gets details on the Basel III endgame progress, and your comments yesterday indicate the Fed will finally conduct a long overdue quantitative impact study. That is welcome. And if true, this is a promising development. Chair Powell, the last time you testified before this committee, you stated that the initial Basel III endgame proposal will undergo, quote, broad and material changes, end quote. Yesterday in the Senate, you said the board supports reissuing the updated proposal for public comment. I'm concerned that press reports also claim the Fed will tuck any changes to the proposal into this quantitative impact study.
Why is he grinding his jaw like that? What the hell is he on?
Changes to the proposal would then be issued for public feedback with relatively paltry comment period. I'll reiterate to you here what I've said to you in private. Broad and material changes to the Basel III endgame necessitate a full
AMC slightly red on the day. AMC should be able to break 550 here shortly.
Will result in an immediate Congressional Review Act vote out of this House of Representatives as quickly as we can possibly process it. Now, it doesn't have to be this way, and I think the Fed adhering to its longstanding principles here is highly important, especially with this interagency process. I'll close with this. Your steady and capable apolitical leadership of the Federal Reserve has shepherded our economy through extreme uncertainty. We now find ourselves in the midst of a new type of uncertainty surrounding the leadership of our nation. Doubts, fears, and panic often lead to bad decision-making and even worse policy. I urge you to reject outside political pressure in this volatile time and stay the course for the good of the American people and our economy as a whole. Thank you for your service, and I yield back. I'll now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back to the Honorable Jerome H. Powell, Chairman, Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve
Look at this
System.
lady.
Chair Powell, as we saw with the latest jobs report, the labor market remains strong and the economy is surging.
Lies.
Despite inheriting an economy from the prior administration that had the worst jobs record since the Great Depression, President Biden has now overseen a record 15.7 million jobs created since he took office, with 206,000 new jobs created just last month. Not only that, but under the Biden administration,
They were government jobs created, not regular people jobs, private sector jobs.
Rising wages and stabilizing prices for goods and services. This is
Prices are not stabilizing. Yo, you're about to make me so mad, lady.
But also because of the historic legislation.
You just straight lied about everything.
President Biden, which has resulted in lower costs, created more jobs,
Lower costs and more
jobs.
jobs.
Infrastructure.
The unemployment numbers are up, you lie. Oh my God, I'm about to turn this off. I'm about to turn it off.
Junk fees,
I'm about to turn it off. I'm about to turn it off.
$144 billion in federal student loan debt for 14 million borrowers and cut child poverty in half. President Biden is and will continue to advance policies that are providing good-paying jobs and an economy that works for everyone. Now, while I'm pleased to see that inflation is declining, the latest data makes clear that housing remains the #1 driver of core inflation. Since 2020, house prices have increased by nearly 50%, with Americans now spending on average over 30% of their income on housing. This is a top priority for Democrats, but remains an afterthought for Republicans.
Unemployment numbers are literally up, honey. I'm sorry.
I reintroduced my comprehensive
I can show you for a fact.
housing package, including the Housing
The jobs,
Crisis
the
Response
unemployment
Act.
numbers are literally
This bill
rising.
provides more than $150 billion in fair and affordable housing investments, representing the single largest investment in affordable housing in our nation's history. These funds would create nearly 1.4 million affordable and accessible homes, bring down housing costs for all, and revive
Unemployment
the
from
American
July
dream
till
of
now
home ownership.
going up.
Many Democrats are committed to getting this
Jobs
bill
are not
across the
increasing.
finish line
Unemployment is
and
increasing.
continue
She's
to hold
literally
out
lying
hope
straight to your
that our
face.
Republican colleagues will finally join us in this effort.
She's literally lying straight to your face. Right here's the data right in front of you. The unemployment of the United States rose.
They're advancing their project.
It's right here in front of you. This is the data. This is the fucking truth. Not what she just said.
And the economy as we know it today. Project 2025 is authored by almost 24 former Trump White House staffers and Trump administration officials. It was compiled and published by the ultra-far-right Heritage Foundation, whose CEO recently declared that they are, quote, in the process of a second American Revolution, which will be bloodless if the left allows it to be, quote, unquote. And if that kind of talk reminds anyone of the rhetoric we heard in the lead up to and on January 6, 2020, it should. Project 2025 promotes radical ideas to materially undermine the Federal Reserve, if not effectively abolished. MAGA wants to put you out of a job.
She's banned.
Chairman Powell. So I look forward to your testimony and hearing from you, a Republican who was first nominated by President Trump.
Blatant,
about
downright,
your thoughts
and
on
shameless
the
lies.
importance
Absolutely
of the Federal
correct, Alex.
Reserve and the work you have done to help our economy. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I note for the records, Jerome Powell is
YouTube,
initially nominated
Yahoo
by
Finance
President
is
Obama
lying.
to the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve before being nominated by President Trump to chair. So here we are. We'll recognize the chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr, Andy Barr, variety, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bro said AMC not looking good.
Runaway
Meanwhile,
inflation and
AMC only
increased
down
interest rates necessary to
0.64%.
confront it continue
That's
to
got to be a
hammer
meme.
Americans, and especially those living paycheck to paycheck. Workers and families feel the pain, making everyday purchases at high prices in the grocery aisles and at the pump. They have suffered years of eroding purchasing power in their paychecks under the Biden administration.
So this lady just said one thing, and this guy's saying the exact opposite. Listen.
Prohibitive for new home buyers to reach the American dream of a starter home for their family. I am pleased that the Fed is resolute in getting inflation under control. I am pleased that you have committed to an apolitical approach to this. I am not pleased by the Fed's opaque, unjustified, politicized, and underanalyzed regulatory proposals, which will ultimately hurt all Americans. We need to know where the Fed is going on its fundamentally flawed Basel III Endgame proposal and its opaque regulatory approach. I yield.
Well, Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy Subcommittee, Mr. Foster, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair McHenry and Ranking Member Waters. I'd like to also thank
it
you,
bothers
Chair
me,
Powell,
dude. I
for
can't
joining
stand
us
when they
today
lie
and for
like
the role
that.
you have played in combating inflation and
It
supporting a
boils my
stable
blood to
economic
beyond no
recovery.
belief. That's why I
While
get
the
mad.
presidency is often the focus of political pronouncements about macroeconomic conditions, there's no question that that undersells the importance and the independence of the work of the Federal Reserve
The
Board.
Fed literally
While
caused the
actions
inflation,
taken by
I know.
the President and
That's why
Congress
people are
certainly play a
so
significant
sheep,
role.
bro. People are so
Monetary policy
dumb.
decisions made by an
They
independent
they
Federal
want the
Reserve
same
are the
people
big
who
dog
caused the
in shaping
problem to have the
macroeconomic
solution,
conditions
and that's just
that
not how
shape
that works.
economic outcomes
The
for
Fed
millions of
literally caused
Americans.
inflation.
And work continues on inflation, but significant progress has been made to bring the country in line with the Fed's 2% target. The good news is that
Good morning,
macroeconomic
JJ. What's up?
policy is working as designed.
By the way, I'm glad to see the family here. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. You guys were great yesterday. Thank you guys for kicking off the day right away with the super chats. I truly appreciate you. Shout out D Money and shout out UTKU Single. Sorry if I said your name wrong.
Point out that our peer countries. Well, Democrats are committed to supporting your efforts to cut costs for American families.
And shout out D Money.
We'll now welcome the testimony of Jerome Powell, the 16th chair of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Chair Powell, you'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation or testimony.
AMC is probably going to come down and fill the gap and then pop back up above 550. So what you'll probably see is something like this. And hopefully we do fill this gap. We do not want the gap not filled, y'all. Trust me.
I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve.
Remember how we were red all day yesterday and we went green at the end of the day? Something similar could happen today. GameStop pushing up is bullish. Remember, they don't want GameStop above this $25 level. This is what we want to see. We're heading towards that $30 level. Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly, we're right on track. So just relax, don't worry.
While remaining strong. Reflecting these developments, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are coming into better balance. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Recent indicators suggest that the U.S. economy continues to expand at a solid pace. Gross domestic product growth appears to have moderated.
SPY is doing what we talked about, guys. It's going to slowly ride this level of support and resistance until it flattens out and then corrects because of the bearish divergence.
In consumer spending. We've also seen moderate growth in capital
RSI
spending,
trending down,
residential investment so far
price
this year.
trending up, bearish divergence. Price will slowly start to flatten out, correct, and dip down. Bearishness building, 2-hour MACD red, 4-hour MACD red. Bearishness is building and will take over on SPY. GameStop popping off in a big way. This will help push AMC up. GameStop above $26. If GameStop continues to go, this is going to play out the fractal, and GameStop is going to see a much bigger move, especially if we get past 25.
By an increase in the supply of workers,
96.
reflecting increases in labor force participation among
This yellow line right here, 25.93. If we can break and hold this level, you're going to see GameStop make another move to the upside. This will push AMC up as well. The meme stocks are about to explode. Hopefully AMC fills this gap. I'm hoping AMC fills the gap. GameStop kind of pushing AMC up right now.
Long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased notably over the past couple of years, but remains above the committee's longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months.
Looks like Bitcoin's still trying to recover, brother, and Ethereum's definitely recovering. I knew I should have bought more Ethereum. I fucking knew it, dude. If I'd have bought the dip here, bro,
lack of progress toward our 2%
I'd already be up 10.5%. All I had to do was buy the dip.
The most recent monthly readings have
shown buy like 5 bands of Ethereum.
Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in
I was going to buy like 5 bands. So I was going to buy like Ethereum and a half.
As well as
one whole Ethereum and a half that I was going to buy.
Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual
I slept on it too long, and now look, Ethereum recovering. AMC green on the day. People were worried about it. I don't know why people are tripping, saying AMC doesn't look good. Obviously, that's why I do this, and you do what you do. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just letting you know there's a reason why I do what I do and you do what you do. Because AMC does look good, okay?
of balance sheet runoff starting
AMC
in
looks
June,
fine.
consistent
Now
with the
AMC
plans
green on the
released
day. Do you see?
previously. A
You see how
restrictive
AMC's
monetary
bouncing to the
policy
upside,
stance is
breaking
helping
over
to bring
550
demand
as
and supply
expected?
into better balance and to put downward pressure on inflation. The committee has stated that we do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. Incoming data for the first quarter of this year did not support such greater confidence. The most recent inflation readings, however, have shown some modest further progress, and more good data would strengthen our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We continue to make decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could stall or even reverse the progress that we've seen on inflation. At the same time, in light of the progress made both in lowering inflation
Rockets
and
in the
controlling
chat,
labor
rockets in the
market over
chat,
past 2
rockets in the
years,
chat.
elevated
You do the
inflation
voodoo
is
that do
not the
so
only
well.
risk we face. Reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity. and
We did
employment.
break
In considering
for
adjustments to the target
550
range for
this
the federal
morning, and
funds
it's about
rate,
to do it
the
again.
committee will continue its practice
Don't worry,
of
trust
carefully
me.
assessing
I
incoming
predict
data
that
and their
AMC will break
implications for the evolving
550
outlook,
again.
the balance
Watch.
of risks, and the appropriate path of monetary policy. Congress has entrusted the Fed with the operational independence that is needed to take a longer-term perspective in the pursuit of our dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. Our success in delivering on those goals
GME
matters to
stock
all
is in
Americans.
play according to
I'll conclude by emphasizing that we
E-Trade.
understand that our
I think
actions
insiders
affect
bought more
communities,
shares. I think that's what
families, and
kicked off
businesses
this rally.
across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you, Chair Powell. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Chair Powell, let's begin with this question of the Basel III endgame. I know you got questions about it yesterday, but I think we need further clarity. Your testimony about Vice Chair Barr's discussions with the FDIC and with the OCC on the next steps for the Basel III endgame. You mentioned potential changes have been made to the
AMC
original Basel
550.
III endgame, that a lot of progress has been made, and that the board is very close to agreeing on the
Yo, we
substance
broke
of those changes.
13,400
But the
subscribers.
next
Thank you
steps,
guys
that's
so much.
really what I want to get into. Let's get
13,400
through
subscribers.
the
GME
mechanics of
$26.
what happens next.
I told you guys meme
If the
stocks were getting
Fed,
ready to
the
explode.
OCC, and
No
the
one believes
FDIC
me, but now
agree on
you
the
see with your own
substance of
eyes.
whatever
Maybe you
changes
believe
are
me. I
made.
had so much hate on the video yesterday. It's crazy. So
What
much hate
happens
on the
then?
video yesterday. It's
Like, walk
crazy,
through the
man.
mechanics,
I had
as
so
you
many
anticipate.
haters on the video yesterday.
Okay. So we're very close to having exactly that agreement on the substance of the proposed changes pursuant to those talks.
People like, yo, people gonna go
The next
broke
question then is how to
listening
proceed.
to your
And,
calls and all types of crazy
It
bullshit.
is my view and the
I know
strong
one
view of
one reason that they're
a number of
mad is
board
because
members that the
one, I
appropriate
mean,
thing to do
look
is
how,
to take
well,
that
just
new
first of all, look
proposal
how incredibly handsome I am.
and,
I mean,
publish
it's
it along with the
absolutely
effects of the
insane
quantitative impact
how
survey
good I look
and put that out for comment
in the
receive
official
comment
DataZero
on that,
merch.
and then
So
take some
if I was a
time to
hater, I would
review
be
those
mad at me
comments
too.
before
I mean, just look
finalizing
how
the regulation.
spectacular
And,
I look, man. I mean, just
that's
look,
a discussion
look at
we're
this.
having with the
Look
other
at this
two agencies
specimen
now. We have not
of a
been able
human
to
being right here.
reach agreement on a path
So
to
yeah,
do
if I was a
that.
hater, that'd make me mad
That's
too.
something
Guys,
that
look how fast
we
we're
think
going.
is the right way to do. That's what we've done
13,383
in
subscribers yesterday. Look at what we
similar
have now.
situations. There aren't that many similar
Ladies and
situations, but
gentlemen,
when we see
AMC
broad
is
and
about to
material
make
changes
a
to important
move
regulation,
as
we think let's go
predicted.
out again and give all the commenters another
And we
chance
did talk about this in the video
Yeah, and that
yesterday that
also
we'd find our bottom
avoids
relatively early and
serious
push to the
lawsuit
upside.
risk
And
the
that's
risk
exactly
that
what we
Congress step
did
in
see
and,
here on AMC.
overturn this
That right in the
rulemaking
morning.
using the Congressional
But if we
Review Act.
think
I think
if
the
we
other
can get
agencies
a
here,
bit,
if they're not
now
agreeing with the
listen,
Fed, they're running against the
42
independence
cent
of
level.
the
So I think we're
Federal
going to be
Reserve here.
retesting
This is not a trifling matter
$5.42
of policy.
right here
This is
in
a
the
matter of
morning,
real
and then
substance
pushing
for
to the
independence of
upside,
Fed
in my
and
personal
rulemaking
opinion.
at the Federal
And that's
Reserve.
exactly what happened. We retested $5.42
in the morning,
push to the upside.
independence
Above
of the Fed
$5.50 that we should
especially
be
in this
able to
political
hold it.
environment.
We might
But
not see
opening
that
up
right
to
in the
new comment
morning,
period,
but if we can get that move, we should be able to
so
hold
that
it. And of
means you have
course,
to
I
get
will be live
consensus
tracking
for the
things
Board of
as they
Governors
do
on
occur.
the policy.
But what I think
You
we're
have
going
to
to be
get the
seeing is a
agreement-
bottom
And I'm
relatively early in the morning, and I'm live as predicted. Say nah.
of the scandal-plagued chair of the FDIC or the 5-member board of the FDIC.
Only
You
117
have to get
likes.
agreement by the
Yeah, that's
acting
unacceptable.
comptroller of the currency. These people should not have real standing with the Fed on a matter of serious policy, especially with a chair of the FDIC that is being ousted
I had
by his
3
own
people
party
talking at
so
once.
they can get a replacement confirmed. It's an absurd thing that the Fed has to go to an acting comptroller of the currency and a guy who's going to be out of a job very soon at the FDIC and get agreement. But thank you for listening. That was more of a to
Are you
convey this.
ranting,
So
sir?
the quantitative impact analysis, is this going to include the interplay with the stress tests, GSIB surcharge, all the other capital charges here? Will that be a part of the quantitative impact analysis?
It'll be this proposal, which does include changes to the GSIB surcharge, but does not include the stress tests.
Okay. But the goal here with the quantitative impact is to actually measure the impact of these rules as enacted, right? Based upon what is existing regulatory structures. Okay.
That's right.
All right, so let's get into the question of balance sheet as quickly as we can. 2.5 years ago,
Tip your
you know,
local
you stated,
DZ.
quote,
Big
the
yo,
committee
I
stand-
support that
the committee
message,
intends
sir.
to slow and then stop the
If
decline in
everybody
size of the
gave
balance sheet
DZ
when reserve balances
$1.99,
are somewhat above the level
DZ could-
judges to be consistent with ample reserves.
Well, there's some personal things
that's
that I
2.5
would love
years
to
ago.
do.
Where are we
Some
in
of the
this question
people,
of
some of
what-
my
what are
moderators might
ample
know and
reserves?
stuff like that. But
Well,
I
so
got a
the balance
family
sheet,
that I want to
the
take
runoff
care
in
of, and I
the,
got a family
portfolio
that I
is
want to bring
now,
together.
I
And
think
if we
$1.7
all just tipped
trillion so
$1.99,
far. So
I
we've made
could
quite a lot of progress.
bring my
we think we have
family
a good ways
together.
to go, and as I mentioned, and
So
as you
I
just mentioned,
appreciate
we've
that
now
message.
slowed
I
the
support
pace
that
really with a
message.
view
Tip
to,
your local DZ. Shout out.
getting as far
Brett.
as we can without creating frictions
Work
and disruption
sucks.
that would
Yeah,
might cause us
man,
to
dude.
prematurely stop shrinking.
I
Going a little bit
used
slower
to
might actually
hate-
enable us to go further. We think we have
And
quite
I
a ways
loved
to
my
go.
job.
Very hard to be precise about
Waking
it. It's
up
really a question of supply and demand.
Forcefully every day to
We'll
go
find
build
that
someone
that
else's
level was a
dream.
little bit of a buffer on top
It
of
was
and that's
soul
where we'll
sucking
stop.
to me. Now, some
thank you
people
for
might be
testifying.
fine with waking up
The
every day
ranking member, Ms.
and
Waters,
going to build
recognized
someone
for
else's
5
Thank
dream
you very much.
and going to do work that they don't really care about. But me
Chairman
personally,
Powell, are you familiar with Project
it
2025?
just burned my soul up, and I had to go do my own thing.
Not really, no.
You've heard about it?
I
Yeah, I try
really
to
don't
keep things.
focus on these things at all.
You don't focus, but you know there's something known as a Project 2025? The reason I'm asking you is because one proposal is to get rid of
Try
the
to keep
Fed's
things a little
dual
personal.
mandate to promote only stable prices
Or
and
not as
also
personal.
maximum employment. This is your mandate. These are mandates, right?
Yes.
This is what you do. Is that right?
We do serve a dual mandate, that's right.
And so if there was anything that would
Eddie,
get rid
thank
of the
you.
mandate, what would it do to our economy? What would it do to our country?
So the question of which mandate we serve is very much a question for Congress. My own view has been that the dual mandate has served us well.
3.4
This is
million
something
available to
Congress
short
can
AMC.
change back to a single mandate. There are
What do
other-
you do to get
1.9
maximum?
million available to short GME. So they're
employment?
definitely building up shares because
What do
a
you
bigger
do?
move is coming for AMC.
Basically, we have one tool on the economy, and that is we raise and lower interest rates. You'll
One
find, though,
tool.
that, anyway, we
Other
certainly
than
at
running
the
off
Fed
your
do
balance
believe
sheet
that
and all the other
dual mandate
manipulative
has-
shit you do to
has
create
been
and
a good
destroy
thing,
bubbles.
And it's enabled us to, it has not stopped us from controlling inflation when that was the thing that needed to be done.
So, guys, I just want to point out a quick update here for AMC, then we'll go back to the meeting. As you can see here, right? So we have this push to the upside, and we're trying to eat through these sell walls, but these sell walls are trying to keep us down. Now, you have to understand how insane that AMC is even holding up underneath these conditions. Not only do we have this mass amount of selling pressure, but on top of all that selling pressure, we have shares being dumped on our head. And we are still holding up. Unbelievable odds that we are going against, and we are managing to hold. Now, I talked about this potential being a less bullish potentiality. Again, I know everyone wants it to explode today. I know people are like, blah, 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 blah. I just needed to blow up now, and people are impatient. I talked about possibly consolidating one more day before pushing to the upside because we are on this overall uptrend and we haven't tested the trend line again. So you guys can see we bumped up here, bounced, bumped up here, bounced. We might need to test this trend line one more time and then bounce off of that level. Wouldn't be the worst case scenario. I want to see 550 broken today though, if possible. I want to see 550 broken and held today. GameStop is on its way. If GameStop can break and hold 25.93, it is literally centimeters away from that $30 level. And after $30, things can start to get crazy for GME.
And so while, of course, I understand you may not have seen, heard, or read Project 2025, are you familiar with a effort in the country to get rid of diversity and inclusion?
I see these things mentioned, but honestly, we're pretty focused on our task, which is maximum employment, price
389
stability.
people in the
We're
building.
strong
Hit that like button and
supporters
subscribe. Hit
of
that like
diversity at
button
the Fed,
and
as you know.
subscribe.
Are you aware that
GameStop
I
up
created a
3.5% in the day.
on
AMC down
diversity and employment
0.73.
in this committee?
Yes, I remember that.
And
Yesterday,
do you think
GameStop
that
was red. Now AMC.
getting rid of diversity and inclusion interferes with your ability to really realize the mandate of maximum employment?
I spent most of my career in the private sector, and what I observed was really successful institutions in the United States,
I couldn't
companies,
talk for
organizations
nothing.
generally, are those that do a really good job on diversity and get the best out of people and attract a broad, diverse range of talents to the table, and people feel comfortable speaking. So that's the way we feel about it at the Fed, and that's what we've been doing. and we'll continue to do.
FNGR.
And do you think it's important?
That's Todd A's favorite
not
stock.
only to have diversity and inclusion in the public sector,
Oh
but in the
no,
private
but Finger
sector
did a
also?
devastating
Yes,
drop.
and as I mentioned, if you look at
I hope
very
Todd A
successful American
cashed out.
companies, you will very often see that they're
Because that's
good
a
at that. They're good
devastating
at
drop right
hiring,
there. You have this falling wedge
attracting,
breakout.
investing in and keeping diverse talent.
Double
That's one
top.
of the things that our really good U.S.
Lost
public companies
support.
do well.
Have you
So
seen
that's why it's up so
improvement
much,
during
'cause
your
it had this
tenure
big drop.
Where diversity and inclusion has created opportunities for more jobs and helped to reduce the unemployment rate?
Chewy looks like it finally
Certainly
might be
seen,
finding a bottom and ready to push back to the
I think you
upside.
see, over the course of my long career, a big change in diversity and inclusion.
GameStop
And you see that in the private
25.52,
sector and the public
AMC
sector, and I think that's
5.42.
generally progress. I do.
Under the work of this committee, and the subcommittee is chaired by Ms. Beatty, she was able to gather important data about what was going on in the private sector. And what she discovered was that many of the CEOs and others welcomed the opportunity to learn more and to do better and to get assistance. And we
Dude,
we saw
Maxine, is
improvement
that Max? What's her name?
with diversity
Waters?
and inclusion.
What's
Have
her
you
first
seen
name though?
that?
It's not Max.
There's
Max
no question if you
Maxine
talk to
or whatever,
CEOs,
is it?
They get
This lady's
If you want
dumb.
to attract the best talent in our country now, you need to be committed to these things.
And so I would like to compliment you on the job that you have been doing. I'd like to compliment you on keeping us informed about inflation. Not
Lies,
only do I
lies,
welcome
lies,
you here
lies,
today,
lie, lie,
I
lie,
look forward
lies.
to working with you for years to come. I yield back.
No, he's gonna get fired as soon as
The gentleman from Arkansas, the vice chair of the full
the
committee, Mr. Hill, is
administration
now
gets
recognized for
changed.
5 minutes.
I guarantee you, he's out the
Thank
door.
you, Chair. Chair Powell, thanks so much, and welcome back to the committee. I want to pick up where Senator Tim Scott and Chair McHenry left off and reiterate my strong support for your comment yesterday in the Senate about the need to repropose the Basel III endgame. The Supreme Court's precedent, I think, makes clear that if a rule undergoes broad and material changes from the proposal to final rule, the public must be given a meaningful opportunity to review and comment on those changes. You generally share that view, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the results of the quantitative impact study and the separate comment period, as well as an interagency agreement you referenced yesterday Because of Dodd-Frank's role and the vice chair for supervision, Vice Chairman Barr's role and the Fed's role, would it be fair to say the Fed is a first among equals on proposing a rule like this? In other words, does the Fed have a supremacy position on determining whether it should be fully reproposed or not, or do you view it strictly as a collaborative basis? Just curious in your view on that.
I would say it's strictly collaborative, and I would say that our discussions with the FDIC, which Vice Chair Barr has actually been conducting, and the OCC, they've been very productive so far. So I want to make sure to say that we've continued to work our way through this, and I believe we will get fairly soon to a resolution of the remaining process issue.
Good. Well, let me turn from that subject to the court's recent decision to overturn the so-called Chevron doctrine. Many of us believe this was the first step to reining in decades, literally, of an unprecedented, uncontrolled growth in the administrative state. And so I think all of us on at least this side of the aisle
I'm glad the Chevron precedent is gone.
saying to the Federal Reserve and other federal agencies in our jurisdiction that we want to
AMC down
reassert Article 1 authority over
0.64%,
the
absolutely
direction that
nothing
independent
as far as
agencies
downside.
work.
AMC
Would it
literally
be
just been
fair
going
to
up.
ask you to
It's
certify
doing
that
nothing but
because
going
of this
up. Look,
change in Chevron that the
up,
Fed would
up,
commit
up,
to
up,
promulgating
up,
new
and people are
rules only if
still
they're at the direction
not happy.
of an explicit congressional
AMC has had
authorization?
all of these green days, and people are still not happy.
We're
Out of
studying
1,
that
2,
and several
3,
other
4,
decisions that have
5,
just come
6,
down in the last
7,
week or
8,
two. So
9, 10,
I
11,
haven't got anything
12
definitive
days.
for you on that.
Out of
I think
12
you
days,
know us to be an
only 3 of
organization. I know
them,
us to be an
out of
organization that is
12
strongly committed to
days,
the rule of law. Supreme Court says what the law
only 3 of them were red so far.
is. We'll
Yep.
always do what we believe the law is.
Well, I'll submit
GameStop
that
25,
question maybe in
67.
more detail in writing, and maybe you'll have a chance to reflect on that. Back in February, you were on 60 Minutes.
Yo,
and
his
you said
face
the
is
US budget
crazy
deficit and
looking.
national debt are unsustainable. Do you still view
Powell
that the
looks
U.S.
crazy
is on an
today.
unsustainable fiscal path?
I do. I think I tried to be clear that the level of the U.S. debt is not itself unsustainable, but the path that we're on is unsustainable, and I think that is not controversial.
I think many of us certainly
Slow
agree with that, and we
and
know that
steady
when
wins the motherfucking race,
deficit's
man.
at 3 times the economic growth rate and growing, it's of concern.
Slow
And it's
and ready
contributed
wins the
to
race.
inflation. Just 3 years ago in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, you gave a speech where you were confident that
Am I
inflation
wrong,
was
or is all
transitory,
of this
which I
some
think
bull?
we've come to realize that's not the case.
Well, there is a lot of bull.
This
ass
hearing is
involved.
sort of a can't-miss opportunity for the Fed to demonstrate some
25.71
humility on the
GameStop.
monetary
GameStop up
policy
4.5%.
decisions, which some on this side of the aisle particularly think
GameStop
have made
leading the day
inflation
today.
worse. Your
Yesterday,
August
AMC led,
2020
now
Jackson
GMB
Hole
leads.
speech, you said the flexible average inflation targeting framework regarding 2%, that you would let it run above 2%. Was the Fed
I had some banging ass
blinded
tacos
by
yesterday.
the previous 20 years of global change that was deflationary and or you were not alert enough in 2020 to be more cautious about that change in policy?
So we were certainly mindful of a long period of time in which there have been very low interest rates, but also very low inflation, suggesting that the neutral interest rate must have fallen quite substantially. That was the standard view. The thing we didn't see coming was the pandemic. It's not like everything went off the rails. It's like we had this pandemic, and it really changed the way the economy is working. We had a big crisis. We did a lot of things. So the concerns that led us to those concerns that we were in a world of very low interest rates all the time.
But now, wouldn't you say we're in a very opposite situation where because of reshoring and tariffs and other policies that are quite inflationary?
I would say this. Those concerns are, right now we have the policy rate in the mid 5s, right? And we see the policy is restrictive, but clearly interest rates, the neutral interest rate must have moved up, at least in the short term. So I think that's the question we'll be asking ourselves in our review, which begins at the end of this year.
We look forward to that. Now you go back to the chairman.
How much of what we did in that time period is
GameStop
relevant to
making
the
a move
overall
right now.
rates appear to be higher.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
401 in the
Chairman,
building,
and welcome,
401 people in the
Chair
building. Hit that like button
It's
and
great
subscribe.
seeing you. Last time I saw you, we had the gracious pleasure of you visiting
This
with
guy
me
sounds
in
like a
my
corpse.
office, and we discussed a great variety of things. Thank you for that.
Is there anyone
visit.
under the age
Now,
of 30
Chair
in this
Powell,
room?
This year, the Fed tested 31 banks, up from 23 last year. Is that correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
And by estimating
Powell look so
losses,
old and tired?
revenues, expenses, and capital
GameStop
level
breaking above
under
critical support and resistance
hypothetical
of
stress
25.93. This is
scenarios. We
extremely
did that,
bullish if
correct?
GameStop can
Yes.
hold this level.
And all 31 banks remained above their minimum common equity tier, one capital requirement after observing losses of nearly $685 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I wanted to get those figures out and provide you with, you may have heard this, but I want to share it with the nation.
If turtles could talk, I would imagine this is what they would sound like.
Barr made this statement, and I wanted to put this in the record, his exact quote from this great achievement. He said, "Our goal of our stress test is to help
Rockets in attack,
ensure
GameStop popping off,
that
GameStop
we
popping
have
off."
enough capital to absorb losses in a highly stressful scenario. And this test shows that we do." I thought that was a great statement of your record. Now, let me ask you my question. It's simple. Will the 2024 Fed stress test results have an impact on how prudential regulators roll out a new and updated capital proposal?
So the two are really two different things. There's the Basel III capital proposal, and then there's the stress tests. So, and really the Basel III, as I mentioned, we've discussed, we're almost ready to put forward for further comment a revised proposal with material and broad changes to it. The stress tests are a different thing, and of course we realize we have to adapt those over time and be open to changes, and it has evolved significantly over time, but it's really a separate thing from the Basel III endgame.
Give us a little bit more information on the Basel III, because I worked with you with this. Our work goes all the way back to the Obama administration when we responded to that crisis with our banks. And you and I worked that up where we came up with the hardest hit program to help those who were suffering with, those states that were suffering with high unemployment and at the same time high home foreclosures. And we were successful. And we've established that program, and it's still going on and helping many of our states. But I want to also share what is happening around the world as a result of our activities. The European Union is now set to delay key parts of its bank capital rules by more than a year so that their lenders will not be at a disadvantage. Over in Canada, it's important to know that their banking regulators have also delayed for another year, imposing high capital rules on countries' banks at the risk of making them uncompetitive. And the Swiss National Bank is highly unlikely now to adopt a proposed 15% capital requirement for UPS and other Swiss banks. And the Bank of England has issued a near final proposal to increase UK bank capital by 3%. And I think this is all a measure of your great work and that of your vice chair. And I just wanted to let you have a comment on that, please.
Sure. So we're committed to finalizing this proposal. Our banks are going to live with these rules for a long, long time. The main thing is to get it right, and that's what we're doing. What we do in the end will be consistent with the Basel agreement, and it will also be consistent with what other comparable large jurisdictions are doing.
You're doing a great job.
Time's
Keep
expired.
up the good work.
We'll recognize the gentleman from
That guy
Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for
was
5 minutes.
unbearable
very much.
to listen to. I'm sorry. That guy was just like a fucking turtle, bro. Yo, AMC and GME popping off, yo. You're so great. Are you being sarcastic or realistic? Let me know in the comments below. All right, so GameStop is at 26.14. AMC is at 5.54. And then trying to push to the upside.
Who's this guy?
Similar to what
He
you
looks
saw
pretty cool.
back here when we ran.
I'm obviously joking. I'm being extra confident and conceited on purpose.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Chairman
It's a
Powell.
joke.
And also thank you
Okay.
for
$5.54 AMC.
the entirety of the
26.15 GameStop. Both green on the day.
So
GameStop
one of the
green
nation's
6%.
largest banks
AMC
recently
up
warned
1.5%. Meme stocks
And it's also been voiced by
in
smaller
full
banks that the
effect.
current pace of
Yo, let's
regulations
drop some
such as
rockets in the
changes to capital
chat.
requirements,
Let's drop some rockets in the
lowering
chat.
debit card, interchange caps could lead to a new fees
Dude, that guy was all over Powell.
associated with
Yeah.
checking accounts
Real talk.
and other increased costs for small businesses. This does come amid expiring
Hold up.
tax provisions.
Why did somebody just
that are
send me?
sunsetting as we speak, that are critical for small
Why did
business.
somebody just send
such
me?
as the R&D tax credit, interest deductibility, and bonus depreciation. This does raise the question, are you considering how these regulations and tax increases will directly work against your mandate to achieve 2% inflation? Moreover, with the proposed changes to Basel III, it is crucial to ensure that all stakeholders have a voice in this process, which you are stating will occur. And a Basel reproposal and adequate comment period are certainly very welcome. So, Chairman Powell, yesterday in the Senate, you mentioned that the majority view of the board is to repropose Basel III for comment period. Could you clarify if this means the proposal will be reproposed from scratch, and any other specifics you can provide?
Sure. So we haven't reached agreement on this. As I mentioned, we're working through this with our colleagues at the FDIC and the OCC. And I can't tell you exactly what the form would be. The sense of it would be, though, that we're making
I thought
material
somebody
changes,
sent me money
and that
randomly, but they
we would
didn't.
want
I was like,
public
yo,
to have
why
a
are
chance
people
to
sending
look
me
at those
money?
changes in the
It
light
always
of
gets
the
me
way they
nervous.
play off against the quantitative impact survey, and should have a reasonable time to comment on those. In addition, we're focused on one big area, but there are institutions that have made comments all across the spectrum, and we're reading all of those carefully. And we're not going to republish all of those. Some of those we can just make changes and move forward on. So it's going to be a very labor-intensive, time-consuming process.
Okay.
Writing these things up takes a long time, and we're going to get it right.
Good, that's great. Obviously, Canada recently postponed, as did the EU and UK, for international competition standpoint.
AMC 5.55.
Makes sense, and so that's appreciated.
I wish we
Chairman,
filled the
would you
gap, but
agree
damn,
excessive
man, I can't
spending,
believe we left this gap down there.
increased taxes,
That is really
limits
infuriating,
on
dude.
domestic energy production, in principle, are a cause for
We
higher
had to
costs
make
for
this gap
business,
this morning, bro. We
contributes
just had to make this
inflation,
fucking gap this morning.
and
God
as well
damn it.
tightens the labor markets, kind of running contrary to your two mandates.
You're asking me a kind of a political question there. I'm not going to. I don't want to
560
criticize
AMC,
a
back
platform
above
of
550
economic
as
fiscal
predicted.
policies that are not really ours to decide.
It's more of an economic question, but I appreciate your answer, sir. So when you mentioned recalibrate policy yesterday in the Senate hearing, was part of your thinking taking a more holistic view of economic conditions?
Yes, very much so.
It's kind of bearish
Chairman,
divergence,
is there
yes.
any data to support the so-called
Yeah, because this is making a lower
greedflation?
high. It
This
is
term
bearish
greedflation
divergence, yes,
somehow
on
has
GameStop
caused
5-minute time frame.
inflation? Is there any data to support those comments?
GameStop
So
up
we
26,
look at it
or
that
GameStop at
inflation,
$26, up
disinflation has been caused by a
5.69%,
combination
AMC up
of, very strong
1.80%,
demand
556.
and constrained supply. So it was really a high-speed collision between an economy that was
525
reopening.
people in the
And by the way,
building.
there was inflation all
Look
over
at this
the world at the
Band-Aid
same
on
time.
this.
So these
Look
are
at,
some
why
common
does he have this
factors.
Band-Aid on his
But at the
face
same
right
time,
here?
you had tremendous demand.
Yo, I would just leave whatever is behind this Band-Aid, unless it was extremely hideous and unsightly. I would not be wearing this Band-Aid in front of all of these people. How many people are live right now? 4,897 people are watching this on this alone, let alone all the other people watching. Yeah, bro, you got me. You missed me on that one. Bro got the Nelly Band-Aid on. Bro got the Nelly Band-Aid under his eye, bro. What is happening? Yo, GameStop is trying to use $25.93 as support. If GameStop can continue to use this level as support, you're going to see a continuation to the upside. But we do have a little bit of bearish divergence, which means we will see an overall correction. Now, the fact that we do have bearish divergence means price could drift up a little bit higher before correcting. GameStop 2601, AMC 554. If AMC can hold $5.50, we are on and popping.
For example, for
Volume
automobiles,
comes out of
you had
nowhere
constrained
sometimes.
supply because there weren't
Remember
enough
yesterday?
semiconductors. Long story short, but so that to us is what this inflation is all about. So we've observed, the sort of healing of the supply side at the same
Bro,
time.
think he's from the
restrictive
loo.
monetary
This
policy
is
weighing on
crazy.
demand, and we've seen inflation coming down from
So
those
there's
two
no
forces.
data that supports that gouging of consumers is part of the inflation?
It's been very hard to track a connection with
Okay.
earnings and things.
Secretary Yellen mentioned that she didn't feel that there was grocery price shock and that sort of thing. Groceries and gasoline are the two driving problems.
There's huge
for
price shocks in
American families
gasoline and
certainly my
groceries.
constituents. Do you believe
Waters
your
is a liar.
policies are helping to alleviate in those two areas?
So a lot of things
Nightbot
affect, let's take energy first. The energy
says,
prices
let's
are
see.
generally set at the global level.
Kai
We do have
Supreme's
some
gonna be
effect
top
on that.
counter, I
Sorry,
know
Chairman,
it.
I've run out of time. Thank you. I yield back, Mr.
Sorry,
Chairman.
we can
Kai
continue.
Supreme is
Gentleman
number
from
one.
Missouri, Mr. Cleaver is now recognized for
Number
5
two is
Thank you, Mr.
Bano,
Chairman.
and number
Thank you,
three
Mr.
is
Chairman,
Eric G.
for
After that,
being
we have
here.
10 for short and James
And,
Price.
In some ways, I want to follow up, or at least respond to the very civil, but I think reason of why we need
AMC
an independent,
555.
central bank. And your response was, the question you raised would, if I answered it, it would be along some kind of a
Dude, the
political
senators yesterday were way more entertaining than these guys.
avenue, and you didn't want to drive on that avenue.
Are these
So
congressmen?
I'm also very much concerned
Testifies before
about a
House.
lot of the discussion.
Yeah.
I've been on this committee a while, and so it comes up quite often. When the Federal Reserve was birthed around the turn of the century, I think around 1913, 1918, somewhere like that. Prior to the establishment of the central bank, was our country experiencing a lot of recessions because of
No.
no security? People felt no security.
No,
to
before we had
business.
a central bank trying to control the economy, things were good, and then it created
And
these boom and
making big
bust cycles.
investments because nobody was in control. Just kind of think that what went on just went on. Is that relevant?
Yes, I think the lack of a central bank between 1836 and the founding of the Fed was a period of lots and lots of depressions, and a lot of it had to do with the crop cycle and the banks not being able to handle the very large seasonal swings.
There were
and was no
natural
central
boom and
bank to
bust
provide
before the Fed tried to
liquidity. So
control
that's-
it.
And that's really what
can't-
gave
this
rise
is-
to the founding of the Fed in the early part of the last century.
Do you think that it would be, that it is dangerous to blend monetary policy and fiscal policy?
To blend them,
Yes.
Plan them?
we try to keep them very separate. And, we try not to, express views on fiscal policy that's for elected people who have undergone elections. and
There might be a
make
little
those
dust
very
right
difficult
here.
Decisions. We have a really specific, narrow, but important mandate that we do.
This guy's ears
you've
are
given us, and we try to
absolutely
stick to that.
humongous compared
And,
to his head.
So, we take your policies
Like if
as
you took
given,
like 3 of his
and,
ears, it would
and
encompass
then we
the whole
conduct
side of
monetary
his head.
policy with that.
I don't want to draw you
Notice
into
the
any
proportion
kind
of his ears
political,
to
response,
Jerome
but,
Powell's ears.
and I have not read all of this Project 2025 document. I read some of it online. But even whether it comes out of a 2025 or a 3089, whatever.
Yesterday, that older
one of
guy
the
was
things that,
the senator from
concerned
Kentucky
about-
was on fire, bro.
reading this from this document, that the document argues that the Federal Reserve is the inflation problem.
Is this guy talking
And
or?
eliminating the Federal Reserve, imposing economic policy on the Fed that
I don't even think
does
he
not
knows
come
what he's saying.
from within the Fed. I'm wondering here, would you agree with any
Yeah,
of that?
stop. Just stop talking. Your time is yielded, sir. You're done.
Chairman McHenry or anybody else?
You're done.
So I'll just say,
AMC
first
breaking
of all,
slightly below
we're
550. This is
certainly,
nothing to be
fair game
concerned
for
about,
any
guys.
criticism people have.
We're working our
I
way
think
up,
we've-
stair
what
stepping
we've
up, building
learned
this
and what we
bullish
know
base to the
is that
upside.
having an independent central bank is really essential. If you want to have high and
GameStop
volatile
26,
inflation, then
26,
the quickest road to that would be to
26.20.
undermine the
GameStop is going to
independence
try
of
to
the
hold
central bank,
25.93,
the
which
Fed
is
in our
extremely
case.
bullish.
So I frankly think that view is very widely
If GameStop
held.
pushes up
I find
higher, this will
here
help
on
AMC
Capitol
push
Hill in
higher.
Both political parties.
So eliminating the Federal Reserve is best for promoting economic stability.
You got big ears too? Well, I have a big nose, so I can relate.
I knew that the ranking member was going to come in and deal with the issue of housing. She always does, and we all appreciate the fact that she's obsessed with it, and I like that obsession.
Yeah, 3.4 million of
I-
that little
I'm-
short. That's because they're
I'm
saving up for the
wondering,
bigger move
as
that's
we
coming.
Try to figure out how to deal with this issue. Oh, my
They're
goodness.
saving up for the phase
My time's
8 to 9 rally.
Was that a question?
I didn't finish it, but
Was that a question?
Yes. If you knew where I was going, please.
Gentleman's time's expired. We'll now recognize. the
Yeah,
gentleman
just
from New
yield
York,
his
Mr.
time and
Gregory.
don't answer the question. Just
Thank you, Chairman.
he completely gets ignored
Powell, thank you very much for being here
because
today.
he just messed up
Based on some
everything. So
comments
he
made
gets
today and
ignored, no
yesterday,
questions asked.
Appears you've made quite a bit of
Everyone in this room is now dumber for listening to what that man had to say. So his time is yielded, and you get no points, sir.
progress on changes to the Basel III Endgame proposal, and you're very close to agreeing some of the substance of those changes. I know you won't get into specifics. You said that. I just don't know how deep you won't get into them, but I just want to confirm what you said to my colleague, Mr. Music. There will be, you're not reproposing some things, it's just going to be a partial reproposal?
That's what we're looking at doing, is major things that we've been working on. And there will be additional changes that will be made that won't be reproposed. That's what we're working on, rather than a full wide proposal.
So it's not a complete reproposal, just partial?
Yeah.
Can you get at least into, can you tell me which components you're,
You know, it's not, until it's all agreed and ready to go and vetted, I'm reluctant to try to get into too many specifics, just because, you know, when you're doing these things, nothing is agreed until everything's agreed.
no, I understand, I'm
Yeah.
not asking for what specifically your changes,
Yeah.
which, if you're willing to say which,
I hope to be able to
components.
come to
Okay.
you with a really clear answer on that soon. I mean, I think we're
I
ready
understand.
we're ready to go at the Fed.
so that's my next question. So It's been said several times that you and many of your members of the board are at odds with your counterparts at the FDIC and OCC over how to proceed with putting out a revised proposal for comment. So if the FDIC and the OCC are not yet on board with allowing for a new comment period, who is holding up this consensus? Is it Chair Grunberg? Is it Director Chopra?
I don't want to say that we're at odds. I just want to say we're working through this issue together.
Someone's got to be holding it up.
Well, you know, it's a discussion that we're having, and I think it's been constructive, and I think we'll try to keep it that way.
Okay, can you at least answer whether or not the 5-member FDIC board needs to sign off, or can you just go to the chair?
No, I think it's the board, and of course the comptroller is one person, but I think I mean the FDIC can speak for themselves, but I do think their board would be the question.
Okay. One final question, on timeline question before I move on. You mentioned yesterday that a reasonable prediction would be that Basel would not be finalized until the first quarter of 2025. Under this timeline, would it be safe to say that implementation would then not occur until at least the beginning of 2026?
Again, I can't be that specific, and you know someone asked me, does it sound like the first quarter of next year might be? And I said it might be. I mean, there's a range of times it would take. The thing is, as I mentioned, U.S. banks are going to be living with these rules for many years. The point of it is to get it right, not to do it quickly. You know, we want to get it right, listen to the comments, make sound decisions, and move ahead in a way that is, you know, gives us a sustainable set of rules that we won't have to come back and fix all the mistakes in.
Thank you. I want to move on to another topic, long-term debt. You mentioned yesterday that you would most likely not move forward with other rules until people reach a place of understanding and acceptance of a revised Basel proposal. I hope that's the truth, as banks need to fully understand the implications of a Basel proposal before any action is taken on long-term debt. Finally, Chair Powell, I'd like to emphasize
crazy, y'all.
the need for the Fed to conduct a comprehensive, data-driven, and most importantly,
24.
transparent assessment of the current liquidity framework.
GameStop up 6%.
So very quickly, will you commit
on the day.
conducting a public quantitative impact study and a full notice and
AMC
comment
slowly
rulemaking
lagging
before
behind.
imposing any new
AMC
liquidity
green, Jimmy
requirements?
green. Love to see it.
I didn't catch the first part of that. The first part of your ask.
Will you commit to conducting a public quantitative impact study and a full notice and comment rulemaking before imposing any new liquidity
On the
requirements?
liquidity thing, I'm not exactly sure what we're contemplating there. We certainly contemplate getting a full range of input from the public on that, because some of these are novel ideas, and we understand that.
All right, as the chairman said before, these impact studies are very important because they're to show what impact these rules will have. So
Bring the
I think
fam
that is
together.
very important that we have that, because we had a mucked up process with Basel 2.0, and I don't think we don't want to repeat that. And I have a little time left. I'm going to yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Music, because I know he had another question.
I thank my colleague. Chairman Powell, just back to what we were talking about, the price instability of groceries and gasoline, where we do have somewhat of an affordability crisis has been termed. So would lowering rates in the near future be a pro-growth initiative, perhaps? Is that something that's being considered that would actually drive investment and give a clearer picture for investment and perhaps help in these two categories and, in the end, increase in supply so as we lower those prices?
Honestly, when we think about our near-term rate moves, we're thinking about a couple things.
Dude, Powell's
the first of
ears
which
are
is we want to be more
absolutely
confident about
massive.
inflation.
My apologies, Chairman, I went over.
Sorry.
Chairman, I yield back to my colleague.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for this hearing, and the ranking member, thank you very much. Chairman Powell, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. In fact, I was looking at
Look at this guy. Yeah, this is
your
crazy.
history when they were saying who nominated you when you got here and all that. In fact, you had public service even prior to that time, right?
That's right.
So I thank you for your
Public service, yet you guys are not serving the public at all.
long public service to the nation. I think
Thank you.
you've been outstanding. I think
Appreciate
we all
it.
respect you deeply here. You're pretty boring here today, to be frank.
Sorry?
You're pretty.
Ah! This shit crazy. This guy just said it's boring. I don't know what to do anymore, man. These Senate hearings are getting crazy. Look at Powell's face right now. Hold up. I gotta take a picture of this, bro. This is a classic Powell face right now. Dude, I could use this as a meme. When they say inflation is going down and I make that face.
Boring here, to be frank.
Thank you. That's a high compliment.
Yes, it is, because sometimes when you're here, there's all sorts of cameras here, and they're watching your every step and all. And I think there's a reason for that, right? And that's because the economy's doing all right. Am I wrong about that?
You know, take a look at our economy. We're growing at around 2%, it feels like. Inflation is down to 2.6%. Unemployment's at 4.1. These are good numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I hear the parade of horribles on the other side, how the sky's falling, but I don't see the media here to attest to that. In fact, it's just the opposite.
I can
Did you
attest
read
to
some
it
of the
as a
headlines
United
of the
States
new
citizen. I can
government
attest
in
that the
Britain?
government
Some of
that the economy's
headlines have
fucked
not
up
let me
right
read
now and
one.
inflation's out of
It
control.
says,
I can attest to
"The
that,
British
buddy.
government inherits worst
I literally
economic plight
I
since
literally
World War
spent.
II."
So I went
fact,
out
there's-
for one evening. I went out for one evening and spent $500. All I did, bro, was go out like a normal evening, bro. Go out, get a nice drink, get a nice dinner, get some entertainment, and fill up the tank. Drive around a little bit. $400 to $500. Unbelievable. And that's not even counting anything else, groceries or anything like that. If you try to do anything extra, you're spending mad bread. The prices are too high.
A number of headlines like that saying that England's in trouble. I imagine if you were running...
All right, guys, I just want to do a quick update here for everything, and then we'll get back to the testimony. So SPY is still following the prediction. I'm expecting SPY to kind of drift up, flatten out, and then correct. Bearishness is still building on SPY. RSI is still out of control. You guys can see RSI sitting at that 75 region. You can also see here on the daily time frame, RSI sitting at 80, and of course here on the weekly time frame, RSI sitting here at 79. It is a green week as well, and we did talk about a green week here for SPY. Not a big green week, but a green week indeed, and that is what we're seeing. We did talk about a green week for GME and a green week for AMC, and that is indeed what we are seeing. Now we want to see AMC break above and hold that critical support and resistance of $5.50. If you see AMC break and hold $5.50, you will see a continuation to the upside. If GameStop can continue to hold $25.93 support and resistance, GameStop will also make a continuation to the upside. Right now we have green MACD on the 5-minute time frame on both AMC and GME. Bollinger Bands are starting to constrict. Volatility is getting ready to come. That means another move is set up on the horizon. We will continue to be tracking this here on the live stream. Make sure you guys like and subscribe for more stock and crypto technical analysis, predictions, and news. Let's go back to the Fed Powell testimony.
You know, their central bank, I bet you there'd be a whole bunch of media here beating you up to find out, you know, what the hell you're doing or what you aren't doing. And I think the reason for that, again, is I think the government here has done a pretty darn good job. One of the things you said you didn't see coming was the pandemic, right? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Right.
In fact, I was here and I heard the parade of horribles that we were going to have a recession, maybe a depression. In fact, the country was going to fall apart.
I went to see a movie.
No.
I
we
went
went through a period
downtown,
of
I went
high
to see a
inflation as
movie,
the other
things like that.
countries did. And, you know, that's
I
very
went
challenging.
downtown, I
In
had a
fact,
drink.
Isn't it the case that most of those countries had higher inflation than we did in Europe?
Over time, there were
This is
times
just
when
a
their
one
inflation was
evening. I
higher.
went
think
downtown, had a
overall it was
drink,
broadly
went to the
comparable.
movies,
Yeah, in fact, I brought it up a number of times here
And,
because there was a whole bunch of those countries that had
filled
much
my
higher
tank.
inflation than we did.
Well, they had
drove around
Europe
a
was
little
much
bit.
harder hit with the energy issues coming
and
out of the Ukraine
I
war
did
than
buy
we
some
were.
clothes, so that was a
I mean,
a
there's
lot
a
of
whole bunch
things,
of other
but
issues to instability. They had political instability.
it's like
a whole bunch of other
400,
things,
500
obviously.
beans
But
just gone.
I mean, it is interesting today that, you know, the parade of horribles that we hear doesn't seem to manifest itself with the media or the attention that you normally get. And
New
that's
York
good.
City is
I mean,
filled
I think
with
it's a great
tents. It's
thing. Now,
called
I
a
do wanna
silent
ask a couple
depression. Big
questions. I do
facts,
have
dude.
concerns, Basel III on
Big
housing.
facts.
I think I've made those concerns known to your office, and I won't rehash them. But I do have issues that I want to talk to you about with regard to climate. Obviously, You said you don't read too much of the news. You didn't hear about Project
It would
25.
be
I
a
don't
cup
think
and
that's what you
handle
meant to
if we
say, and I don't wanna
broke
put words in your
above
mouth. I think when the
$5.60.
ranking
Then
member
it's a
asked
cup and
you
handle.
if you had
Because
heard
right here would
about
be
it,
your cup.
I think you said
right here would
no.
be your
I think
handle
you've probably
if we break
heard
above
about it, but you haven't
560.
read it.
I've seen nothing more than headlines on it. I mean, I've devoted zero
Yeah, me too. I don't
zero
read
energy
that.
into.
Yeah, I don't read that wacky stuff myself either, but I certainly read the headlines. But the reason I ask about the headlines is that you obviously have seen what has happened in Texas. You've seen what has happened with the climate change. And in fact, you've testified, I think, before that you believe in climate change.
What does
Is that
climate
correct?
change have to do with anything right
Yeah.
now?
And so what are we doing? You've taken a number of steps, I think, that have been very positive to make sure that we look at the risks of climate change. Could you go over some of those? Because that does concern me. I think that's a change that we also didn't
Brad,
see.
no one
well, we
cares
saw-
about
I
climate
saw
change
coming,
right now.
I've
We're
been saying
talking
it for a
about the
long time,
economy,
but
brother.
A lot of people didn't believe.
So, if you're looking at financial regulators, you're looking at people who have a very, very limited role in climate, and that is just to look at the institutions that we supervise and make sure that they understand and can manage the risks that they're running. That, we are not climate policymakers.
Right, right, and I'm not asking
It has to
that.
be elected people who do that.
Right, but you have to take a look at the risks. I mean, look at the risks that the insurance companies
Stop
are
trying to
taking,
ask it
and the
him to
banks, of
comment
course,
about shit that is
are
irrelevant, bro.
financing these homes, and now you can't get insurance on them, so all of a sudden you can't rebuild. I mean, these are risks that the banks are looking
So
at.
we don't.
Tomorrow will
regulate
be
insurance
huge for
companies.
GameStop.
No, right, but you regulate
and
the
AMC and
banks.
GameStop, and GameStop's up
these
6%,
banks have
and if
mortgages
AMC
on
breaks
those
550,
on
that's
those,
huge.
houses, do they not? Many of them.
Well, in many cases, they're not writing mortgages anymore. So that's the result we're getting, is that banks are saying, they see these risks. They do.
My time's up, but thank you again. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
The gentlelady from California, Mrs. Kim,
Lou
is
of Wall
recognized for
Street
5
tweeted,
minutes.
Thank you,
How?
Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you
guys,
for being with us today.
ESG, environmental.
Gosh, you're under a lot of pressure from all sides to divert from our monetary policy goals. And I commend you for your leadership and staying
Don't
focused
veer
on
off
the
with
core
personal
missions
opinions on
of the
shit
Fed,
makes
which
me
are
want to
price
leave. Well,
stability
Chris,
and maximum
then you
employment.
might want to
So
go because
thanks
I'm very
again for your
vocal about my
leadership.
personal opinions.
And you have stated
You
that
guys
it
can
is the
believe whatever
Fed's
you want.
strong view that you will have to reopen the Boston.
You guys can believe whatever you want, but sir, if it bothers you so bad for someone else to be vocal about their opinions, you might want to look inside of yourself and say, hey, what's wrong with me? And why does it bother me so bad that another human being has a different opinion than me? And if you cannot, get out of your echo chamber, because if you just get mad and run away from opinions that you don't like, you'll never hear the other side of things, and you'll never be able to think critically. You have to take both sides of the argument, put those things together, and make a decision. It's never black and white. It's both sides. Okay? So you need to be able to critically think, and you should probably not be so afraid to hear opinions that vary from yours. That's kind of disturbing. But anyways, have a good day, brother.
Basel III Endgame proposal for comment again, and I really urge FDIC and OCC moving forward with reopening the comment period.
XRP,
Chairman Powell,
ETP
would
is live.
broad support mean abandonment of any modified proposal that garners mostly negative public comments in a public comment period for the modified proposal?
Sorry, didn't follow your question.
Would broad support mean abandonment of any modified proposal that garners mostly negative public comments in a public comment period?
Hey guys, I'm not allowed
for
to
the
have an
modified
opinion.
Proposal.
Broad
It
support
offends other people.
Empirically would mean, a good solid vote on the Fed board. And I've tried not to be specific about what that means, but it also means broad support among the
Don't want to offend
the broader
anybody.
community of commenters.
Better
on
not
all
say
sides.
anything.
That's what I meant by broad support.
Got it.
Yeah, that's what I meant by it.
Thank you. And as the Fed looks to enacting several changes to the proposal, I would also urge you not to overlook how the Basel Endgame proposal would disproportionately impact
I would urge everyone to
FBOs
not live in an
and
echo
regional
chamber.
banks and U.S. domestic jobs because of the way the outside operational risk is weighted. So can we get your commitment to that?
So let me just say, I'm not going to get into specifics. We're well aware of those
Don't
concerns.
listen to the one person complaining.
We've obviously carefully digested
I'm just responding to
all
comments.
we've gotten
It's
from
all
all different
good.
sectors, and those
If I
those are
listen to
concerns that we're well
anybody,
aware of.
if I listen to anyone, I wouldn't be here on YouTube because, yeah. So if I listened to people and did what people told me to do, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'm here every day, ladies. Don't be mean. Don't be mean to him. He was allowed to voice his opinion just like I'm allowed to voice mine. We should go EVs but get off ice. What? All right, let me get out of the comments.
Thank you. Let's switch gear to another matter. You have spoken for the need of transparency. Are there any conversations at the Fed to have more
Ms. Kim.
transparency and better engagement and consistency with stress tests?
So we have increased transparency in the stress tests over time. And I would say, we do, if people want to write articles and make comments that are critical of the stress tests, we're going to read those and we're going to think about that. We're open to improving it. We know that the stress test has to evolve over time if it's to remain relevant. And I think transparency is one of those subjects where we're prepared to listen and think about ideas.
Definitely. I would like to see more stress test regime that is more transparent and adept at identifying unforeseen risks. So we can achieve
Ms.
that
Kim.
by being more collaborative, I believe, yes. So I'm also interested to hear from you whether you and your fellow banking regulators
probably
have
fire
considered
back
the
in the day.
cumulative impact of any new liquidity standards with the Basel III framework
Chair
and
Powell
the
testified
existing
before House.
post-crisis liquidity requirements. So what industry engagement has the board staff held with respect to
Texas looks
changes
like a mess
to the
on the
liquidity
news.
framework?
Yeah, my prayers go out to Texas.
We haven't actually made any proposals on that yet.
My prayers go out to Texas, man. Anybody, I know I got a lot of followers and subscribers out in Texas. Shout out to anybody listening in Texas right now. Hopefully you're doing well, and my prayers go out to you. AMC's at 550 right now, trying to hold that critical support and resistance. AMC looks like it's trying to make its final couple retests before finally breaking and holding this critical level of $5.50, which is the halfway point for $6. And if we go to $6, AMC is ready to blast off. AMC's almost green 1% on the day. GameStop's almost green 7% on the day. Intraday high for GameStop is $26.45. Current price for GameStop is $26.29. Current price for AMC is $5.51. Current price for SPY is $5.57.30. No power for Houston for the past 2 days. That's absolutely insane.
We have had significant industry interaction on the
2
on the
days of no
proposals,
power
and,
in a major
we
city?
will move,
Holy
I think,
cow.
at some time this year.
What about
forward.
the board staff? Have they conducted any industry-wide data collection to study the necessity for and the impact of any changes to the existing
OG
liquidity
in the
framework?
building.
I think
Bano
we've
in
done
the building.
a lot of investigation
Ladies
on
in
that
the
front,
building.
but I think that this is the beginning of the process, not the
Chica's
end.
in the building.
We haven't published proposals yet. We're working on them, and it's a pretty early stage.
Thank you. Let me quickly talk about the inflation issue.
Multiple
We
Chicas.
had a peak inflation rate of 9.1% in June 2022, and a lot has been talked about being a supply side issue and the demand shock from the opening economy. So can you elaborate how the expansion in the money supply and fiscal stimulus played a role in persistent inflation? And why is it so important to get to the 2% inflation rate goal right now?
So
It's
the
very
inflation
important.
that arose here was a collision between very strong demand as the economy reopened. Remember that there had been fiscal transfers, we had rates very low. You know, those things were done because we thought we could be looking at a very, very bad economic time. As it turns out, the economy reopened and demand spiked very high. People had
We got
saved a lot of money
411
because they
people in the
couldn't
building. Make
spend.
sure you guys hit that
And so
like
there
button
was
and
tremendous
subscribe. Hit that
demand,
like button
there
and
was
subscribe if
constrained
you're having a good
supply.
time
What
on the
you got
live
was
stream. If you
inflation.
find it
You got that
entertaining,
everywhere in the world.
informative,
That's what happened.
educational,
So what's
hit that
happening
like
to bring
button
inflation down, we made
and
quite a lot of progress
subscribe.
on inflation. To bring inflation down, the Fed has been working on with restrictive policy on cooling
We're at
demand. That has been working.
13,404
And the supply
subscribers.
side has
Shout out
been
to the new
healing, and,
subscribers.
the negative labor participation shock has essentially reversed, adjusted for. So
Ladies
it's
have-
kind of working out as we had expected.
So
Thank
ladies
you
have
very much,
expired.
Chairman.
The gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry, and thank you, Chair Powell, for joining us today. As the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, Raphael Bostic has so rightly pointed out that combating economic inequality is a critical part of the Fed's dual mandate. When everyone in our community doesn't have the opportunity to contribute to their fullest potential, the economy is not firing on all cylinders. Nowhere is this more apparent than in my home city of Atlanta, which has more Black-owned businesses than any other city in the country, but is still among our nation's leaders in the racial wealth gap. I applaud you and your staff at the Federal Reserve for the work that you're doing to make sure that the economy works
Eyeballs
as well
are
for the
insane right
hardworking
now.
people of Georgia's fighting 5th District as it does for those in the top 1%. This includes helping to make sure that financial services are affordable and accessible to everyone. As the Fed moves forward with the proposed changes to Regulation 2, I know that protecting access to affordable and accessible banking is at the top of your mind. That is why I was concerned when I started receiving outreach about the unintentional effects that Reg 2 proposed rule would have on marginalized communities, including my constituents in Atlanta. Specifically, I heard about the impact that the reduction in interchange fees proposed by this rule could have on bank-owned certified accounts in my district and across the country. The Bank-Owned Initiative is a partnership between financial institutions and trusted community-based organizations to offer low or no-cost bank accounts to unbanked and underbanked individuals. Access and affordability are at the heart of the changes that you're proposing, and I couldn't agree more with those goals. But we have to make sure that programs designed to serve unbanked and underbanked individuals in marginalized communities continue to flourish. In response to these concerns, my colleague across the aisle, Mr. Lukemeyer, and I sent a bipartisan comment letter in March to you highlighting the...
This is a possible bull flag consolidation here for GameStop. You guys can see how you have this big push up, which would be your flagpole, and then you have your bullish consolidation. This is a potential bull flag for GameStop. If GameStop can break the levels of 2647 and use that level as support, we are going to see an even bigger move for GameStop, which means GameStop could end up doing about a 10% green day. This is exactly what we want to see. GameStop popping off. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to play out the rest of the fractal. GameStop has been following its fractal to a T. Look at what's happening right here. How you see this push up, then you pull back, and then you get a bigger move. Look, push up, pull back, consolidate, bigger move. It's literally the same exact thing. It's absolutely insane how this fractal is tracking. So we're going to see a move to the upside here on GME. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the keys. We have the map. Like and subscribe for the most accurate technical analysis on YouTube.
Those very concerns and urging that the final rule not negatively impact low and moderate income communities. Chair Powell, how does the Fed take into account how regulations impact constituents who don't have an attorney or an interest group to submit a comment on their behalf?
Well, let me say first, we have heard those concerns
have
that you raised and
200
others have raised about aspects
likes.
of
Hit that like button. Hit that
proposed
like button. Run them numbers
and,
up.
we very much understand the concerns that are being raised. In terms of people where we don't have comment letters,
AMC building bullish momentum. 30-minute
we try to
MACD
be
green.
thoughtful about the
Hourly
impact
MACD
of our
about to go green.
regulations, but
AMC is
principally
trying to
we're
build
looking for
bullish momentum.
public comment
Hold on, I need to pause one more time, guys, because AMC is about to make a big ass move, y'all. Check it out. Do you see how the Bollinger Bands are constricted? Do you see how the green MACD is about to go green on the hourly time frame? This is exactly what we wanted to see, and I talked about this in yesterday's video. I want to see green hourly MACD. If we get green 2-hour MACD as well, look how tight the Bollinger Bands are getting above the blue medium line. If we get green hourly and 2-hour MACD, we're getting ready to explode, guys. We're setting up for this move. AMC might make an explosive movement after this. Like, it might be quick. All of this consolidation and this slow and steady push up might start to accelerate rapidly once we break and hold $5.50. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting close to the precipice of greatness. We are on the edge of a cliff. We are on the launch pad right now, literally sitting on the edge, about to go to the moon. Get ready. What happens next will shock you. We do need to consolidate, but we are building that bullish momentum. If we need to consolidate one more day, it is not that big of a deal, and we talked about that. Potentially here in Power Hour, we could see this move coming shortly. Now, let's go back to the testimony.
Thank
Fed
you.
Powell
The
Band-Aid.
FDIC's most recent data shows that the rate of unbanked households is at an all-time low. The bank-owned initiative has certainly played an important role in this progress. Bank-owned certified accounts are available to more than
3.4 million short
95% of low and
available
moderate
short
income households
AMC.
across all 50 states.
2.7 million available to short GameStop. They are loading up on shares. They are loading up because they know a big move is coming.
And wealth generation for marginalized families.
1.33% cost to borrow. If we see cost to borrow shoot up, that's another sign.
Progress made in the past several years. Chair Powell, how can regulators work with members of this committee to ensure that future proposed rules do not hinder Americans' access to tools that enhance the Federal Reserve's financial inclusion efforts?
So we're very focused on things like bank-owned, as you pointed out, and on access to the financial system for marginalized communities. So we wouldn't want to do anything to weigh on that. We were happy to work with you in your office on those issues. But as I mentioned, we're hearing the comments and we're reading them, and we're taking those into account as we think about appropriate changes to the
Thank
proposal.
you, Eddie Mata.
We will definitely follow up on that, because as we're
Thank you,
writing
Brett.
these regulations, I want to
Thank
make
you,
sure
D-Money.
that we're thinking about the real
And
world
Sengal.
impact and what it means to consumers
UTKU.
when they're accessing
First
financial
name
institutions.
UTKU.
I look forward to working with you to further the Fed's financial inclusion efforts. Like earlier this week, I sent you another bipartisan letter related to the Federal Reserve's April proposal to extend the operating hours of FedWire Fund service to 22 hours per day, 7 days per week, and every day of the year. That was news that I was eager to hear.
We just broke
This
200
may sound
likes.
like
Thank
a
you.
small technical change, but it can have a big impact on our constituents,
MACD
especially for
going
those
red
living in
on
marginalized
GameStop.
communities
MACD
who live
5-minute
paycheck to
red on
paycheck. Growing
GameStop.
up in the booming metropolis of Smith Station, Alabama, probably never heard of it, Chair Powell. But there are limited options for loans and short-term loans. In an area where everyone needs a car to get to work and they have to work to eat, when money is short, any delay in accessing a paycheck or paying a bill can disrupt your entire household. Extending operating hours for FedWire Fund service and National Settlement Service will allow people continual access to their funds outside of what we've deemed normal operating hours. And I hear the gavel. I'm out of time, but we will be following up for more conversation. Thank you.
MACD red 5-minute time frame. AMC might need to consolidate for the
Gentleman from
memes.
Nebraska, Mr. Flood's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, after a year with very high inflation that battered American paychecks, inflation rates have moderated some. However, inflation continues to linger above the 2% target rate set by the Federal Reserve. In fact, the PCE inflation index has remained above 2% for the last 3 years. The Federal Open Market Committee's statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy issued at the beginning of the year stated, and I quote, "The committee seeks to achieve inflation that averages 2% over time and therefore
Inflation
judges
drops
that
tomorrow.
following
Remember that,
periods when
guys.
inflation has been running persistently below 2%, appropriate monetary policy will
That will move
likely
the
aim
market
to
big.
achieve
Inflation.
moderately above 2%. for
Inflation
some
data
time,"
drops
unquote.
tomorrow.
Chairman Powell, does the commitment to achieve a 2% average over time apply in the other direction as well? Meaning that if inflation remains above 2% for a protracted period, would the committee instead aim for inflation moderately below 2% for some time in order to achieve an inflation average of 2%?
No, it doesn't.
Is it fair to say that you would need to see the
RSI
PCE
on
index
SPY
dip below
is
2% at least
insane
once
right
in the
now.
coming months in order to
81.
contemplate a rate cut?
No,
We're setting up
that's
for
not fair to
something
say. We
insane.
said that you don't want to wait until inflation gets all the way down to 2%.
Last time RSI started getting to these
because inflation
levels, we
has a
had
certain
this
momentum.
type of
You wouldn't
correction.
wait that long. If you waited that long, you probably waited too long because inflation will be moving downward and will go well below 2%, which we don't want.
What combination factors would you need to see in order to support a rate cut this month or in September?
Look what happened last time, guys.
Once again,
I just want to point out something real quick. Look what happened last time RSI got to these levels. RSI got to 93 here, and look what happened to the market. It just straight dropped down. RSI got overbought here. Look what happened to the market. RSI got overbought here. Look at this drop off. And RSI got really overbought here. And that's what we're at now, extremely overbought. RSI got overbought here. We had this drop. RSI overbought here. We had this drop. We are now sitting at RSI at these massively insane levels again, y'all. What is going to happen? Again, SPY calls, you just play SPY calls and it's a money printer right
I'm
now.
not sending any signals on any particular date of any meeting whatsoever on policy. I said
GameStop
that
slipping
yesterday, I'm
below
saying it again today, but I will
25.93
answer your
support and
question.
resistance. You want to see
What we said
GameStop
is
hold
that
this
we
level?
want to be more confident. We want to have greater confidence, and that means more good inflation readings. That inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. Greater confidence that that is the case. But remember, we have a dual mandate too. We're not just an inflation targeting central bank. We also have an employment mandate. So I could also see us cutting, and we've said this, I've said this, if we saw unexpected weakening in the labor market. And we do now see, I'll speak for myself, I now see the risks to the two mandates as much closer to being in balance. I think for a long time we've had to focus heavily on the inflation mandate, but I think now we're getting to the place where you know the labor market is getting pretty much in balance to where it needs to be, and so we're looking at both sides.
I know that the media and others have continued to talk about the prospect of political interference with the Federal Reserve. With an election coming up, I know you are very aware of the heightened scrutiny awaiting the Open Market Committee meetings in July and September. Can you use this opportunity to speak regarding the Federal Reserve's political independence going into this election?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So,
Bro,
you know,
no,
our
you
political
don't want to short
independence
this rally
is,
until you get confirmation.
is critical to our ability to do our jobs and to sustain the faith of people across the political spectrum. And it comes down to we make our decisions based on economic data, the evolving outlook, balance of risks, and we don't take into consideration any other factors, including political factors. We have a long history of
So
doing that, and I
GameStop
think the
might
public
need to
believes
pull
we
back
will do
here.
that.
We have
Any
support
decision
at
that we make,
25 at 67 and 25.43.
on any of our policy tools, it's going to be
RSI coming down.
and it will
Let
represent
RSI
our
cool
best
down.
thinking
RSI was
about what
extremely
is best
overbought on these
for the
bigger time
American
frames. You
public
guys can see here on the
in
hourly
near
time
and
frame.
medium term.
RSI overbought.
That's the
Right now we're
promise
coming
that I will
back
give
and
in all my
retesting the bands on the hourly time frame. These are all indications that we could still see a continuation up, but right now we need to retest the bands. We also need to let RSI cool down slightly. RSI overbought as of right now. GameStop retesting the bands on the hourly time frame.
colleagues will give. And that means that we're not looking at things like election cycles. We're not looking at any of those things. We're looking at the data. What does it tell us is the right thing to do? When we figure that out,
If
and we think
SPY
it's
is
time to
able
move,
to
we go
stay
ahead. But
above,
not until then.
Appreciate that.
This
Finally, I'd like to raise concerns with
555.
housing costs. While shelter is one component of the broader
5.
PCE calculation, housing often makes up one of the
can't see
largest,
the
if
number.
not the largest, expense for many consumers. Inflation for housing remains persistently high. One of the characteristics of this economy is that consumer sentiment is remarkably
Can't see the number,
low.
dude.
Do you think high housing costs could be contributing to the persistently low
It's
consumer
probably
sentiment?
it's right
I
here.
think prices-
so
high prices generally-
557
I think nobody
70.
really has,
If SPY can stay
super
above
highly confident of their
557
answer on this, but I do
70,
think it's the fact that
using that
while
level as
inflation has come
support,
down, prices are high.
that's when
know
you
what I
could
mean?
see
And
SPY
people are
make a
paying more for
push to the
things, more
upside,
for
but it
housing,
must
more for the
continue
essentials
or
of life,
maintain
food,
that level.
Energy. And, you know, that
Looks
that
like
to
it's
me
still
is-
getting that
is
bearish
how I would
divergence.
explain surveys. We say that the economy
You
is
can see
growing,
the
inflation's
MACD
come
going
down,
red, but the
unemployment's low,
price
and all
going
that's
up.
true.
That's divergence.
Prices are high.
Volume
Chairman
trending
Powell, for
down, but the
answering your
price going up.
testimony, and
That's
I yield back.
divergence. So many
Gentleman from New
signs
York,
that this
Mr. Torres
rally
is
is
recognized for
completely
5 minutes.
unsustainable and completely unhealthy.
Thank
It's
you.
out of control.
Chair Powell, the Fed has an inflation rate target of 2%. Are you waiting for both PCE inflation and CPI inflation to fall to 2%, or only one of those metrics?
So we look at different measures, but for a quarter of a century, the PCE inflation has been the Fed's goal. We've defined our goal in terms of that because we think it's the better measure of the costs and inflation that the public actually faces.
And now you've said that you're willing to cut interest rates before reaching.
I personally like
the
to buy on
2%
red
target.
days. I
Is
don't
the
really buy
decision
on
to cut
green
interest
days.
rates going to be driven
And I like to buy
by
when RSI is
reaching a
low.
particular target en route to 2%, or is it driven by the
I
overall
knew I should have
trajectory
bought more
of the inflation
Ethereum.
rate?
It's
Altcoin season is coming. That's why. Ethereum, all the altcoins are about to pop off. Altcoin season is coming. Altcoin season is coming. Ethereum ETF. Altcoin season is coming. I should have bought more Ethereum, bro. I'm really mad that it's making this double bottom. Ethereum is 100% going to recover. 100%. It made a double bottom. It's above support and resistance of back above 3,000. It's 100% going to recover, and it's about to pump. Not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. Altcoin season is coming, y'all. Let me find out Bitcoin dominance is starting to come down.
It's going to be driven by the totality of the data. There isn't a particular number that we have in mind that we have to get to. It's more, you look at all of the data, and the question we're asking ourselves is, are we sufficiently confident that inflation really is moving down toward 2%? So what's the underlying inflation rate, looking through the volatility? We're also looking, though, as I mentioned, at the labor market, and we're asking ourselves, you know, we have to take into account now maximum employment, that mandate. So we're looking at both of those in the decisions that we make.
I mean, are you confident that the inflation rate is on a downward trajectory?
I do have some confidence of that. I think we've seen that over the past several years. The question is,
Can you
are we
look at
sufficiently confident that it is moving
SOUN? I will,
sustainably down
brother.
to 2%? And I'm
Thank
not
you for the
prepared to
super
say
chat.
that yet.
Chair Powell, you announced a reproposal of Basel III rather than a mere revision. Do you believe that the U.S. banking system is sufficiently capitalized in the absence of Basel III?
I've long been of the view that U.S. banks are well capitalized, and that the level of capital in the U.S. banking system is about right.
Okay. So if the
Yo,
banking
get outta
system is
here, you
sufficiently capitalized in
stupid.
the absence of Basel III, then what exactly is the need for Basel III?
The freaking
First of all,
Lord.
there's no precise answer as to the appropriate level of capital. I think we've been part of developing the Basel standards. They create international broad parity. It's important that we have that. It's important that we do something that is comparable to what the other large jurisdictions are doing, and that it's consistent with Basel. And I think that's what
Oh, look
our
at this
banks want,
breakout
that's
I
what we
called.
want, and that will
Did
be
I
best
do this
serving the
before?
public.
Did you ask me to look at this stock before, sir? Emmanuel, can you let me know if you... Yo, get out of here. I'm live. You stupid. Sorry, guys. There's the freaking blower people outside. Anyways, have you asked me to look at this stock? Fingers up 10% right now. Did you ask me to look at this stock before, sir? Because it looks like I made a prediction on this stock before. and it looks like the prediction came true, because right here's this pennant. This looks like reminiscence of a stock that I made a prediction on, because I drew this pennant here. You guys can see that. And then I made this prediction that it would come up to about $8.65. And you guys can see that it did come up to that level and break out of this pennant as predicted. So, sir, okay, yes, you did. You did. Well, maybe that's why you're asking me to take another look at it. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. But based off what I'm looking here, I mean, that's probably why people send the supers. I see that now. Okay. The predictions are definitely worth the super chat. All right. Hey, I just want to make it very clear. I am not a financial advisor, and this is not financial advice 100%. Right now, this stock is breaking out of a massive falling wedge, which is bullish. This is a huge falling wedge or descending channel, however you want to call it, bull flag. You have push up, bull flag, or descending channel, falling wedge, whatever shape you want to call it. I don't care. It's one of those. I would call it like a bull flag, descending channel type structure. But anyways, you broke out of it. You retested it as support. So now what's going to happen is you're going to have price targets to the upside on this stock. RSI is getting extremely overbought. It's moving pretty fast. It has a lot of momentum right now. It is above this major resistance. So I would say your next target would be this $5 level. And if you can break and hold $5, you have a target as high as $6.29. I would say that this stock is going to see upside. Upside targets are to be expected. Green MACD here on the daily time frame, and your price target for the breakout of this type of structure here could be as high as $5.97. So this thing could go all the way back to $6. I would look for it to break $5 and use that level as support. If it breaks $5 using that level as support, you're going to see that move towards $6. And it looks like most likely you would hit a price target of at least $5. If I were to make a price target on this stock, it would be $5 would be the first one, and then the second one would be that $5.97 level, $6. So I would expect upside, and I would have upside price targets, and those are the price targets that I would be looking at. Ethereum is looking really, really good, y'all. I knew I should have bought more Ethereum. I'm so upset at myself for not buying more Ethereum.
But you agree we should conform without gold plating?
You know, some things we've gold plated and some things we haven't, and but I think we should make. I think our end game proposal should be at the end.
Hopefully AMC fills this gap real quick, because that would be really good.
Consistent with what the other large jurisdictions
Just fill the gap real quick, Amy.
Are you confident
please.
that there's no legal conflict
Do
between
not leave this gap
the
down here.
standardization
Don't.
recommended by
Don't
Basel III
leave the
and
gap down here.
regulatory tailoring mandated by Congress?
Please
I think we can work
don't.
through all that. Yeah.
Okay. But if there were a
Just
conflict,
come down,
Basel-
fill it real
Basel
quick,
doesn't
and get
impose
a
any
nice bounce.
requirements on anyone.
I am
There's no
fine with
enforceable
that.
requirements. Every jurisdiction does what it's going to do. Basel
They might
is-
not
is-
understand,
doesn't
but filling
bind
the gap
anybody.
will be better for everybody.
right, but the regulatory framework you're adopting would codify those recommendations.
Yes.
Which would have the force of law, right?
Yes, that's right.
And so if there were a conflict between the codified recommendations and an act of Congress, would you agree that an act of Congress would supersede those
Yes.
recommendations?
Sure.
Does the loss of Chevron deference have any implications for Basel III?
You know, it's very early days to assess. There's several decisions that are about administrative law, and I
no,
think it's
the
too early
market's
for
not
us to say.
moving much at all.
Ultimately, the question is,
It's
the
kind of
actions
like,
we're taking in
I mean, pretty
compliance with
sideways.
the law. And
It's
that
slightly
decision says
up.
that there will be a less
I mean,
deference
SPY's
or no
up
deference
from
maybe
yesterday, obviously,
to the
but-
opinions of the agency, but that just means a court will be they're answering the same question, which is, are those actions consistent with the law?
The Fed has a target rate when it comes to inflation. Does the Fed have a target when it comes to quantitative tightening, like when it comes to what should be the size of the Fed's balance sheet?
Well, we have a We don't have a specific target, no.
What would you consider to be a healthy size for the Fed's balance sheet?
We define it, not with numbers, but with words. And we want an ample reserves regime with a buffer so that reserves are not scarce. And we think plentiful reserves, ample reserves is the right place to be. And, we'll find that empirically.
Can you put a number on that?
No, I can't really.
For 4 decades, we've had the best of both worlds, low unemployment and low inflation. Can the U.S. economy return to the golden age of low unemployment and low inflation, or are we doomed to live with a new normal of higher interest rates?
Well, I think we have low inflation. We've got a period here of very low unemployment.
We have high inflation.
Ethereum is about to get a nice boost to the upside with that double bottom.
And that's the plan. Okay. We're going to return to 2%
It's going to break
inflation.
out, and it's going to go back
confident.
up towards like
Some people argue
3,300.
that we're entering into
Ethereum
a
and
world of a lot
Bitcoin are
of
probably
upward
going to push
inflation
up
shocks.
and
That would
run.
be a challenging world, but that remains to be seen.
Thank you.
I knew I should have bought
Gentleman
more
from
Ethereum. Dude,
Iowa,
I'm kicking myself
Mr.
in the
Nye
ass
is
so hard
recognized
right
for
now.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Chairman
That was
Powell,
the
for being with us
most
today.
juicy
Your
dip
office
ever.
has done a very diligent job in working with this body on both sides of the aisle. I chalk some of that up to the fact that you've got some very good folks from Iowa on your staff there, helping keep the trains running on time, so that's excellent. I will note that, in Iowa, the average family has experienced, annual inflation of about $925 per month just in the last 3 years. I've got 6 kids. We're the #1 egg-producing state in the country, but yet eggs for each one of my kids goes up 40% this past year, and take that times 6. I'm no economist, but that adds up real quick, and I think I'm reflective of a lot of families across the country right now. So, Mr. Chair, one of the things I'd like to talk about is, what we are focused on and what your department's working on at the Fed. The U.S. Federal Reserve, in my opinion, should be more focused on folks like my hometown of Bondurant, Iowa, versus what's coming out of unelected bureaucrats in Brussels, Belgium, for example, which is one of the reasons I'm so grateful that you have talked about reopening Basel III for a conversation on what's in the best interest of the American people. I applaud you and your team for this. While I would like to see Basel III candidly scrapped altogether, I think that there are 3 things in this proposal that we've got to look at immediately. 1, the impact of credit availability, especially to ensure that it won't be tighter credit conditions on small businesses back home in places like Iowa. The ability for farmers across the country to be able to hedge their grain, corn, soybean, livestock in a new Basel III conversation, and ultimately eliminate the downstream effects on American banks being held to higher standards and very clear in Basel III than what's being held in Europe. So with that, I want to readdress your team's attention to the letter I sent in a bipartisan way with Senator Jerry Moran,
The grocery
specifically
store is
emphasizing the
killing me,
negative
dude.
impact of increased bank capital requirements
It's so
on the economy,
unreal how much
our
food
constituents,
costs.
and ultimately our ag producers across the country. So,
I don't even know how
well,
people
first
are
say
surviving.
Can you confirm that the next Basel III proposal, as
Shout
outlined,
out to
will address
everybody
concerns
surviving right now,
from our
because
ag
you
growers,
are an
including our
absolute
farmers?
monster for surviving in this
Let me just
economy.
say that we're well aware of the concerns you're raising about hedging, and I'm not going to be too specific about things, but we're quite aware
That
of those
juicy
concerns.
dip will be back tomorrow.
I
It
certainly hope
doesn't
your
look
team gets
like
the
it. It looks like
opportunity to hear
Ethereum
that
and
because it's one
Bitcoin are
of the most
about to
painful
pump,
things
but
I've
if
heard
it
back
does
in my
dip
home
lower, I'm not
you agree
hesitating
that
to
the
buy
end
more this
user's
time.
concerns,
Absolutely not.
could have been
I'm kicking
mitigated
myself
maybe
in
at the
the
front end
ass
of
for
this
not
if,
buying more Ethereum.
Congress or say a farmer in my district had been included in those opening conversations.
I wanted to add a whole coin.
In hindsight, perhaps that's right. But in any case, this is what the comment period is for.
Well, I'll note that 84% of the comments coming from this proposal concern entities outside of banks, as you know. A lot of those were from the ag industry who felt that they had no voice in this and were a recipient of things that really harm their businesses. With that, I want to read quickly, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers was asked about Basel, and he said, quote, "We're going to need to prepare for consolidation in banking in the future, quite possibly some even further evolution of lending away from banks." Now, I'm going to note here that Iowa has over 250
Yeah, this is exactly
community
why we
banks
need
with
stocks,
assets
because
under
everyone
$7
needs to
billion.
make more bread, because this
His
shit is
commitment
crazy.
or his comments are of great concern on this consolidation. Do you share concerns about a consolidation amongst banks across America?
So, we all, I speak for
I want to
myself.
teach
you know,
people
I
how to
realize that
stack
community banks are
assets,
tremendously
build
important in our
wealth,
communities.
learn how to
And
read
it's
charts,
not a better
learn how to
world
get this
when
money.
community
For
banks go out of
F the
business or-
manipulation,
At the
forget the
same time,
manipulation.
If there needs to be consolidation, I don't think we should be standing in the way.
Look at that Band-Aid, man. Look at the shot of that Band-Aid. Let's just get a zoom in real quick of that. Absolute madness on the Band-Aid right now. But yeah, I just want to teach people like that assets are what you need to succeed. Stacking assets is what the wealthy do. That's how you maintain and generate wealth. Also teach people how to read these charts. That way they can identify these moves and make quick bags in between. Because look, even if you identified a move such as this, right? Let's say on GameStop, right? Let's just use GameStop as an example. If you were able to identify this move, and let's say you didn't even buy the bottom, you just bought this double bottom right here, and you waited all the way till you got confirmation. So you bought the double bottom and you waited till you got confirmation of the double bottom. You would have still made from peak to trough 10%. You could have made that 10% bag in that week. 10% can help somebody out greatly, increasing your wealth by 10%, increasing the amount of money that you had by 10%. And that is just one move over 1 week. And that's not counting all of the other opportunities provided by the market this week. So let's all get this money, bro. Let's get this money.
We don't want to be part of the reason why.
Let's get this money, man. Let's just get this money.
Going out of business or being forced to merge.
I kind of want AMC to fill this gap, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want AMC to come down to 536 and fill the gap.
A small bank to have to go
I'm not gonna lie. And they just dumped a million short shares.
If it's finalized in early 2025, does that mean we will push implementation back to 2026?
I don't know exactly what it would be, but something like that is right. You know, we'd have a typical.
They dumped 1.6 million short shares, guys.
Quite a lot of work to do to get.
Timeout. I'm sorry for keep pausing it, y'all. We'll get back to it in a second. But guys, they just dumped 1.6 million short shares on AMC right now. This is all it did. It brought us down from 560 down. This is showing you how desperate they are to try to keep us under $5.50. They should have covered. They're so stupid. They should have covered. They're so fucking stupid, bro. They're so dumb, bro. They're so dumb. They could have covered at $2.35, bro. The stock is now at $5.50, bro. They're so freaking dumb. Imagine being so dumb. Thinking that you're the smartest person in the world, but really you're just arrogant and stupid. Imagine it. Oops. 1.8 million shares left available to short AMC. 2.9 available to short GME. So they're building up on GME, trying to dump it too. They're trying to dump them and they can't. They're trying to dump them and they can't. They're losing control. They're losing control, y'all. I want AMC to kind of fill this gap, but it doesn't even look like it's going to go that low. And that's after 1.6 million shares dumped. And they can't even get it to come down and fill the gap where the algo is trying to help them and get that liquidity. And they dumped 1.6 million. And they have all of these sell walls on both AMC and GME. Right here's a sell wall, a big ass block of sell orders. GameStop. You see that big ass block of sell orders? And also on AMC. All of this manipulation, all of these different tactics, and they still can't bring the stock down. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the strongest stocks I've ever seen. We're starting to eat away at this sell wall. Unbelievable, guys. This is unreal. Let's get this money, y'all.
Do a final rule, and then there'll be a phase-in process. I don't know exactly what the date would be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to know kind of a timeline for my folks. I mean, there's obviously 2026.
Pikachu said me and Ape Father are a clown.
We can start over if we even need to do that. Let me ask very quickly, with Chevron overturn, is there anything the Fed is doing to identify areas
Thanks for watching, brother.
Overregulated at the federal
Thanks
side?
for the engagement
Right
and
now?
the views.
Under the Chevron decision?
And the money.
Our
Thank
view
you,
is
sir.
we're very focused on obeying the law and reading the actual words of the law and interpreting it according to the words that are in the law. This is the way we
Kenny
approach
boy
things. And
yelling break.
I'm not sure how much will change. Basically, a court will be doing that with a little bit less deference to the agency, but, we
Apparently
think
I'm a
we're
clown,
already
y'all.
interpreting
Am
the
I
law
supposed to be
pretty
offended or
carefully.
hurt?
And again,
Is that supposed
these
to
are
bother
brand
me?
new decisions. There are several of them, and it's way early. We're just studying them now.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Thank you, Chair, and I hope you continue
Because
to
it's
help
actually
police.
clown behavior to watch
We'll now
somebody that
recognize
you
the gentleman
just
from
don't
North
like.
Carolina, my friend, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Chair Powell. I represent a Republican-leaning, very purple district, so my constituents sent me here to get things done. It's been disappointing that we're on track for what I believe could be the least productive Congress in our
Most of the
nation's
people, the majority of the
this committee
people
has done some good
respect,
bipartisan work on,
appreciate, and love the
digital assets and
content.
market structure bill and stablecoins.
There's always going to
It's a
be
place where I
that
have hope
couple
that
of
we're gonna see some
people that
action
hate
in
or
this Congress. I know you and I
or
have,
whatever the case may
privately
be.
spoken about
It's all good.
stablecoins, and
We're
here
Gucci
in
dog.
the House, in a bipartisan way, we've been working diligently to pass
I appreciate
a
you
bill
guys.
to regulate payment stablecoins. This committee voted in favor of the legislation in a bipartisan way last year, and there have been numerous calls from this committee to
Everybody
to
get a
you
Lambo.
and to the Fed, asking that you prioritize working with Congress to help push this legislation forward.
I think if
We've
everyone
enjoyed
could have a
our
Lambo, they
conversations with
wouldn't want
staff
one
as
though. It's a
well.
lot of maintenance.
Can you commit to directing your staff to finalize and support passage of stablecoin legislation this year?
So we've been,
You're
really
the man. We
pleased
love
to
you.
take
Thank
part
you.
in
I
this
appreciate that.
process and, very much appreciate being included in it, and we'll stay with it. We think it's really important that we have
Yeah,
a
we don't worry
federal
about the
framework for
haters, bro.
stablecoins, and again, we'll be
It lets me
all
know
in
that
on
I'm
working with you to
growing
get
even
that done.
more.
Thank you very much. Big issue for the folks that I represent, housing. Housing,
Also,
rising
people don't
costs of
realize
housing hits
is
my constituent.
it doesn't matter if a comment's good or bad. That's why sometimes I argue with people in the comments and stuff like that, because it doesn't matter if a comment's good or bad. It drives engagement and it helps the video get seen by more people. So if I say something that makes people mad, and that's part of the reason I sometimes make bold predictions, because if I make these bold predictions and they come true, not only is that going to look extremely good on the record, but on top of that, these bold predictions often get people upset because, like, if the stock's going down and they don't understand because of like psychology and stuff like that, they'll be like, oh no, it's not going to go up. Or if they think the stock's going to go up all the time and I tell them it's going to go down, they'll be like, oh, the stock will never go down. Think we will ever touch 6? Yes. Very soon. And once we do touch that $6 level, if you've been watching the channel, you know what happens after that.
It's especially hard in North Carolina. Our ranking member, Maxine Waters, has made this a big priority for the work that we do in the committee. In North Carolina, we've got 343,000 households that spend over half of
Engagement
their monthly
helps
income
the
on
video
rent.
get seen
They
by
have
more
little
people.
to
The more
little
people see the
money
video,
for
the
other
more
expenses like healthcare, transportation,
cash you
food.
make.
Access to safe and affordable housing.
So it's all
is
just a
essential to the
game,
well-being
really.
of working families and individuals in North Carolina and around the country. Chair Powell, despite the strong economic trends
All
you
just
mentioned
a
in your
game.
testimony, housing prices and median rents have increased by nearly 50 and 41% respectively. since
GameStop
May
is
of
tracking
2020,
right now.
and they continue to rise. In fact, housing costs continue to outpace modest wage gains. High interest rates continue to add to those costs. For example, high
AMC
interest rates
recovering
make it more
after getting
expensive for
1.6
homebuilders
million
to
shares
finance
dumped
new
on its
housing.
head.
High interest rates also cause landlords to change higher rents and lead to higher mortgage costs.
They're
for
probably
home
like, why
buyers.
does this stock
I know
keep
that
going up?
you and your colleagues at the Fed
Even with the
are
sell walls,
directly
dumping
focused
all
on
the
bringing
short
down
shares, and the
inflation.
stock just
Important
keeps
goal,
going back
but if you
up. They're probably
consider
like,
that at this
what
point,
the
with
hell?
Housing cost increases being the primary driver of inflation, keeping interest rates high only towards that stated goal.
So,
Stop talking about
a couple
interest
things are
rates and
happening with
lowering
housing.
them
There-
because you guys
before
don't
the
understand the
pandemic, there was
economy.
pretty serious housing shortage, and we can't do anything about that. then the pandemic comes along, and we really think the best thing, the most important thing we can do for the housing market in the medium and longer term is to get inflation under control so that interest rates can come down, so that we can get back to a more normal interest rate. No one knows exactly where interest rates will go, but they'll be lower than they are now. And the housing market, supply and demand will work their way out, and you'll have supply of housing. There's still going to be a housing shortage at the end of that, though. And it's true that our policies work through interest-sensitive spending. Housing is maybe the most interest-sensitive form of spending, buying houses on
Speaking
with
of
a mortgage.
DNUT,
We know that we have really significant effects in that market, and
where
it's
the
tough
heck
on
is
people,
Eric
but
G?
This is the path
I
to
don't
getting
know. It's
inflation
pretty
down,
late,
which
isn't
will
it?
bear fruit
12.
for many, many
Cali
years.
doesn't normally come
so much.
until like
I don't
3,
think I'm gonna
like
be able to get in
2, 3
my next
o'clock. Then the
question
Cali people come out.
time I have, but I wanted
Cali's
to give
like
you
a
this
late,
opportunity if you'd
late
like, and I
bloomer or
can talk to you
something. They be
privately about
coming
this
at like
and
2, 3
pretty good
o'clock.
idea what you'll say. But if you would like to say that the economy is heading for a soft landing, you're welcome to say soft landing as much as you'd like right now.
I'll say, for some time, I've thought there is a path to getting back to full price stability while keeping the unemployment rate low. There is that path. We've been on it. We're very, very focused on staying on that path. I would say we're at a place now where the risks to the two mandates are much more in balance than they were. And that means it's not just about getting inflation down. The job is not done on inflation. We have more work to do there, but at the same time, we need to be mindful of where the labor market is. And we have seen considerable softening in the labor market. We still have a strong labor market with low unemployment, by all means. So this is what we are very focused on continuing to work toward.
Thank you very much, and
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being here today. I appreciate that. I represent a working class in South Texas. In fact, my district is mostly Hispanic, one of the most Hispanic districts in the entire nation, over 80%. And my district is also a rural community. So the topic today greatly affects my constituents and is something personal for me. That being said, the population that I represent is a population
The white dotted
that
line
the
is my
Federal
prediction for
Reserve
GameStop right now.
Research has shown disproportionately will be the hardest hit in inflation. That being said, higher prices due to Biden's induced inflation is something not only the nation is feeling, but my constituents are feeling. They're feeling it at the grocery store, they're feeling it at the gas pump, small businesses are feeling this, and we know that cutting back on their spending, people who are living paycheck to paycheck, they still can't get away from these increasing costs at the grocery store or the gas station. So even small changes have a big impact in rural communities like mine. In fact, the Farm Bureau recently said that the cost of the 4th of July prices, the 4th of July celebration had high increases. The headline reads, record high 4th of July cookout costs, inflation hits the backyard. This report says that costs were up 5% from last year and up 30% from just a few years ago, all during the Biden administration time. Now, the Biden administration wants us to simply forget about the last 3 years and the pain it has caused families in my district. They don't understand why people are unhappy about their current economic situation. And quite frankly, it is angering and it's simply out of touch with the everyday American. It seems obvious that until we grapple with the runaway government spending, that unfortunately we are going to continue to have runaway inflation. Chairman Powell, can you explain to us how the excessive government spending not only increases the national debt, but also affects inflation as well?
Sure. So let me say, first of all, we completely understand that inflation hurts people, low and moderate income people directly and immediately in a way that it doesn't affect even middle-class people because, paying more for the necessities of life when you don't have much of a financial safety net, the pain starts right away. We get that. And so it is for those people, among others, that we are doing everything we can to get inflation under control.
Do you get that, bro?
And stay at the job.
Do you really get that? Because I don't think you felt
in terms of the
not
causes
being
of
able
inflation,
to pay your bills and looking at your family.
The inflation that we're having is not that different from what other advanced economies around the world are having, and it really results from the pandemic comes along. Inflation is low. The pandemic comes along. We shut down the economy. They're sent checks to replace their income. They can't spend that money because they can't go to the movie theater.
It appears that GameStop and AMC will be pulling back just a little bit more before recovering to the upside and continuing this overall uptrend that GameStop and AMC is in. Both AMC and GameStop are in overall uptrends. GameStop is working on a massive double bottom structure.
Flawed Basel III endgame proposal and start over. At this point, the last thing a first-time home buyer, a small business owner, and constituents,
bottom number
as you
one,
said, low-income people who are rural people, for example, in my
bottom
community,
two,
the last thing they need
and
is
then
harder
if we get
access to
above
capital,
this critical
which
level
is exactly what that proposal does. The public
of 26,
knows it and doesn't
69,
want it either,
we will see
with
a boost to the upside on
97%
GameStop.
of public comments being negative for this proposal. Chair Powell, don't you agree that with the overwhelming negative reception of this proposal, that it shows a lack of public support?
So we have this double bottom right
I do
here.
think that's fair to say.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service in such difficult times. We sign up to serve, and we don't know what's going to come our way. When I think about
AMC
what we've been
starting
through
to
as a
recover
country, with the global
after
pandemic,
1.6
the
million
economy
shares
in collapse, and
dumped.
what this Congress was able to do to infuse money to keep our small businesses afloat, critical services available, and making sure that we were in a position for the quickest, strongest recovery in the world. And while we have a lot to feel proud of, we recognize and have had many conversations throughout this committee about the pain points that people are continuing to feel with rising costs. And you touched on this. I really appreciate the discussion around housing in an earlier question, because this is the greatest inflationary costs, especially in Colorado.
I bet Jerome
where
is
we
eating
have seen
good. Yeah,
significant
making
home
bank.
price increases. A lack of supply. People are unable to move because they would.
Just a quick little update, guys, on the market, and we'll get back to the speech. You guys can see SPY is trying to hold that 557.70 level as support, which means SPY could move as high as 558.25. So do watch out for that. Right now, I'm going to be marking a new support and resistance made by SPY at the levels of 525 or 558. So 558.02 is going to be your next support and resistance here on SPY. I repeat, 558.02 is going to be your next support and resistance on SPY. GameStop is tracking along right now. MACD is going red on the 5-minute and 10-minute time frame. They are starting to build shares for GameStop as they are scared of a potential rally. 2.9 million shares now available. They have been accumulating these shares over the past hour or so. You guys can see that GameStop is sitting at 0.54% cost to borrow. With all of this shorting going on, I'm expecting to see cost to borrow prices start to come up. If we see cost to borrow rise, that would be good for a pump to the upside. The fact that we see price going up, if we saw cost to borrow start to rise now, that would be absolutely devastating for the shorts.
I would love to see cost of borrow spike up right now. That would be showing signs that we're going to absolutely see an explosion. So watch cost of borrow closely. If we do see cost of borrow all of a sudden explode like this, like we did at 513, you guys can see what happened around 513. Let's go back in time here for AMC stock and go to 513. You guys can see that on 513, cost of borrow shot up. And you guys can see here on 513, AMC had a 78% green day. 78% green day. And then also on the next day, 514, had another 31% to the upside. So if we see that cost of borrow pop off, that's indicative of a sign. Right now, cost of borrow slightly trending down at 1.33%. You guys can see on an overall downtrend, we do want to see those levels come up. And if we do, that is signs that we are going to see another move. 1.8 million shares available to short AMC, 2.9 available, 2.9 million available to short GME. Now let's get back to the testimony.
Go to a much higher interest rate, and then people are unable to buy because they can't afford those
AMC
mortgage
5, 45,
so while you
GameStop
talked about recognizing that
62.
lowering the interest rates will actually help with addressing the housing crisis, we still have a lack of housing supply. So can you talk a little bit more about what's happening, and that the lower interest rates are only a piece of this?
It's a longer term thing, and a lot of it is it's harder to get lots and zoning.
GameStop
and,
is tracking right now
materials and workers
with
and,
white dotted line
in
prediction.
many metropolitan areas. The
AMC pushing back to the upside. I wish AMC filled the gap real quick and then bounced, but it doesn't look like it's going to fill the gap
It
yet.
was countryside, just a couple of miles outside.
Looks like it might try to bounce past
when I was
550.
born, but ultimately, it's just we have not enough housing, and that was true before the pandemic, and certainly the pandemic did slow down housing construction. I think we'll get back to a more normal economy with lower interest rates and those sorts of things, but we're still going to have housing shortage.
Absolutely. When I think about the other pieces of the fallout from the global pandemic and the changes that we saw in our economy was in commercial real estate. And I've continued to read about regional bank failures and the risks that the commercial real estate poses in the long term for those assets being on the books for our banks. What is your insight on the risk that it poses for our financial stability and what we should be thinking about here in Congress?
So the commercial real estate situation, which is, it's significantly downtown office and related retail and things like that. This is something the banks have been working their way through for the last couple of years. I think it'll take more time, more years to work all the way through it. We know from the stress tests and from our own work that the large banks, they're going to be okay here. Some of the regional banks and smaller banks have what you would expect, which is high concentrations in their local community in real estate. We are aware of those. The banks are aware of it. I think the supervisors have been around those banks, making sure they have capital, they have liquidity, they have a reasonably, not too optimistic assessment of how much capital they'll need, how big the losses will be. So I think we'll be working through this, and it doesn't seem to be a systemic problem or one that threatens broader financial stability. It does threaten bank profitability and those sorts of things, but it'll be with us a while. We'll just keep working our way through it.
And the ability to continue to loan to small businesses because you're being locked up. You are not going to have enough time to answer this question, but my remaining outstanding question is around the recent Chevron ruling and how you anticipate that impacting the Fed's ability to adjust to the needs of the country and ensure financial stability without being sued at every turn.
We're just looking at all these new decisions, so and it's early to stay on. I speak under the control of my general counsel, who I don't want to cause him to strike me.
That's how I feel about my staff. I mean, not striking me.
No, but I mean, look, ultimately, we're already very careful at the Fed about keeping within the law. We're really committed to that value. And
You see Jerome
and,
trying to
you know,
spit his
this
shoot
ruling
his
doesn't
shot,
change
bro.
that.
He's trying to shoot his
And,
shot right now.
I think we'll continue to be an institution that's strongly committed to the rule of law.
Great, thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Chairman, thanks for being here. There has been a lot of talk about Basel III. Wanted to just change that
Mr.
subject
Powell
a
trying
little
to
bit.
shoot
Long-term
his
debt
shot.
proposal, I think should be rewritten and reproposed as well. But at the very least, the rule needs to be tailored as law requires, so that regional banks aren't treated more harshly than the largest banks, of course.
Rizzler, bro.
In particular, the requirement for regional banks to hold long-term debt at both the holding company and insured depository institution, that seems to be a burden, is what we're hearing, I think. I just wanted to mention that I would hope that there would be some flexibility for smaller regional banks to pre-position resources, because they're
Yeah,
obviously
Spy's in love with Powell, dude.
there's some
Powell's
resources
pumping the
that
market
are
to the moon right now.
loss absorbing, I guess, is
Powell
the way you
pumping
would
the
consider
market to
them
the
in
moon.
the reproposal. Do you
RSI,
have any thoughts on
incredibly
kind of how this is
overbought,
playing out right now,
78
or what this
4-hour
looks like?
time frame.
Yeah, so on the long-term debt thing, you know, we put it out for comment. We've received quite a few
81
comments, and
daily time frame.
Staff has been analyzing them, and you know, we're
And
it's something
80
we're well
on the
aware of
weekly
concerns that have
time
been
frame.
raised,
Ladies
and
and
we're thinking
gentlemen,
carefully about how to move forward.
SPY out of
The other one
control.
was,
Last time we had RSI at
repositioning that's
82, we
more
had
along
this
the lines of the
major
discount window and
correction.
liquidity requirements,
This
I
thing
take
is
it.
setting up for something
So,
insane.
You know, we haven't made a proposal there yet. We're thinking carefully about that. You know, I think
SPY doing nothing
we're trying
but
to
going
learn the
up.
right lessons
Calls,
from
constantly
what happened last
printing.
spring at Silicon Valley Bank and a couple
Easiest
other banks. And
cheat
one of
in the
them just
world right
is,
now. SPY
the
calls to the
discount window
moon
worked, but
infinitely.
we could certainly modernize
as
it and make it more
this
effective.
has gone on for months.
And also, we learned, you know, that bank runs are moving just a whole lot faster, at least in that case, and that even bank
GameStop
runs from
pushing
10
up
or
right
15
now.
years ago were nothing
Tracking
like
along
as
with the
fast as what
prediction.
happened in Silicon Valley. So we need to bake that new learning into the liquidity requirements in some way or other. We again haven't made a proposal. When we do, of course, it'll go out for comment, and we'll very much want to learn from those comments.
Very good.
How many DNAT holders are there?
There's been a clear trend of banks stepping away from the mortgage market.
RSI is completely blown out on SPY, brother.
That's my
Completely
interpretation,
blown
at
out. It's
least.
at 81.
Non-bank lenders have stepped in to kind of fill that void. Today, banks support the non-bank lenders and the broader housing finance
The
system
big-ass
through the
Band-Aid
so-called
effect.
the warehouse lending for home
DZ
mortgages.
effect, the Rizzler effect.
But I'm deeply concerned that some of the, as was mentioned by my colleagues earlier, that some of the Basel rules could harm both bank and non-bank lenders alike, kind of undermining the liquidity and kind of the raising costs of home buyers. So let me just ask, in regards to Basel III, the endgame proposal, could it make housing finance less stable, I guess, is the question.
That's certainly not the intention, and we're again well aware of the of the concerns that have been raised, and certainly paying careful attention to those.
Despite the smaller issuer exemption for the debit interchange fee cap, insurers with less than $10 billion of assets reportedly lost about 35% of inflation-adjusted interchange revenue. Have you considered the impact of further reduction of debt interchange will have on small financial institutions with less than $10 billion of assets?
Yes, so that's another one where we put out a proposal. We got a lot of comments, and we're carefully reviewing those, and you're certainly aware of that specific concern that you raised.
As you may know, the latest Fed Y14 proposal, which is used to help collect data for Fed stress tests, asks banks for more detailed data on bank lending to non-banks. As a result, there's concern that the Fed may start trying to indirectly regulate non-banks and the financial risk. I just talked to one this morning that's concerned about that. So given those concerns raised about the lack of transparency in its stress testing models and the potential unintended consequences, is the Fed planning to indirectly regulate non-bank financial institutions through these tests?
That's not the idea. The idea is we see intermediation growing very quickly in non-banks. And, we don't regulate them. We don't have a secret plan to regulate them or anything like that. It is But the question is, what risks are being kept inside the banking system, which we do regulate and supervise, and what are the relationships between these large non-banks and banks? And, we don't have a preconceived answer to that. We just want to understand what are those business relationships like, and what kind of risks does that mean the banks are running? That's all it is.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today, almost noon. Once the Fed is reassured that inflation is under control, what does the path back to neutral interest rates look like?
We've said that we wouldn't reduce rates until we were confident that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. I think the question of what is neutral is going to be an empirical question. I think it seems to me it's unlikely that we'll be going back to the very low interest rates of the pre-crisis period. But we'll know that we won't know that until we get there in a way.
And the Fed's dual mandate comprises of price stability and maximum sustainable employment. As the Fed is thinking about inflation and the possibility of interest rate cuts, how are you balancing these priorities with the need to maximize employment?
So over the past couple of years, we've had a very strong labor market and inflation well above target, and that has led us to focus mainly on bringing down inflation. Over the course of 2 years, inflation has come down pretty significantly. There's more work to do there. We're not at our target. We need to keep on that job. At the same time, the labor
Sounds
market
like he's
has
reading
cooled
from a
pretty
book.
significantly.
GameStop recovering
so
right
I
now,
would
as
say
you guys
those
can see.
those
GameStop
two goals are now much
25.84.
closer to being in
AMC
balance,
also pushing
and
up
that
as
means
well.
from a policy
Meme
standpoint,
stocks looking like
we
they're
need to be
about to
paying
make
attention to
another
both of them.
move up.
Whereas for the last couple of years, really, we had to pay mostly attention to inflation.
Chairman Powell, I have told you that I will be asking for a status update on the Section 956 rulemaking at every future hearing. Since your last appearance in March, several of your fellow regulators have issued a proposed rule. Why did the Fed choose not to sign onto this proposal?
So what we're doing is we're looking at the current state of affairs as it relates to incentive compensation. As you may know, we've had guidance in place now since 2010 for all banks, and we supervise pretty significantly around that. So it's a very different picture than the one that was there in 2010. So we're asking ourselves, what is the situation today, and how do we tailor a proposal to address the residual risk as opposed to what the situation in 2010 was?
Yes. In previous hearings, you
Just want to say shout out to the fam right now.
You need to better
Shout out to the fam. You guys have been absolutely incredible. As far as support, you guys already know, man. You guys are like the #1 supporter, the best supportive community in the world. But I just want to say shout out to the fam for making everything possible, helping and make my life better. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for helping make the merch store possible. The past couple of days have been dope. We've had great conversations in the live streams. Hopefully we have some more. Make sure you guys voice your opinions. Let your opinions be heard, man. Let your opinions be heard. And let's get back to the show. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe. Help show your support for absolutely free. Hit that like button and subscribe. Shout out for your guys' support. Thank you, man. Shout out to the fam. Hold on, look at this guy. Time out. Time out. Look at this specimen here. My God.
In order to write the rule. In a speech in June, SEC Commissioner Lizarraga said, and I quote, "It has been well documented that in the lead up to the financial crisis, pay structures of often encourage big bets that maximize short-term
This guy hasn't moved.
profits, but ignored bigger,
What is happening here?
longer-term risks that threaten to
Where
take
is this
down
man's
the
lips?
entire financial system. Additionally, since your last appearance, several of your fellow regulators have moved toward with
Dude, he
the
is a
proposed rule.
reptilian.
Why have your fellow regulators and
Oh,
Commissioner
shit, they call him
Lizarraga
Voldemort.
been
That's
able
crazy.
to understand this scope of the problem? and the
Dang,
Fed has
this
not?
is crazy.
I think you're
He knows we're talking about him. He's looking right at us. He knows we're talking about him right now.
the quote absolutely makes my point, which is, I think everyone agrees that incentive compensation practices before the global financial crisis were not
What
in
is
a good
happening?
place.
Yo,
However,
MACD's about to go green here for
published
AMC.
Guidance on incentive compensation, binding on all, well, not binding, but guidance for all banks in 2010, after putting it out for comment. A lot of thought went into that guidance, and now we supervise on that guidance. And so the situation with
Yo,
incentive
SPY is
compensation
going
now
out
at banks is
of
completely
control.
different than it was before the global financial crisis.
Hitting our
Completely
parabolic
different.
price target from this week of 560
The
almost.
other regulators have been able
SPY
to
hitting
figure this out, and you haven't.
559.04.
But let me just say, this is not how congressional mandates work. Of all the rulemaking
Apple is pushing
provisions
up
in the
insane right
Dodd-Frank,
now, and that is part of the
only
reason.
148
The
were
market is going
mandatory.
crazy. Apple is
And
going
of those,
wild right
only
now,
22 had a deadline of
experiencing
less
some of the
than a
AI
year
bubble and
after
hype, and
enactment.
NVIDIA is also
Section
pushing back to the
956
upside
was one of them.
after consolidating.
hope that you
NVIDIA is
come,
pushing back up as
to
well,
the
and NVIDIA
conclusion
just broke above
that
critical
it is
support and
your
resistance. The market is going absolutely wild, guys. I don't know.
Thank
I don't know what could happen here, guys, because this could actually just some type of crazy parabolic blow off top could happen because NVIDIA looks like it's about to go. NVIDIA looks like it is, since it broke above the support and resistance, NVIDIA looks like it's going to break back above 140, which is the all-time highs. And Apple is now also ripping. So I don't know. Apple is on some type of new shit right now. So the market, dude, I don't know. I'm scared what could happen, y'all. Look at this. Apple has literally gone straight up. I am terrified of what could happen and what type of pullback we could see. This is wild. I hope to God that we don't have a recession or depression like I think, because the pullback will be so devastating. Oh my God. It would be horrific. Something we've truly never seen in our lifetimes. So I honestly don't even want that to happen. I really don't. I really don't want any type of recession or depression.
Section 156 requires either a rule or guidance, by the way. It
The
does not
pullback we
require
would see
a
would
rule-
be just
a rule or guidance.
monstrous if
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is
we
now
had any
recognized.
type of
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Powell, it's good to see you.
recession or depression like I think is
let's cover
coming.
A lot of different areas of ground. According to the Bureau of Economic
Sometimes I
Analysis,
hope to be
since
wrong.
President Biden took office, the price
Meme
of
stocks
goods has
pushing back
continued
up.
to outpace family incomes, with prices increasing
AMC looking
now
like it's gonna break
19.3%, while average weekly earnings have only increased 14.6%. So families have fallen behind with respect to their purchasing
GameStop
power,
tracking along with the prediction.
that they're able to go and acquire goods. What role has government spending played in creating this untenable economic crisis?
Close that door, please. Sorry, I can't hear very well when the door's open.
So I'll repeat, that's fine.
No, I heard you.
Oh, okay.
That needs to be closed. So what role is government spending as part of this story? So government spend.
13,406 subscribers. Thank you. Shout out to the new subscribers. If you like the video, if you think it's informative, if you're entertained, educational, hit that like button and subscribe. Help support the channel for absolutely free. I appreciate
Do you think that the
it.
president in his budget calling for an increase federal spending, up to upwards of 5% increase in federal spending across the board. Do you think that's going to have further implications on stubborn inflation plaguing the pocketbooks
NASDAQ
of the
made
American
another
people?
gap.
It would be
The market's just
inappropriate for me to
completely out of
comment on the
control.
president's budget.
It's completely
The only reason why I would ask Mr. Powell
Out
is
of
because
control.
obviously the Federal Reserve is having to respond to various aspects of fiscal policy coming from Capitol Hill. Regardless of the president's budget, would it be appropriate in the current environment for
RSI
federal
sitting at
spending
some of
to
the
increase
highest levels
5%,
we've seen on
10%,
NASDAQ.
15%?
Honestly, that's a question.
The last time we've seen RSI higher than this on NASDAQ, other than this period here when we had this pullback and this pullback, look at RSI right before. If we have any type of bad news or anything like that, this is what you would see. Something like this, a straight down drop. If we get any type of bad news, any type of narrative that goes against the AI, anything like that right now that would upset the market, you would see a straight drop to the downside based off of these levels that we're seeing here and how overextended to the upside we are on the market. SPY and NASDAQ absolutely ripping. SPY calls printing every single day. Easiest strategy in the world right now. Take advantage of the money printer. Not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor.
For elected representatives, we don't play a role in fiscal policy.
Oh, fair enough. Is it the view of yourself and the Federal Reserve Board that
MACD
fiscal
Green, 5 minute
policy
time frame.
does
AMC, Bollinger
create
Bands
impacts
constricting. She's
on
setting
the
up for that
Fed's ability
move.
to manage monetary policy for the United States?
We take fiscal policy as a given, and we're not commentators.
And they're running low on ammo because they already dumped 1.6 million. They only have 1.8 left. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? 1.6, all it did was this, and we came right back up. Their cell walls were blasting through them. What are they going to do? They're losing control.
The fact that we're independent really depends on us sticking to what our assignment is, which is to deal with, things with the economy as it is.
I would argue that the fiscal policy of the United States has given you guys a lot more to deal with, and whatever the various burdens that come with it. Unfortunately, you have to tangle with it, but the American consumer is the one that truly has to deal with it. I'm going to move on. The monetary policy report cites a pickup in immigration as one of the major factors that has improved the supply of labor. However, labor force participation rate remains below pre-pandemic levels. What percentage of the increased foreign-born labor supply, to your knowledge, comes from illegal immigration?
What percentage say it again, the question?
What percentage of foreign-born labor comes from illegal immigration?
I think all of foreign-born labor comes from immigration.
No, illegal immigration.
Illegal.
Illegal,
Sorry,
yes, sir.
didn't get that.
Yes, sir.
I don't know the answer to that.
All right, well, one of the things that I think will be important to help, I guess, advise Congress on what to do going forward is if the Federal Reserve had some data to that regard to help us make further decisions into the future. Chairman Powell, let me ask you this one overarching question. Obviously, interest rates, if you compare it over the last 15 years of monetary policy, is at an elevated rate. Does the Fed anticipate any possibility of rates being lowered, whether it's 50 basis points, 100 basis points, at some point over the next year or two?
So I guess the question really is where are interest rates going to settle out when all of the effects of the pandemic are really done? And no one knows. This is a great discussion to have, but I think my sense, and pretty commonly people think we probably won't go back to that era between global financial crisis and a pandemic where rates were very, very low and inflation was very low and like extremely low. There were major European countries that had negative 10-year bond rates, negative, and that was not the case here. But I don't think we're going back to rates that are that low. We think that things like the neutral rate are driven by slow-moving forces, but ultimately you can see the effect. We have, our policy rate is over 5% now, And it feels like policy is restrictive, but not, intensely restrictive. So that suggests that the neutral rate of interest, at least as of now, will have risen somewhat, which means rates will be a little higher.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Sherman? Would you like us to move on?
If it's Josh's turn, it's Josh's turn.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, you have said that custody assets are off balance sheet, always have been, and do you stand by that?
Sorry, say that again?
You've said that, quote, custody assets are off balance sheet, always have been. Do you stand by that statement, sir?
I think as a general matter, yes.
The SEC's Staff Accounting Bulletin 121 affects a core banking activity, custody. The specific bulletin requires banks to put digital assets held in custody on their balance sheet, effectively keeping banks out of the market entirely. Have the Fed and the SEC had conversations about the impact of SAB 121, and just want to get a sense of your thoughts on the policy, please?
So we, as you know, I think we don't comment on the SEC's policy. They don't comment on our policies either. So I know that I knew you were going to SAB 121 on that, but honestly, it's the SEC's business, not ours.
Thank you. Last month, you said that when evaluating inflation data, you consider
Check the short
whether
shares.
wage
I got
growth
you,
is
bro.
outpacing productivity. From 1979 to
1.8 million. We
2019,
talked
middle
about
class
that,
workers'
and
productivity
then
grew
probably
about
2.9.
60%, while their wages grew
Yep,
by
2.9
about
million on
16%.
GameStop.
Do you consider this historical gap when
You know what
considering
it
whether to
is.
hike rates
Stay
on
up on my
families,
grind. Stay up on my
struggling to make ends
grizz.
meet?
Huh?
So we're looking at inflation and we're looking at maximum employment. Those are our goals. We don't really have the ability. We don't have a bunch of different
You know
tools
what
for
it
things
is?
like what you're talking about.
Stay
So
up on
really,
my
it's just
grind.
those
Stay up on
things.
my grizz.
Of course,
I
we're
told
very
you guys there
well
was a
aware of
very,
longer
very
run trends
slim
like that. We have
chance
to also
that
include
SPY
benefits,
did
though, in
break
that
above
analysis, which
and
does close
hold.
that gap quite a bit.
It
You
might
just mentioned
happen.
wages.
That slim chance might happen. So
I appreciate
the
that. Thank
odds
you.
were that SPY would break down, right? But sometimes that happens with technicals. You have all of the odds lined up, but sometimes things happen. SPY pushes up, you see it breaking above this yellow line. If we can confirm this yellow line as support, SPY will hit that 560 price target that we gave earlier this week in the weekly outlook and prediction. And you guys can check out that video right here. We talked about this on Saturday. I gave you guys the parabolic price target that I talked about. I called it a parabolic price target. If SPY broke above and used the sloping support and resistance as support. Right here is that video where we talked about the 560 price target. And I want to thank you guys yesterday for watching the video. We absolutely did numbers yesterday, 2.6K. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching that video. Yeah, the market's pretty rigged right now. That's pretty. I know that. This is a pretty good thumbnail, man. It's a pretty good thumbnail. All right, let's get back to our regularly scheduled DZ program. You're watching DZ Radio. This is Winning Wednesdays, DZ live stream. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. We have 387 beautiful souls in the building right now. These are some of the most intelligent human beings on the planet watching this live stream right now. And I truly appreciate you all for coming here and spending your valuable time watching DZ live stream. I appreciate it. Hit that like button and subscribe. Help support the channel. So also I want to point out that memes look like they're going to set up for a move. GameStop looks like it's going to break this 25.93 level, using that level of support, pushing back towards 26.67. If GameStop breaks above 26.67, double bottom is in play, and GameStop will be boosting up towards that $30 level. If GameStop goes to $30, you guys already know what it is. It's on and popping. GameStop busting out the band's 4-hour time frame. RSI is overbought. AMC right now, Green MACD 4-hour time frame. If we get Green MACD on the 1-hour time frame and 2-hour time frame, it's going to be blast off time. If we break and hold $5.50, it's going to be blast off time. Once we get above $6, things will get truly interesting for AMC, and this is where we could see an absolute explosion. It looks like both AMC are setting up and GME are setting up for the move from the fractal. This is the phase 7 and 8 consolidation period. I do believe that this potentially is that. And I want to tell you guys why. Because if you look, phase 7 and 8 are at the top of phase 5. If you look right here, you guys can see phase 5 peak is the same as the phase 7 and 8 consolidation period. Well, look right here. We have phase 5 peak, and we are now in a consolidation period similar to phase 7 and 8. And I told you guys this a long time ago. I said if we see a bull flag type of consolidation, watch out for that, because that is the potential consolidation that leads to a much, much higher move to the upside. So be careful. This literally could be phase 7 leading into phase 8, where we see liftoff. We are right underneath the blast off zone of $6. If you see AMC break above $6, that is confirming this overall structure that we have from 2021, this fractal that we have from 2021. So we need to see a break and hold of that $6 level, and that will confirm much higher price targets to the upside for AMC stock. And we went to this in detail on yesterday's video, so make sure you guys check that out.
Mr. Chairman, yesterday the Director of National Intelligence said that, quote, Iranian government actors have sought to opportunistically take advantage of ongoing protests regarding the war in Gaza, end quote. They have observed actors, quote, observed actors tied to Iran's government posing as activists online, seeking to
GameStop
encourage
breaking
protests
above
and
critical
even
support
providing
resistance
financial
of
support for protesters, end quote.
$25.93.
As a member of the House Select Committee on Intelligence, I'm equally concerned about our adversaries
AMC Green
meddling in our
MACD
financial
5-minute time
system.
frame.
Can I have your commitment, or if you can discuss the work? if you're
GameStop
working with
looks
other
like it's
federal
setting up
agencies
for
to
a move.
investigate
If we can break and hold
address foreign interference
$25.93, we'll
channeled
see
through our
that pop
financial
towards
institutions?
that $26
We do
level.
take part in-
And then we
in
only have
many of
one more
those,
level after
things,
that
especially
$26
at the
level.
staff
And of course, we
level.
also have the
And
double
as you know,
bottom
there's
playing
a lot
out
of
if we can
focus
break
on,
$26.
in the intelligence community, and it's very helpful to the banks,
Bottom
the commercial
number
banks,
one.
and to us.
Bottom number
But
2.
we're certainly
that
very
would
focused
see us
on
have
those
a
issues.
major
We've,
move to the
got
upside.
a strong team.
If we
Of
can
course,
break
you're
above
never
that
able to sleep
26.67
on cyber
level.
risk. But we just keep fighting it.
I would like to switch gears to the discount window, please. Chairman, we've heard that the discount window is behind the times in terms of its operations. We also continue to hear that efforts to modernize the discount window and encourage its use will be ineffective without reducing the associated stigma. The usability of the discount window
They
is an
did
important
just
tool for
short on
banks that need
AMC,
liquidity.
yes.
Just wanted to get a sense of
They
efforts
just
underway
used
to make the discount window a more realistic option for
900,000
banks that
short
need
shares.
liquidity.
So it's a couple things.
They're running
First,
out of
it is,
ammo. They only have
we need to
900,000 left.
modernize our
They
infrastructure.
just shorted on AMC. They're desperately trying to
discount
keep it
window in
under.
our system-
They are desperately trying to keep AMC under $5.50. They are literally about to run out of ammo. They just shorted 900,000 short shares on AMC, and this is all it's doing. They are getting desperate. GameStop is about to make a move, and listen, this is the problem, guys. You have to understand. They short, but what happens is if the stocks keep going up as they short, it's going to end up just exploding because the short pressure is going to get relieved, and as soon as the short pressure gets relieved, as soon as they can't keep shorting it down because let's say cost to borrow goes high or something of that nature, that's when these stocks will absolutely explode. AMC and GME are setting up for a move, y'all, and the fact that they keep shorting it is showing us that the move is going to come because Again, once the short pressure is relieved, we will see a massive push to the upside. They're going to run out of shares, and we're going to see a move. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. We're on the precipice of greatness. Consolidating right underneath that $5.50 level. This is a massive bull flag that has been forming over the past couple of days. This is the same thing that GameStop did right before it exploded. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember GameStop's price action before it exploded? Remember $17 and it kept fighting with $17 and it wouldn't go down? You have to remember that. Remember this back here. You guys watched it with me. Remember we kept fighting with $17 right here and kept coming up and going down, coming up and going down, coming up and going down, coming up and going down. And it took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of consolidation on GameStop before we made the move. It took a whole solid week of consolidation. Look at what AMC is doing now. Consolidating at these key levels. Once it's going to blast off. Be prepared for what's coming. What happens next for AMC and GME will shock you.
It's not a primary source of credit. It's a source for banks that they can use under certain circumstances. So, but we know that the infrastructure is a little tired, and we're investing in that and making it more user-friendly and all that. So that's a big project that's going on. Sorry, the second point was stigma. So stigma is, that's tough. That's a tough one. And, it amounts to, there are a lot of ways to get after that. We're studying all of them. In a sense, if you require banks to use the discount window, then that can help with the stigma. This is a big ask, but, when Congress required us to publish the names of discount window users, that didn't help. It doesn't help at all, because banks basically say, we're not going to use discount window because it might, people might see us as troubled, and that's not what we want. We want people to be able to freely use the discount window. So we've been focused on this issue for a long time, have not made a lot of progress on it, but right now I think we're very focused on it.
Thank you, sir, and I'll yield back.
AMC was about to go up and break $5.50, but they shorted it, 900,000 short shares.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, to the best of my knowledge, the last
That was literally
public
8 minutes ago that they shorted it.
President Biden occurred on May 31st, 2022.
So right here they started shorting.
Does that sound accurate?
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. Have you had any private meetings with the president since that time?
No.
Any phone
GameStop,
calls
they're
with the
still sitting
president?
on those shares, so they must be waiting
Is there
for a
any
bigger
reason
move on
why you've
GameStop
not met
because
with
they're
or
still
spoken
sitting
to
on those
the
shares.
president?
We got 400 people in the building right now. Hit that like button and subscribe if you find the video informative, entertaining, educational.
So in over 2 years, with inflation still nagging us, with cost out of control, President Biden has not asked to meet with you in over 2
Bearishness
years?
building here on GameStop.
I haven't had a meeting with him. He hasn't sought a meeting, and of course I don't seek meetings, so you have the date. I don't.
But to your knowledge,
You
in the
have the
last 2
data,
years,
I-
you've not spoken with or met with the president at all?
He shook his hand in a line once, but that wasn't a conversation. It was just, Mr. President, and that was it.
I shook his hand in
it
a
was at state
line
dinner.
once.
I attended a state dinner a few months ago, and I shook his hand. Good evening, Mr. President, and that was it.
Does that not strike you as odd that the president has not sought to meet with you?
Not at all. Not at all. We're an
Mr.
independent
Chairman.
agency, and
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry, please, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Am I recognized?
I want to answer your.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a point of order under Clause 4 of Rule 17 that the gentleman's words are disorderly and violate the rules of decorum in debate insofar as they are negatively reflecting upon the personality of a candidate for President of the United States.
Okay.
The congressman is not engaged in any personality or in any.
This guy's soft,
has
bro.
questioned anything.
He got
about
upset that dude
anyone
was
at this
talking
point.
about
I'm
Biden. He's
sure where you're
soft.
going, Congressman. Congressman.
We have.
Congressman is recognized.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Happy to answer your question.
Mr.
Can I
Chairman.
answer your question?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Not at all
continue with the
unusual.
point of order.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, we have been admonished in this committee that we should not have words that negatively reflect upon persons who are running for president. This would include Mr. Trump as well as the current president.
Didn't the ranking member do a whole opening monologue
Chairman,
diatribe about some ridiculous
Would you
project
please rule my
2025?
friend out of order, Mr. Chairman?
Yo, this is
until you rule?
crazy, bruh. It's starting to get
Mr.
spicy
Mueller
up
hasn't
here,
been
huh?
admonished or said anything negative about the president at all. I just listened to his comments, so I'm going to recognize the congressman again, Mr. Lawler from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, you were trying to answer my question.
So we're an independent agency. The administration has been very respectful of the Fed and not, wanting to try to influence and things like that. And I don't find it at all unusual. I've been at the Fed for, this is my 13th year, and I think there can go by long periods of time when the Fed chair doesn't meet with the president, and that's totally fine.
Okay. Since you made mention of the independence of the Fed, and I know you pride yourself in that independence, do you acknowledge, or do members of the FOMC acknowledge
about Biden.
that a rate cut in September could be viewed as political just 30 to 60 days before an election?
So our undertaking is to make
GameStop breaks
decisions
above this sloping
when
resistance,
and as they need to be made.
that's when this
based on the
uptrend will
data,
start.
the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks, and not in consideration of other factors, and that would include political factors. We will make those decisions. We have a long history of doing that, including during election years, and that is the undertaking we'll make. Anything we do will be very well grounded, and it's just not appropriate for us to get into the business of thinking about election cycles at all, one way or the other.
So inflation year over year from May 2024 to from May 2023 to May 2024 is up 3.3%. Overall inflation. Energy inflation is up 3.7%.
If AMC breaks above this sloping resistance,
2.1%.
because we almost have a
With inflation
bull flag here,
continuing
yo.
to be a challenge, do you see a rate cut as a possibility at this moment?
So I think you're quoting the CPI numbers, which are operating at an unusually high gap to the PCE. For 25 years, the Fed has focused on personal consumption.
I don't really have a
expenditures,
bottom
inflation,
trend line to
PCE
work with.
inflation. And usually the gap to CPI is only 25
But we
or
definitely
30
have an
basis
upper
points. It's
trend line
more now.
here.
So the PCE
And
numbers,
we are making a
current
bull
PCE
flag
numbers
type
are 2.6% for headline,
consolidation here,
2.6%
ladies and gentlemen.
for core. And we've articulated for a good long period our test for being willing to consider beginning to loosen policy. And that test is that we want to be more confident that inflation is moving on a path sustainably down to 2%, not at 2%.
900,000 shares left
on
to
a
short
path sustainably
AMC,
to 2%.
2.9
That's the
million
test we've
available to short
articulated.
GME.
I have some confidence,
at 25.72.
as I said earlier, that we
AMC
are on
5
a downward path. I think
43.
if you look at the data, it's pretty clear that, but we have not said, though, that we have sufficient confidence, and that will be a decision that our committee makes.
Yeah, I would just note, obviously, CPI, the price of goods, the price of purchasing a home, the price of a mortgage, the cost of a mortgage has been astronomical. In Westchester County, for instance, where I represent, the average mortgage cost is up $1,000 a month.
Damn.
Over $12,000 a year. In the time I have remaining, quick question. In your meetings with the president, have you noticed any mental or cognitive decline?
No.
Thank you. I yield back.
Point of order.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from
Point of order,
Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman just mentioned the president's cognitive capacity.
Oh my God, bro.
And, I believe this to be a violation of the rules with
Bro, shut your
relationship to
soft
decorum.
ass up, bro. Just
And
let
that
the comment
this,
slide
goes into a
and say
personality.
something bad about the other
Gentleman's
guy if
time
it
has
bothers you that
expired. You're
much.
recognized now for your 5 minutes, Mr. Green.
My point of order is to be made immediately after the gentleman's statement, and that's what I'm doing.
Bro.
I would remind members not to engage in personalities and comments about the president.
Yo, these guys are upset, bro. Like, if it bothers you that much, just say bro, I'm not even gonna get started, bro. Just let the comment slide and dish a little bit dirt back, okay? You know, rub some dirt on it. And if they're dishing it out, dish it back, man. Relax.
Mr. Chairman,
right.
if I may, with my point of order, I demand that the gentleman's
Get
words
these
be
fossils
taken
out.
down insofar as they negatively reflect upon a candidate for president of the United States.
Is there anyone under the age of 40 in this room? Anybody under the age of 40? Maybe this girl she might be like what, 35, 25? What do you guys think? This guy's definitely a younger cat, but where are the constituents representing us that are maybe a little bit more in tune with, like, say, the internet, computers, technology?
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
They might know what crypto is.
I'll happily withdraw my words, though everybody understood them.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman withdraws his comments.
I find
Mr. Green, you're recognized.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, his final comment was, although everybody understood.
Oh yeah, I meant the
in my
not
opinion, that then
not
brings
this
us
room
right
as
back
the
to where
live
we were
stream.
Before he made his.
I know there's plenty of
attempt
people
to
watching the live stream that are
If
under
he's willing to withdraw
age of 40.
appropriately, I will not demand. But until he does so, I demand.
We
that
have
his
everyone
words
from
be
the
down.
ages 13 all the way to 65 plus
expired.
watching the channel.
Mr. Chairman.
N64 with the
time
super
does not
chat, bro.
expire
Hey,
on the request.
I just want to say N64,
Point of
thank
order.
you.
The time didn't
Yo, I
expire
don't know
with that.
why I deserve these super chats, but you
recognize
guys,
Let the record reflect.
thank you. I know I say thank you a lot, bro, but
Thank you,
just
Mr. Chair.
I'm appreciative. I'm grateful. Okay.
Gentleman from
Is it okay
Texas,
to be grateful?
Mr. Green is now recognized for his 5
N64
minutes.
with the dub. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank
Never
you,
forget.
Mr. Chairman,
And
and
he's
I
saying an
thank
important
the,
thing right here.
chair for appearing today.
1776.
I hope
Never
things are
forget
going
it.
well with you.
We're
I
not
know that
inciting
this is a difficult
violence.
time for
Just
you.
look at what happened in
And quite
1776.
frankly, you've been in a difficult time for a number of years, and you've proved to be quite resilient and quite effective at what you do. So I thank you for what you're doing. I do want to ask you about several
Remember what
things, and I
happened in
hope that, I'll get to them.
1776, and I'm not
But
inciting
first,
violence.
There
look it
was
up.
a post-failure lessons report after the failure of Silicon Valley and Signature Banks. I thought that report was pretty
The
important.
younger kids are at tech support.
How important is that post-failure lessons report?
Yo, SPY is ripping.
It's
It
important,
won't stop.
and we're-
Calls
We
printing.
wanted to learn the right lessons and
Calls
make
print
the right
every day.
changes to both our rules, but also really to our supervisory practices more than anything
It's going to hit
else,
the
and
parabolic
we're
price
doing that.
target of 560.
And is this something that you believe to be important after each
The parabolic
incident,
price
such
target
as
I
what happened
gave
with Silicon and the
over
other
this
banks?
weekend.
Yes, I think we all have a lot to be humble about, and we try to learn from events.
Thank you. Let me go on to the next question, which has to do with the banks that are small. Let's talk about those that are less than $5 billion in total assets, yet they are subject to the special assessments of the FDIC once there is a systemic risk exception triggered. I'd like to see them exempt from that. Do you have any comments on it?
That's really, that's either a statutory matter or it's a matter of the FDIC's practice. So it's not something the Fed has any input into, really.
Okay. Let's do this next, please, as time runs out. Would you
If you guys want to help me out,
finish your
all you have to do
commentary?
is
You were
hit
giving a
like,
comment
subscribe.
on the pandemic.
You can also follow me on
and how the
Instagram,
pandemic
Twitter, and
helped
Rumble.
to, generate this
And you can
inflation.
share the live
You were
stream and channel.
stopped
Those are great
in the
ways to
middle of
help
your
me out, and I
comments. So would
really
you go back
appreciate it.
through
Thank
that,
you.
Please, so that the public at large can get a better understanding of what actually happened with the pandemic and inflation.
So I'd be glad to. And I think people are now, we have a few years to look back. I think the more years that pass, the clearer we can see what was happening. But I think you look back now, and you're seeing this.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. They shut down the economy, which made people lose their jobs. Then they printed a shit ton of money, which caused a shit ton of inflation. Then they shut down the small businesses, which funneled all that money right back to the top. That's exactly what happened.
Broadly, what was happening was governments did a lot to support economic activity during the pandemic, and on the theory that, you know, there could be really serious economic bad times
They
ahead.
printed 40% of all the money
Then the
supply.
economy reopened, and it reopened very, very strongly. And I think in hindsight, you can see that there was just a lot of support for demand from fiscal policy, from monetary
In
policy.
2019, they
And the
printed all
supply
of that
was
money.
constrained.
2020.
You couldn't make cars.
Sorry, in 2020, they printed
Supply
all of
chains
that money.
were
This is
tangled
the
up.
circulating
There were
supply.
shortages of so many things. So
United States money
what
supply.
happened was we got a burst of
Look
inflation.
how it exploded.
The United States got a big burst of inflation,
that's-
really, from demand.
The reason why we got a big burst of inflation, because they printed all the money. Look at this guy's face. He just knows. He's like, got a big burst of inflation because they printed all the money. And the dude's just in his head like, yeah, because we printed millions and trillions of dollars.
Demand than other countries did.
Rockets in
Then
the
you
chat.
have the
Rockets
war
in the chat. Love to
Ukraine,
see it. Good
which
energy in the
gave a
chat.
big burst of inflation, more to Europe than to us. And so you wind up with a situation where you've just got a lot of inflation. And my thinking at the time was it's going to take restrictive monetary policy, and it's going to take time for the supply side and demand side distortions from the pandemic to unwind. 2023 was the year when that kind of happened. So supply chains were fixed, the labor shortage was greatly alleviated, and unemployment remained very low. Inflation came down by a very large amount last year, while growth remained quite strong.
Right,
so this
Random
was the year
D?
that kind of proved that thesis. Now we're in 2024,
You're saying
and it's a
printing
question
money
of finishing the job
makes
on
it worth
inflation,
less?
which we're committed
We
to
gotta
do,
tell somebody.
while
We gotta
also
tell everybody.
keeping a strong labor market.
Yo, this shit is
which
crazy.
We're also committed to doing, and that's a balance that we have to strike in our policy. But I think we know more now about where this came from, because we can see what made it go away, and it was a combination of supply and demand, as we had kind of expected.
And two of the most significant factors were the pandemic and the war with Ukraine. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's also the fact that the pandemic summoned forth a great fiscal and monetary response, and that contributed to really strong activity and to inflation, without
And
question.
We're going to run out of time, but I have to ask if not
He
before that
actually just
monetary
admitted it.
response,
He just
I know
admitted
that it's
printing all the money caused
counterfactual,
inflation.
But would we have possibly gone into a depression?
That's what we thought at the time, and I think mainstream economists were very concerned that, we'd never literally shut the global economy down for a period and then tried to reopen it. We didn't know how long it would take or how well that would go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. We now go to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for testifying today. I realize that my questioning point in the hearing today, probably a lot of material has been covered, but there's nothing ever wrong with asking important questions a second or third time. You've reiterated how members of the board would like to see a revised Boswell proposal put out for public comment, and you're working through the process with FDIC and OCC. From my perspective, the FDIC is in a period of uncertainty. The current chairman announcing he'll resign to restore confidence in his agency, and the replacement is awaiting Senate confirmation hearings. And at the OCC, we have an acting comptroller who has not been yet confirmed by the Senate.
We might be getting a double bottom on
very least,
AMC,
given
possible double bottom forming on
expected broad
AMC.
revisions,
Bottom number one,
I hope the other
bottom number
agencies
two.
agree
If we
that
can
a
bounce
complete
above
proposal would be appropriate.
$5.49, you would see a
Give me
double
some
bottom.
indication of what the potential
Pushing
timeline
AMC
around
back
such a
towards that
decision
560
proposal might look
region.
like.
GameStop's at
Pretty uncertain,
25
but
at
I'll
76,
give it a shot.
tracking,
And I'll say
pushing
again,
up to the upside.
These discussions we've been having with the other two agencies have been very constructive, and we very much want that to continue. we've got pretty good agreement on the substance, and now it's about the process. So, a baseline might be that we agree on a reproposal of some kind that gives the public a chance to see these changes and react to them and write comment letters. And so that could happen. We would take us a while to write it up. And then we'd put it out for 60 days. I think that couldn't happen probably until part of the way through the fall. Then there would be, let's say, 60 days of comment, and we get the comments. We'd have to then evaluate the comments and think carefully about them. Having done that, we'd have to write up the final version, and that would take some time. So that probably puts you, my guess is it puts you well into next year. As I mentioned, these are rules that the banks are going to have to live with for a long time, and we need to get them right. It's not something we should be hurrying on. We need to take our time and get it right and make sure that we hear the comments. This is a very big piece of regulation. A lot of things will need to be changed. There are a lot of good things in there. We want to come out with a good proposal, and that's what it'll take.
To shift gears on you, Chairman, the 2024 stress test focused on commercial real estate risk, which is an area we've all been paying close attention to here on this committee. Do you agree that the results showed the financial system to be strong?
Yes, I do.
The folks back home are always very concerned about inflation and the period we've gone through lately, not just the basic necessities that continue to explode, but the cost of doing business and all those other issues. The fact is the inflation's still running above the Fed's 2% target, and we've seen significant price increases in food and energy over recent years. As you and I have discussed before, I started out as a young farmer in 1977 in that inflationary period during the Carter years. And then when we went through Chairman Volker's rather, shall we say, dramatic tightening of monetary policy. And I still remember paying 17% to borrow cow feed money when I was a student in college.
All right, Alva in the chat going wild, Kai Supreme, Sunny GG, vibing in the chat.
I'm particularly sensitive, being a part of that generation, that if inflation isn't effectively dealt with, it can spiral out of control. Could you expand for a little bit more about your approach in dealing with inflation in a way that doesn't repeat the mistakes of the past? I just want to avoid the mistakes of the past.
So I think really one of the big lessons coming out of the high inflation of the 70s, which we both lived through, is that it really is on the central bank to be on the case and do the job and make sure that it is fully, well and truly done. And that really that is up to the central bank. And believe it or not, that wasn't fully accepted, or that wasn't necessarily the thinking.
Billie Eilish?
Also, the independence of central banks was much less respected back then. So all the more credit to Paul Volcker for having the courage to do it. So we now, that is an internalized lesson for people in central banking these days. We do understand that. We are committed to bringing inflation sustainably down to 2%.
One last question in my remaining seconds. You and the leadership of the Feds will be there the day before the election this fall, and you'll be there the day after the election. Still be the same people, carefully watching the Fed's responsibilities, correct?
This is my 4th presidential election at the Fed, and I can tell you, we come to work the next day and we do our jobs.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I'll go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
Coming out of COVID, everyone said a soft landing was impossible and a recession was inevitable. I want to commend you and the administration. It looks like we've seen a soft landing. We've continued to have historically low unemployment rates and historically low
down the
unemployment
road,
rates for
making the
people of color.
problem bigger.
And in the last 18 months, we've seen a 4.7-point decline in the inflation rate as measured by the Consumer Price Index. Is that the greatest decline, or I realize you may not have done the calculation.
I just want to let you guys know, there's no such thing as a soft landing. You cannot have an inflationary period come back down to normal without massive deflation. You can't have
a bull market without a bear market. There is no such thing as a soft landing. It goes boom, bust cycle. No such thing as a soft landing. You can't have massive inflation and then just go to deflation slowly. It's going to deflate rapidly and then head to deflation. These people are wild, bro.
But I did the calculations. It's
Trying
the
to
greatest
steer the
decline,
economy like it's a plane. I'm
that
just
we've
going to go
seen
in for the
an
soft
18-month
landing.
period this century. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I hope that's true, and I'm glad you said it, because it's certainly a lot. I can't validate the statement, though.
I'm sure you have a fine staff that will do the calculation, and hopefully we'll see the press release. When Secretary Yellen was here yesterday, I addressed an issue that both you and her should be concerned with. I've always opposed Operation Choke Point, where for political reasons, banks wouldn't provide or might not provide financial services. Florida and Tennessee have passed laws giving anybody who's denied a bank account or even a loan a way to claim that that was for political reasons, and it opens up the possibility that banks would be pressured by those laws to release their suspicious activity reports, which I understand are supposed to be private. And so I hope you'll work with the Secretary in making sure that the laws of Florida and Tennessee do not adversely affect our ability to deal with suspicious financial circumstances. You have a dual mandate.
AMC 542.
I think you have a third
25
that is implied.
I honestly wouldn't be
Because the
upset if
budget
AMC
deficit
filled the gap.
poses a
I
great
really
risk
wouldn't be upset if AMC
to
filled
price
that gap
stability
down there. I would
and
actually
to
be a lot
keeping
happier.
unemployment low. And
If
you
AMC
don't deal
just
with
filled this
spending,
gap
you
real
don't deal
quick.
with taxation. But in two ways, you dramatically affect the budget deficit. Federal government is the biggest borrower in the history of the world. Interest rates affect the forthcoming budget deficit. And at times, you've turned over to the federal government up to $100 billion in profit. And so I hope that you would consider whether your first two mandates imply that you at least have to look at how your policies affect the budget deficit. I hope that you will go with republication of Basel III and insist on that. I know you're dealing with two other regulators on that. A recent assessment by PricewaterhouseCoopers showed that the original proposal would lead to higher borrowing costs for small and medium-sized businesses. And in every way, Basel III seemed to be slanted toward telling the banks, go and put your money on Wall Street, where you just are going to have interest rate risk. And don't loan your money to local Main Street businesses, because there's credit risk there. And in fact, if you had a fair system, you would mark to market all bonds, not just those that are, quote, available for sale. I hope also that as you redo Basel III, you treat energy tax credits, green energy tax credits, the same way you currently deal with low-income housing tax credits, that you keep in mind the effect on the securities industry, particularly municipal bonds, that you don't unfairly to local business say that if it's a publicly traded company, it counts only 65%, and that you look at mortgage servicing rights as an asset, and that you fully account for the private mortgage insurance. I know you give some credit for that, but frankly, a 80% loan to value and a 90% loan to value that has private mortgage insurance pretty much expose the bank to the same risk. I'll ask you one question about the debit cards. You're planning to provide only, I believe, a 0.3 cents additional charge for dealing with fraud prevention. Fraud is just skyrocketed. Would the Fed consider increasing the fraud prevention adjustment before finalizing its proposal?
And that's part of the comments that we've received on the interchange rule, and it's something that's a concern that we're aware of, and we'll take that into consideration.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now the gentleman from the great state of Missouri, Congressman Lukemeyer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the thoughtful gentleman from California's remarks on some of the stuff, but I'm kind of curious how Chairman Powell, he indicated you got a third implied duty here to actually work with the budget. I really thought that only the Congress had the ability to impact the budget. We're the ones, not even the legislative, not the executive branch, not the judicial branch. The legislative branch is the one that handles the budget. Am I mistaken on that, Mr. Chairman?
I believe that is right.
I don't think you want our job on top of what you got. One of the things that's come across my desk in the last few weeks here is some of the legislatures this last year around the country have started to pass banking laws that infringe on federal banking laws. Have you seen this? Are you aware of it? Do you have thoughts on it? Can you tell me what your thoughts may be?
Honestly, I have not seen that, and it wouldn't necessarily come across my desk. It might come across Vice Chair Barr's desk more.
Okay, well, I was just concerned because, I mean, you handle lots of banking rules and regulations, and so we don't want to have the state usurp the duties and responsibilities and the legal ability to.
These are preemption issues?
Yes, preemption issues is what it's all about.
Yeah, that's
the
a
meeting
big
with
deal for
Powell's
the
over.
OCC.
I know I paused it
So I'm just
sometimes,
curious if you'd run across
so
any of that,
it's
had any thoughts on it.
a little bit
Okay.
behind.
One of the things I just got done coming out of a committee hearing with small business a while ago, and there was a home builder individual there, a contractor, and he was talking about the cost of regulations. You know, basically $1,000 increase in costs about 100,000 homes across the country not being able to be purchased because they're no longer affordable. And so it brings up the point with regards to cost of regulations. You know, do you fall under the Administrative Procedures Act?
Yes.
So part of that act is to determine the cost of a regulation, correct? Or the cost of compliance?
I don't actually know the answer to that, but
Okay.
I know we follow carefully the EPA.
But I mean, to me, that's a really important point from the standpoint of how you look at rules and regulations to ensure that the cost is not going to be more than the economic benefit of what you're doing. So, I mean, this has to be part of your analysis, I would think.
Certainly, we try to make our rules as efficient as possible and to get the job done.
One of the concerns we have is with, I think the gentleman talked about the credit card situation here, Reg II. And with regards to the Chevron doctrine basically being rescinded, how is that going to affect your rulemaking with regards to some of the more recent ones like Reg II fees and stuff, the Basel rule? Are all those things going to be impacted by this at all?
I mean, it doesn't change our assignment under the Durbin Amendment to do the interchange rule. So we're always focused as an
towards the parabolic price
on
target of 560.
compliance with the law. We're a very law-abiding group.
But does it narrow your ability to go beyond or reinterpret laws and rules and things like that? It seems to me that's what the
GameStop looks like it might be making a little bit of a falling wedge type structure.
What was Congress's intent for that law? And that's the question we're asking. But what they're saying is courts will give less deference to agencies, I think.
Okay.
Again, these decisions were just passed down. I was actually out of the country last week while this is all happening. I've had no time to be briefed on any of that, so I'm kind of speculating here.
Okay. One last question. I asked this question yesterday of Secretary Yellen. What keeps you up at night? What is your biggest concern with regards to your responsibilities, with regards to the economy?
Yeah, GameStop might be making a little bit of a falling wedge type structure.
For a long time,
so it might trend down before popping up.
And the reason is, we know about credit crises and things like that and financial crises, but we haven't really had something where there's a successful cyber attack on a major financial institution.
GME was not shorted.
Or financial market utility. That's always been my answer.
It's
I would
still
actually say now,
yes.
number one thing
GME, they just shorted 100,000 short shares.
The balance that I talked about
8 minutes ago.
which is we're at the critical time of inflation's coming down.
And they have
labor
900,000
market's
shares
cooling,
left for AMC.
We want to get it right for the benefit of the American
So
people. We wanna
900,000
get
shares
inflation
left for
down to 2%,
AMC,
but we
and
want to
they
keep a
have
strong labor market too.
2.8 million left
Trying
for
to make
GameStop.
decisions that give that the
GameStop
best
was
chance
just
to
shorted.
happen. That is the thing that I think about in the wee hours.
You know, we've talked about this before, too. You really got a tough job from the standpoint, you're trying to drive down demand and administration by spending all this
GameStop
money
just
trying to drive
shorted.
it up. It puts you in a really big box, doesn't it? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now we have the gentleman from the great state of Illinois, Congressman Foster, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chair Powell. You know, I guess when things are going well, it's as they currently are, it's all of our duties to look around the curve and see it, the risks that keep you up at night. So I appreciate Representative Luetkemeier's question. Now, over the last few years, there have been increasing interest in synthetic risk transfers, SRTs, or credit-linked notes, which are often used by U.S. banks to shift risk away from the banking system and as a means of managing regulatory capital. So I've been concerned by recent reports that the buyers of some of these SRTs may be investing in them using bank-provided leverage, in which case the risk could just boomerang right back into the banking system. You know, frankly, when I read about this, it triggered my PTSD from the AIG situation with credit default swaps during the financial crisis. Now, I understand the Federal Reserve plays a role in approving SRTs, in fact, issued guidance to U.S. banks regarding their issuance last fall. Could you say a little bit about the ways that these investments can be a safe way for banks to offload risk, and in what ways they could become a dangerous source of contagion?
Sure. So there could be a breakdown in a couple of places in the chain, as you're obviously aware. One is just that the risk isn't really well and fully transferred to the buyer. And that's just the first step is that risk going away off the balance sheet in an unconditional kind of a way, in a way that the bank understands. And that's a good thing if banks are able to do that. Then the question is it coming back through the back door with financing? And so we're well aware of that. You know, banks do tend to bring these things to us, and we look at them carefully. We understand some of the ways it can go wrong. And but at the end of the day, if it works to reduce the risk on a bank's balance sheet, you know, that's something we should be okay with.
Yeah, but you know, there's the, well, if you could just say, what sort of insight and control does the Federal Reserve have into all the connections, particularly when the connection may go through businesses that you do not have direct, non-bank entities that you may not have direct oversight over?
My understanding is that this is a very active dialogue we're having with banks. They want to know how this is going to be treated. They don't want to do something that is going to come back on them or that we will deny the treatment on.
Okay, AMC filled the
I
gap.
think there's a pretty
Beautiful.
transparent set of
Beautiful.
exchanges around how these things work.
AMC filled the gap, so that's out of the way. Thank goodness.
What we think our requirements are. This is what I'm told, and you know, so we saw what went wrong the last time. I think no one wants to repeat that, including the banks. So.
Well, if you conclude, and as you're actively studying it, that you need more visibility into certain areas, particularly non-bank, things that may be part of the chain of contagion, please let us know, because you know it's our job to avoid the next crisis. I think it's my personal goal to die before we have another financial crisis, and then I'll be doing my job well. Now, I understand also the value of SRTs in the U.S. are relatively small, and the bulk of these are offshore. Is the growth of this practice internationally something you're watching closely, and is there anything that might provide a sign of early trouble in terms of international contagion that might creep back in?
So I haven't heard that flavor of it, but I'll check on that and let you know.
Do you remember with AIG, you know, the real problem with AIG falling into bankruptcy is that it would immediately put a bazillion of the European banks into, you know, into violation of their capital requirements, which was major contagion.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense of the timescale for the liquidity proposal at this point?
I think, you know, the main thing is we have this very large, important project on Basel III. And I think we're pretty close to being able to move that out into the.
All right, guys, AMC pulling back slightly, AMC filling the gap. This is good. Overall, I believe that we will get a dip. RSI starting to get low here on the meme stocks. I'm glad that we filled that gap. AMC still in this overall bullish consolidation.
Sometime later this year.
And I do believe we will find a bounce. We have multiple levels of support.
Can you, I understand it's still under negotiation between agencies, but can you say directionally
AMC has support at 534 and 531.
Is it just going to be in the direction of sort of weakening it, watering things down toward the current capital requirements? Or will there be areas where it's actually strengthening them?
Oh, no, there will be a capital requirement in it that is consistent with Basel III.
So
and
they
the
just
capital
shorted it.
increase
They
that's
just
consistent with
shorted-
My
Basel.
question is, if you look at what the original
On
proposal was
GameStop.
compared to, what you intend to put out.
Trying
are
to
you
stump
moving in the
momentum, but
direction
we
of more
prevail.
toward,
We are still in the
current
overall bullish consolidation.
situation? And if so, if you can
The
just
gap's filled
interpolate,
now.
it
It
seems
was
like if
at
you have comments on your proposal you put out,
534,
you
536,
understand
around that
comments on
range.
the
It's filled
status
now.
quo,
It was
and you're
a gap from
somewhere
this morning.
between that.
It's filled.
Then maybe you don't need another set of comments because everything that can be said has been said.
It's a little more complicated than that, but that's essentially right. You have current levels of capital, you have the proposal, and you have, which is a lot of gold plating, and then you have where it's shaking out, and that's, but it's
So
more
I just was wondering why you need more comments.
There are many different pieces. The answer is there are many, many different pieces of that.
Thank you, and I'm over time.
Gentleman's time is up. Next, the gentlewoman from the great state of Indiana, Congresswoman Houchin, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the ranking member, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for coming to speak with us today. It's been a long day, so thank you for being here this entire time. One of the greatest strengths of our financial services industry is the diversity of our banking system. I know firsthand how important it is for us to maintain options and choice for Americans, whether it's somebody looking to open a savings account or take out a loan to start a small business. Increasingly, however, we have seen consolidation in the banking industry and increased difficulty for smaller financial institutions to survive. One of the reasons for this is an excessive regulatory burden that many of the smaller banks face. While this can come in the form of new proposals and adjustments to liquidity requirements or to things like Basel III Endgame, it can also be due to outdated technological capabilities at the agencies and inefficiencies in and within the examination process. Chairman Powell, could you just talk about what steps the Fed is taking to upgrade technology and procurement procedures and update training practices to ensure that the banks that you regulate don't face unnecessary burdens?
So to your point, the number of banks in the country has been coming down for 40 years. And there's consolidation going on for a whole range of reasons. And we're not trying to foster that. We're not trying to push that. And we're aware that, high fixed costs from regulation may be one of the reasons for that. So we do try to keep that in mind, particularly for the smaller institutions. On your question around IT and specific things, I might take an opportunity to come back to you with somebody who's closer to the specific supervisory practices.
That would be
Fair
great.
question.
We got in the
That'd be
building right
great.
now. We got
And
Kai
just
Supreme,
for
we got
reference,
Truth
I was
Seeker, we
proud
got
earlier
James.
this year to introduce a bill
Dick
fostering the
Nose.
use of technology to
What up,
uphold
Dick
regulatory
Nose?
effectiveness in Supervision Act or the Futures Act. It's an important bill that would require our federal bank regulators to conduct an assessment to ensure that the technology and training systems they are using will improve and reduce the burden on especially on our smaller financial institutions. At the same time, the bill will strengthen the safety and soundness of our financial system by keeping our regulators up to date on the latest fintech innovations. So I was glad to see that act, the Futures Act move through the markup earlier this year. I certainly hope to see it come to a floor vote soon. Chairman Powell, in your comments yesterday in the Senate, you said Basel III will need a, quote, meaningful revamp. Before we proceed toward finalization of that rule, I was glad to hear you say that. Considering 97% of public comments on Basel III were negative, with 86% of that negative feedback coming from outside the banking sector. Many of my colleagues here today have highlighted their own concerns with Basel III. Given the pressure that Americans are already facing with inflation and increased interest rates and housing market stalls, I would urge that you take a good long look at the cumulative effect of this rule in context with the broader economy, our small and mid-sized banks, not just the larger financial institutions. Will a meaningful revamp include consideration of the hardships that overregulations cause for smaller financial institutions like those that are essential to rural communities like mine in southern Indiana?
I think it will, yes.
And are you concerned about the consolidation that we are seeing in the banking sector? I know you said it's been going on for 40
up
years.
20%.
Does consolidation in the banking sector concern you?
So my upside price targets were correct,
Are you concerned that the broader
huh?
effect of cumulative rules is potentially
Price
further
targets were correct.
consolidation in the banking sector?
Again, we don't
breaking
wanna-
out of that bull
we don't wanna
flag
be
and
part of the
heading
reason
towards
for
that $5 level.
consolidation. It seems to be happening, though.
Emmanuel
organically. We
had me
allowed
talking about
interest-rate
that.
Banking, for example.
And it looks
Also,
like my TA was
I think
correct.
for a long time, the learning was there weren't a lot of economies of scale in banking. I think with all the technology costs, that's now, that old learning is now not really true. And so I do think, in fact, I think a lot of the
That
sort of smaller
BEND stock could
regionals
maybe take off a
do
little
feel
bit.
that they need to
it
grow
looks
to
like.
be able to compete with the larger regionals. And also, the very largest banks are also present, as you well know, in many, many communities where they weren't 30 years ago. So I think people are seeing a need for scale from a business standpoint. And we don't want to push consolidation. I think we also don't want to stand in the way of it if that's what's necessary for banks to compete with the
I
largest
appreciate
banks.
that. Thank you, Chairman Powell, again for your testimony. Our financial system is really the envy of the world. We need to make sure that small and growing institutions have the tools they need to innovate without any undue burden. I appreciate your emphasis on that in the meaningful revamp. Thank you,
Envy
Mr.
of the
Chairman, and I
world?
yield back.
Did you ask the world that?
Next, the gentleman who set a record for a mile run this morning in Washington, D.C. From Illinois, Mr. Caston is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You looked much better and well coiffed when I saw you this morning than I was. Nice to see you again, Chair Powell. Just briefly on the Basel III reforms, you and I have talked about the tax equity provisions and the fact that clean energy tax equity got a 4 times risk weighting relative to other tax
Bro, these
equity.
people
in
make
the last
weird
version.
faces, bro.
If there is a reproposal, can you give us any visibility on whether clean energy tax equity will go back to the 100% risk weighting that it's historically had?
So I'm not going to give any specifics out today because, the usual
Why do these
arrangement
people
is
look so
nothing's
weird?
agreed
They're
till
normal
everything's
people,
agreed.
but they look
So
freaking
I don't want to get
strange.
into what the specifics are. I'm hopeful that the 3 agencies can come
Don't
out,
they look weird to you
pretty
guys?
soon with the whole package.
Okay, well, the sooner even something temporary, because there are a lot of banks that want to participate that are, I think, more cautious than they need to be right now. Appreciate that.
GameStop is bouncing.
In 2021,
AMC has support at
I think you were part of
533
the
and
FSOC report
530
on climate-related
even.
financial risk that for the first time identified climate change as an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability. Do you still agree with
AMC
that
RSI
conclusion?
oversold, so AMC most likely will get a bounce
The
here.
conclusion being what again?
That climate change was an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability.
Yeah.
Okay. I raise that because I've been troubled, as you know from some of the letters we've written, by this April Bloomberg report that said, number one, that Fed officials were pressuring the Basel Committee to make disclosures of banks' transition plans optional, and that succeeded. Number two, that the Fed, OCC, and FDIC were pushing to limit implementation of the Basel Committee's climate risk management principles to remove financed emissions. And number three, that the U.S., unlike other countries, did not propose that any of its banks be subject to an analysis of how they incorporated climate in their credit risk assessments. Have any representatives from your agency attempted to weaken the Basel Committee's work on climate risk, including by expressing concern about the Basel Committee overstepping its mandate with respect to its climate work?
Well, I guess I would say it this way. The Fed does not have a mandate of fostering an energy transition or dealing with climate change. Some of the Northern European banks feel that they do. They actually have that. It's in their mandate, either explicitly or implicitly, but we don't.
But if we agree that climate change is an emerging threat to the stability of the banking system, are you saying you're not acting on it because you don't have the authority, or you're not acting on it because you disagree with what you said in 2021?
When you say it's and I agree, there's an emerging threat to financial stability. That's over time. I think looking to the banking agencies to lead the fight on climate change is a big mistake. I think it's a job for elected people. We don't have that mandate in the United States. We can do a very limited thing, which is make sure that the institutions we supervise are aware of and can manage those risks. We are not going to be the ones who are forcing them to adopt plans to transition and that kind of thing. That's just not going to happen through the banking agencies without a law change.
So then if it is the view of the rest of the world that climate change is a financial risk and we're going to regulate our banks, is it the view of the Fed that the U.S. G-SIBs should not be required to report?
Again, we're not going to be climate policymakers at the Fed. We are not going to do that. We don't have that mandate. A key to our independence is that we stick to the job you've given us, And the idea that we should discover climate and say, okay, we're going to lead the fight on climate, it just, we do, if we're going to do things like that, we should be part of the Treasury Department.
Well, so to be clear, no one's under the illusions that you're the EPA. But, you know, I spoke with Janet Yellen about this yesterday. We have multiple states where the insurance industry is collapsing. Something like, as you know well, something like a third to 40% of U.S. wealth is tied up in real estate. And, okay, U.S. homeowners are not GSIBs, but in the 2008 financial crisis, we had risk that moved out of the GSIBs onto other entities' balance sheets, and we said, well, we're not responsible because it's an insurance company. Well, we've fixed that. You do now have a mandate if there's systemic risk in the system. And so the question is,
AMC is going to get a bounce around this level, guys. This is what we expect.
Is the FSOC monitoring that risk, or is the FSOC's view that
it's
if
100%
I'm not allowed
going to get a
I'm
bounce
going to look at it and it's somebody else's
around
problem?
this level?
Somebody else is the person sitting here, right?
I mean,
we're going to be accountable if that risk comes when those chickens come home to roost.
Hey, Felix, thanks for the engagement, brother. Thanks for watching.
And you see the banks and the insurance companies pulling back from lending in coastal
Thanks
areas.
for the engagement.
No, I agree, but where are they offloading that risk to? If they're we've seen them putting it onto Fannie and Freddie. We've seen Fannie and Freddie try to put it onto the reinsurance industry. The risk doesn't go away.
Time is up.
We don't regulate them.
Gentleman's time is up.
Yield back.
Next, the gentlewoman from the great state of Missouri, Congressman Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and in keeping with baseball analogies here, I think I'm batting cleanup. Chairman Powell, welcome in this afternoon to you. Chair Powell, in your testimony, you stated that, and I quote, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored. Could you please expand on that for us?
Sure. So in our thinking and the thinking of economists and central bankers, what the public expects about inflation is really important, because if you expect there to be low inflation, then it probably will be low, because you're going to make sure that's true in your daily decisions. So we measure them. We survey individuals and businesses and market participants, and then we look at market-based. You can also derive market estimates of what inflation will be through various instruments in the markets. And
I don't think it's bots. I think it's just really bad traders sometimes.
People expect inflation to be right around 2% over the longer term, and that's been very stable right through this episode.
When you say longer term,
Wilton,
sir,
what
how
up,
many
bro?
years
Thanks for being a member.
would you be estimating? 1 year, 3 year, 5 year? Is there any?
So we look at short and medium term inflation expectations too, and they tend to be more volatile because when inflation's high, people think that'll last a few years. But one standard thing is to look at 5 year, which is between year 5 and year 10. That's a standard way to look, or longer term than that. If you just ask people in surveys over the longer term, you maybe don't specify, but they all give you the same answer, which is people kind of have faith that inflation will go back down to its 2% level.
There has been some reporting lately on shrinkflation. And for our viewers, I'll say this is when you pay the same price for something as yesterday, but get less of it than before, kind of like my bag of potato chips. Some have sought to direct attention away from the pain of runaway inflation that we've experienced and instead blame producers who themselves face rising costs, pressures. Yet, I haven't seen any mention of shrinkflation as an inflation cause in any recent monetary policy report. Moreover, a Bureau of Labor Statistics article last year looked at shrinkflation and concluded that, and I quote again, it has a minuscule impact on overall inflation. Chair Powell, from the Fed's perspective and analysis, has shrinkflation been a significant casual or amplifying factor in the runaway inflation of the past several years that has imposed maybe greater pain on American workers and households?
I'd have to say no. I mean, I would say it this way, packaging in the U.S. on food products and that kind of thing, it's going to disclose the contents of the thing, and the price will be what it is, and consumers can make their choice to buy it or not. But we don't think that's a major driver of inflation. No.
I think from a producer standpoint, it probably is. If the cost of the item is exponentially higher.
It may reflect costs on the part of the producer. It probably does, but that doesn't mean it's a cause of inflation as such.
Okay, thank you. So, switching topics, the Federal Reserve has produced volumes of research over the last decade, highlighting the negative consequences of the debit interchange fee cap. Some of the economists who produced that research have even worked on this proposed rule, the Reg II. Chair Powell, was the previous Federal Reserve research demonstrating Regulation II's detrimental impacts to low-cost checking accounts flawed, or did it have incorrect conclusions? And if not, then why would the Fed propose this rulemaking when all of their research demonstrated detrimental impacts? Please.
I am not entirely sure what research you're referring to. I'll be happy to follow up with you on that.
Yeah, I hope you are, because I know we're having this discussion about the interchange fee caps and Reg II, and I'm concerned about going forward on that when much of the research that we have seen from the Fed has been pretty steady over the last number of years, says it has quite detrimental impacts. So please, to low-cost checking accounts. So if you wouldn't mind, I would love to get some answers on that. And also, why hasn't the Fed taken into action the higher fraud costs that debit card issuers will incur as a result of the new dual routing mandate for card not present transactions? I'm over my time. If you could also answer in writing, I would be ever so grateful. I yield back, sir.
Bailey yields back, and I would like to thank Chairman Powell for his testimony today. I know you got to get out of here, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. Questions will be forwarded to the witnesses for his response, and I ask you, Chairman Powell, to please respond no later than August 30th, 2024. With that in mind, this hearing is adjourned.
All right. Fed Powell is now walking his ass out. Get on out of here, pal. Look, he dipped out of there. He ran out of that bitch. He said, I'm fucking out of here, dude. Well, that's it, everybody. That's all she wrote. So that was Fed Chair Powell speech / testimony in front of the House. Is now a meme. Be warned. Legendary investor Bill Gross says Tesla stock is now a meme. What? Dude, these boomers are out of control. Don't know what a freaking meme stock is, boomer. Tesla is wild, though. Look at that. You would expect a big move down, though, after that crash it had. Or a big move up after the crash it had. Look at the crash. It is pretty wild, though, what's happening here. Lots of gap fills. Lots of gap fills. Wow. Look how we predicted this whole segment for Tesla stock. All the way up from here, all the way down. And then we also predicted the pullback for Tesla stock when it happened. Look how we called this whole move. And then I also called, I think it was this move when where was the bear flag at? It had some type of bear flag that I had shown. Anyways.
GameStop 25.32, AMC 5.34. GameStop pulling back after getting shorted. 2.8 million shares left available to short GameStop. AMC 900,000. Right now, GameStop volume sitting at 17 million. AMC sitting at 13 million. Slightly red day for AMC, down 2%. Still in a bullish consolidation overall. The bullish consolidation we're in is similar to what we've seen before GameStop exploded. SPY looking like it's trying to approach that parabolic price target of 560. Getting the green week as predicted. Got 400 people in the building right now. 400 people in the building. Hit that like button and subscribe. Help support the channel for absolutely free. Got 280 likes on the live stream. I appreciate it. Thanks, DZ. I made a bag on SOUN. You're welcome. You guys can thank Emmanuel because he's the one who told me to look at the stock. I just gave the technicals. Is SOUN, is it still pumping? AMC gap filled. Yes, it is. Is SOUN still pumping? Yesterday, AMC was green and GameStop was red. Now today, GameStop is green, AMC's red. They switch places. We're getting closer and closer to Friday, so the gamma's gonna start kicking in potentially. If AMC can break 550, man, we're on and pop, and that's why they don't want us over 550.
RSI oversold right now on AMC, or close to oversold. It's at 33. It should be holding these levels at support. They're gonna try to short us, but we holding on, and we're making higher lows. You see how we hit this 529 low? If we can build a low here, that's a higher low, and that is bullish. Hopefully we can pull off this higher low. That would be very, very good. AMC appears to be bouncing and holding support. We fight or drop rockets. We fight, you drop rockets. If you want to see AMC go up, drop rockets. The only thing I don't like is the Bollinger Bands constricting red MACD. This is on the 2-hour time frame. We need to see us back above this blue medium line. We have to get back above these key levels, y'all. AMC has to get back above $5.42. We got to start heading back up. Unless we consolidate. We either have to consolidate, hold levels, or start heading back up. But I don't want to see AMC. The only thing we don't want to lose is 525. If you lose 525, that is a bad sign. Right now, we're still bullishly consolidating, looking good. I would like to see AMC head back towards 542. I would like to see GameStop push back to the upside as well, remaining above $25. Because SPY has nothing to do with AMC. It can, like, it's just not the same. SPY can go up, up, up all the time, but AMI's doesn't have all stocks. It's only tech stocks really going up like that. Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft. Not smaller cap stocks.
Because nobody's dropping rockets, that's why. You gotta drop them rockets. You gotta drop them rockets. Yeah. Whoa. Yo, what up, fam? Shout out to the fam. TGK TV in the building. Kai Supreme, Sunny GG. Family up in here. How many people we got? 391 watching AMC and GME. 391 beautiful souls. Hoping and praying, waiting, strategically positioning themselves for the next move. And as we continue to make this money, play these moves, play these positions, stack this cheese, we're on the journey together. If there's one thing I know, we came to get the bag. Came to get the bag. Came to get the bag. Why'd you pull my papers at the academy? I watched that Top Gun movie yesterday. SPY heading for the parabolic price target of 560. SPY calls printing every day. Gave this price target over the weekend. So when SPY did have the one red week, I called that shit, bro. But then it tricked me because I thought it was going to go down a little bit more. We had one red week here. I called that bitch. I think I missed this one, but we called green for this one. Last week, I called green for AMC and GME. We got that one. And I called the week before green. So we called this week right, and hopefully this week right. So the last 3 weeks on AMC and GME, we've been right. Green weeks. We have nothing but green weeks and people are still upset. And they're still somehow not making money. When we've done nothing but gone up for the past 3 weeks. A total of 32% to be exact. That's more than the Ethereum move that I'm mad that I missed. Because I didn't buy the dip on Ethereum like I wanted to. Which is only, about a 10% move. I should have bought the Ethereum. Especially this double bottom setup that it's making. It's about a 10 to 12% move. Could have hit a 30 lick. Even if you bought down here, let's say you bought even somewhere in the middle of this rally. Let's say right here. Still could have made 20% easy. Not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. $900,000 shares available to short AMC. 2.8 million available to short GME. Whoa.
This is not that type of advice, bud. You've got the wrong place. This is not that type of party. RSI oversold AMC. 5-minute time frame. RSI getting oversold on 10-minute time frame. She's setting up for the bounce. Entertainment purposes only, my dude. Where are they getting all these shares to short? From the dilution. They own shares. Institutions own shares. They bought shares. There's shares available right now. Liquidity needs to dry up a little bit more. If we could get liquidity to dry up a little bit more, man, dude, if we could just get, see, they fucked us with that dilution. I wish I could, I try to articulate it the best I can, but I don't know if I explain it properly. But the adding more to supply, the supply is what's screwing us over, because that's why cost to borrow is so low. That's why we can't get the FTDs back, because I want AMC FTDs to come back, and they won't, because they're able to deliver the shares because the liquidity is not all dried up yet. We need that liquidity to dry back up. Now, we had this little bit of push here in April, around May, which shows why we also got that spike to the upside and price action. We had a little bit of FTDs here, but you guys can see FTDs are kind of on the rise. If you look at this yellow line here, oh no, that's price. That's price. That's price. You can see a big spike of FTDs here, and then a big spike in price here. So this spike in FTD is correlated with this spike in price. You guys can see that here. And this is why I look at this data, this type of data. This fundamental data can really help you determine what is going on in the background. You want to look at fundamental data. You want to use this type of data. FTDs, cost to borrow, short interest, utilization, things like this. Anybody got the Ortex numbers for utilization? Let me know in the comments below if you got them. I need to know what Ortex numbers utilization are. Now, we had about 2 million FCDs here recently. We need to see more FCDs, though. That would be awesome. Who can tell me the utilization Ortex numbers? Yeah, Adam Aaron's saying you still have the same value after the split. Well, I tried to tell everybody that was a lie. Because his, bro, the math, yeah. The fact that he did a reverse split and dilution all together too was absolutely. So the fact that anyone, like, don't get me started, please. There was actually people convinced that doing a reverse split and dilution at the same exact time would cause a short squeeze. What? How much of a fucking sheep are you to think a reverse split and dilution would help a short squeeze and believe that? Maybe around 15,000 subscribers we will. Maybe around 15K. And we're getting damn close. Yeah, we might do the giveaway on the Discord around 15. What we need to do is a membership giveaway, a gifted, because we have 0 members for today. We have 0 members for today, and we've been on a huge streak. And it's getting pretty late here. It's 2 o'clock. We have about an hour till power hour. AMC seems to be holding the line. RSI still oversold. It's getting oversold on the 10-minute time frame now. 10-minute, that's a hammer candle on the 10-minute here. That's bullish. Also bullish divergence for AMC. Not necessarily, because you see prices lower here, 531. So price made a higher low, technically. Now, if price makes a lower low, then yes, that could be some bullish divergence starting to form. I do see RSI starting to curl up, though. I see what you're seeing here. RSI starting to curl up, which is showing momentum starting to build. It looks like what we'll do is something like this. Maybe like a brief pop down, and then we're gonna break above this sloping resistance and support right here, and we're gonna get a pop to the upside. If I had to guess, this is what we'll probably do, something like this. So I'll make a guess for everyone. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It is what it is. I'm not a financial advisor. But if I had to guess right now what I think price is gonna do, I would think it's gonna do something similar to this, where it breaks above this sloping resistance and start to trend up. RSI just came down to match, so that would not be bullish divergence, because RSI came down to the same level. Guys can see, RSI came down to 25.33. It's at 26.42, so it's a little bit higher, but price is not trending down. Price did not make a lower low. Price has to make a lower low, and RSI has to make a higher low for that to be bullish divergence. Whoa. Get the money, we keep it 100. GameStop looks like it's gonna try to make a move as well. GameStop, if I had to guess, would do something like this. DZ in the keys. I need everyone to hit the like button right now. We got 291 likes. We're about to get 300 likes on the live stream. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. You see how RSI is starting to curl up? That means bullish momentum is building. Well. 900,000 available to short AMC, 2.8 million available to short GME. Yeah, see how we're breaking down out of the band with that, how tight they were? That's what I didn't like with the MACD. I don't like. I needed to see a wick here. We need to get back up to these higher levels. AMC has to pull off this move. We're a critical position right now, y'all. We have to pull off this move, and if we lose 525, that's bad. Sub-Zero always makes you good. What? Sub-Zero? GameStop tracking along. Let's see if Amy does as well. Amy has to get back above this yellow sloping resistance here. This yellow sloping, we have to end this downtrend right now. We have to end this downtrend. This yellow sloping resistance, we have to break above it. We have to end this downtrend. It needs to track along with my prediction. It needs to come back up here and track. I need every single person that's watching right now. We have 350 people watching in the building. I need every single person to drop a rocket. Each and every one of us must drop one rocket, and AMC will begin to go back to the upside. Let's make it happen in 3, 2, 1. Release the rockets. Rockets trying to take effect, green candles. Let's get it. Rockets trying to take effect, green candles. Every single person, 360 of us, drop a rocket. And let's hear those legendary words. Rockets in the chat. One rocket equals good luck for AMC. GameStop still tracking. AMC lacking. We have to hold this level, y'all, or we will see a little bit more downside, unfortunately. If we do not break this and hold this level. Now, odds are that we will hold this level and bounce. RSI is extremely oversold on the 5-minute, and now we're oversold on the 10-minute. We're oversold on the 15-minute. We're going oversold on the 30-minute. So odds are we will hold. Not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. But if we don't, and we lose 525, that is not what we want to see. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it is not good if we lose 525. Now, I want you guys to take note that inside of the fractal on phase 7 and 8, there was a segment here where we pop up, consolidate, drop down, and then rally. What if that's what we are seeing right now? Because we pop to the upside, we consolidate, we drop down. What if we consolidate and then rally? I believe we could be entering phase 7 and 8 right now because of the levels that we are consolidating. But we do not want to lose 525. We have a lot of support here. We don't want to lose it. Most likely we will hold because of all the support. You guys can see that confluence of support right here. You see how these lines meet? We're also testing the overall uptrend. You guys can see this overall uptrend here. So most likely we will hold the line. But if we don't, that means the uptrend could be over. You guys see how we're testing the trend line? See how we're testing the trend line right now? We want to stay on this trend line. We want to hold that trend line. The fact that GameStop's not melting also shows me that we'll probably bounce here as well. Because GameStop would be melting right now. If AMC was gonna fall and crash back down, AMC or GameStop would be falling as well. So these are all very, very good signs. It looks like rockets are in full effect right now, giving us that bounce. RSI was extremely oversold, so buyers will be stepping in. Like I said, most likely we're going to get a bounce off of 525. The odds are very, very high. We'll see how this continues. We want to see MACD go green. We want to break above this yellow sloping support and resistance. And then once we do, we can go back to the races. Just need to break back above sloping support and resistance. Very good, fam. I'm so proud of you. You guys held it together. You didn't freak out. You dropped plenty of rockets. And now AMC is bouncing. Off of 525, exactly like we wanted. Very good. I'm proud of each and every one of you. You guys did what you had to do. You kept your cool under pressure. And now you're going to reap the benefits. AMC green candles. AMC working on breaking sloping support and resistance. AMC tracking with prediction. Going back to the upside like we wanted to see. GameStop looks like it's trying to make a turnaround as well. GameStop just got green MACD 5-minute time frame, so GameStop looks like it's trying to make a move as well. And it looks like the memes are about to get bullish momentum back as Power Hour comes into play. Let's see if we can get this green MACD. Amy, bullish hammer candle, 5-minute time frame. Rockets. Drop rockets. We like lots of rockets. We got 343 people right now. Every single person drop a rocket to help AMC go up. If you're a member, use the member rockets. If you're not a member, use the emojis on your phone. But make sure you drop something. We need to continue fighting until we see Amy break back above that yellow sloping support and resistance. We need to break above that yellow line. If we break above the yellow line, we are back in the game. Looks like GameStop's trying to make a move. Will that help Amy get bullish momentum? Yes. If GameStop can make a move, this will help Amy get bullish momentum. GameStop making a move. GameStop, do what it do. GameStop tracking. GameStop tracking. Multiple rockets in the chat. AMC holding key levels of 525. I believe we hold. Let's get it. Keep dropping. Hopefully, GameStop makes this push to the upside, giving AMC momentum. We fight on. GameStop, 25.42. AMC 5.26. GameStop will get gamma if it can hold this $25 level into Friday. GameStop Green MACD. AMC 5.26. We want to see AMC get back to 5.35. I repeat, 5.35. AMC needs to hold 5.25 support and resistance. This is critical that we hold. We must hold. 5.25. Hold the line, apes. Hold the line. Hold the line. Do they short us? No shorting yet. Shorting, no shorters. GameStop green 3%, 2.5. AMC down 3.66. They literally are reversing rolls right now. Amy, wake up. Slap her around a little bit. Wake her up. Wake up, Amy. Wake on up now. You heard? You're... Hold the line. Give us that bullish hammer right there. Let us get that bullish hammer. We need to close this candle like this. I need to see some bullish signs. We need to close the candle like this. That would be a bullish hammer right there if we can close it like that. That's a bearish right there. So that's a bearish if we close like that. And if we close with the green, that would be a bullish hammer. That's why I love the 5-minute time frame. It's perfect for telling you what's going to happen. You don't really need the 1-minute time frame. You can tell off of the candle of the 5-minute time frame what happened on the 1-minute time frame, and you can tell what type of price action, if it was bullish or bearish. If we close like that, that would be a bullish sign, like the 5-minute green hammer candle right there. This candle, that would be a bullish sign, a bullish indication. If GameStop all of a sudden boosted up, we would also get some bullish momentum. GameStop has green MACD 5-minute time frame. GameStop's trying to build bullish. GameStop's also in a bull flag structure. You have this push to the upside, and then you have this bull flag type structure here. So GameStop could be seeing another move to the upside, which will help Amy. Drop rockets for the hammer candle. I'm ready for the day we wake up and AMC's at $1 million per share. No one deserves this more than the apes. No one deserves this money more than you. No one deserves it more. We're getting a little bit more bullish sign. This beat is crazy. thing in the background. It's like, GameStop is still tracking with my prediction. GameStop's still tracking with my prediction. It was just a guess I made anyways, that I thought what price action would do. GameStop tracking. AMC, not so much. AMC, not so much tracking. But we're holding the line. And if we break above that yellow sloping resistance, yeah. We just got the bullish hammer candle. Let's go. Just got the bullish hammer. Bullish hammer candle. We're getting some bullish signs. Okay, I like to see it. I like what I'm seeing a little bit here. I like what I'm seeing a little bit. Let me see what's coming next. Let me see what other clues we get. RSI trending up. Okay. Come on. GameStop trending up. I like what I see. GameStop pushing up. All right. If GameStop can break above this level here of 25.42, I'm liking this a little bit here. I'm liking this. GameStop 25.45. GameStop tracking. I like what I see here, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll be all right. You guys know I would tell you right away if it's over. And we're going to have to pull back. I think we're going to be okay. Ladies and gentlemen. I want it to go up just as much as you. Green MACD, 5-minute time frame, AMC, GME. Or GME. GME just got its third MACD candle. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Help support the stream for absolutely free. Hit the like button and subscribe. AMC trying to hold the line right now. If you want to see AMC hold 525 critical support and resistance, you need to drop a rocket. Whoa. Run it. Bookworm. In the building now. Yeah. We need that power hour volume. That's what we need. GameStop pushing. Also, GameStop tracking right along with the prediction. GameStop might save AMC today. Yesterday, AMC saved GameStop from the abyss. And now, GameStop might save AMC. GameStop Bollinger Bands constricting above the blue medium line. Green MACD. GameStop setting up for a pop to the upside. We also have this bull flag structure here. GameStop potentially setting up for a crispy move. Bollinger Bands constricting above blue medium line with green MACD. These are signs of bullishness to the upside. GameStop tracking with the prediction. GameStop could save AMC from the abyss if GameStop gets a push here and gives some AMC some momentum. Hit that like button. Help support the stream for absolutely free. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't. Join the channel. If you find the video educational and informative, entertaining. So suspenseful. Will we hold the line? Will we not? Find out in the next episode of DZ. We just got a new subscriber. Shout out to the new subs. 13,407. Thank you. AMC holding the line. I feel like it is going to hold. RSI very, very oversold. This is why I think it's going to hold. Plus, it's a critical support and resistance. Plus, the technicals that I see suggest to me that AMC will bounce off of 525. If it doesn't, I'll be very, very shocked and surprised. Also, I'll be devastated because this means we will be coming down in a decent manner. So, from what I see, it looks like we're going to hold 525, and I want us to hold 525. So it's a win-win if we do hold 525. MACD starting to curl up here on AMC. MACD starting to curl up. RSI starting to curl up. Could we get a bullish cross on the MACD, breaking back above that yellow sloping resistance, ending this downtrend, giving us a bullish power hour? This could be the case for AMC. AMC 528. We could have a bullish power hour for the memes. Just like yesterday when the momentum came in power hour, it could be possible. AMC back on that 525 support and resistance. We need to hold the line, man. We need to hold it. Stop playing with me, son. Stop playing with me. I could probably move this down, and this is what you'll see. I'm gonna move this down and give you guys a visual representation. Now, I'm not saying this is what's gonna happen, but this is what I believe generally what we could potentially see here for AMC based off of what I'm seeing here. So I'll just move that down. We'll move it over a little bit. And this will probably serve us well. So we're just gonna leave that there, like so. All right. Let's go back to GameStop. GameStop tracking along. Bollinger Band starting to get even tighter. This is letting me know volatility is coming. Also, we have green MACD. This is letting me know that we have bullish momentum. Bullish momentum on top of volatility means pop to the fucking upside, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. I'm getting jacked. I don't know about you guys. GameStop perfectly tracking with the prediction. GameStop has been tracking for the last 30 minutes now. Following the prediction perfectly. Oversold. Oversold. Bro, pure entertainment. I'm watching and listening all day. It's bringing me back to 2021. It was awesome for me. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, 2021 was the best too. I need that one more time. Please. The closest thing I got was when we had 1,200 people and AMC was running. But I need a bigger run with all of you. I need it. I want to experience a massive run up with everybody watching, the family watching, and all of us making money. I want to see everyone say, oh, I just made 1,000, I just made 100, I just made 10,000, I just made $100,000. I want to see that in the chat. I want to see 1,000 people in the live stream and every single person getting a bag. I want to see people win. Let's go. So AMC, we need to hold on and wait for the explosion. Thank you, brother, for the 10. The 10 piece. Bro, hit me with a 10 piece. I appreciate it, my dude. We got 307 likes. Just got hit with a nice 10-piecer. Bollinger Band starting to tighten up more. Letting us know that volatility coming. Ant-Man. Shout out Ant-Man. All right. GameStop 25.42. AMC barcoding along 525. We won the battle of 5. Okay, so yeah, the next battle for this week would definitely be 550. Because we won the battle of 501 last week. This week it's 550. And then the ultimate war, the battle of $6. Okay, guys, so we have our battle plan. We have our strategy. First, we have to take the town of 501. It was a bloody battle. We lost a lot of apes along the way, but we did it, okay? Now, I'm not going to sell it to you. It's too ugly for that. But for us, this is our home. For them, this is just some place. And we will fight. The next battle is the battle of 550. And then we move on to victory stretch of the Great War of 601. Now, I don't want to lose anyone else. I need my bravest soldiers to the front line. And like I said, I don't want to sell it to you. It's too ugly for that. It's going to be hard. It's going to be dangerous. And you might not make it back. But if you accept this mission, you could help change everything for all of the apes, including the ones who laid down their lives defending and receiving, taking back the town of 501. We just got a new sub, 13,408. Shout out to the new subscribers. Bollinger Band starting to constrict here on the 5-minute time frame. GameStop getting ready to make a move, breaking out of this bull flag structure. Will this give us enough momentum to push the upside on AMC? Let's find out. AMC still holding the line, barcoding above 525. We must hold this level. We can give back no more terrain. Not a single yard. Amy pop to the upside. Let's fucking go. And GameStop perfectly tracking with the prediction. This is what I'm fucking talking about. Who's the fucking GOAT? Huh? GameStop perfectly tracking. It's been tracking for the past 35 minutes. Spiders hit the parabolic price target of 560, which I gave to you earlier this week in the weekly outlook and prediction. If we broke above the yellow sloping resistance, I said we would hit 560, and we did break above yellow sloping resistance, hitting parabolic price target 560. RSI at 83 daily time frame. Weekly time frame RSI 80. Getting to extremely overbought conditions. Possible RSI double top in the works. Volume on an overall downtrend. This is the most disturbing top I have ever seen. And I pray that we don't have the correction that this is looking like it's going to make. GameStop tracking as well perfectly with this prediction. White dotted line is the prediction. Green MACD 5-minute time frame. Green MACD trying to go green on 10. 10-minute MACD trying to curl up. Bull flag structure right here on GameStop. GameStop potentially getting ready to make a move to the upside. Bollinger Band's constricting. Let us know volatility is coming. Above the blue medium line. These are all good signs for GME stock. Chart whisper. Whoa, AMC 525, AMC 525 alert, AMC 525 alert. This is to be alerted, AMC 525. Is it following the prediction? What is it doing? Why is it dipping down? Is it just a prediction? We did call for a slight move down here. I had to move this prediction down. Price action slightly deviate. GameStop 25.47. 25.49 GameStop. GameStop above support and resistance of 25.43. If GameStop can break 25.50, you're going to see another move to the upside. If we can break and hold 25.50. GameStop trying to break out. And we go up, but GameStop down. Don't make sense. How is this happening? My mind is exploding. The truth will be revealed shortly. GameStop 25.50. GameStop going up. AMC going down. Divergence. GameStop going up. AMC going down. We have divergence in the meme stocks. AMC 5.23. GameStop 25.47. Intraday low for AMC 522. These conditions are oversold. We're almost oversold even on the hourly now. So this is getting pretty extreme here. Definitely broke down off of that sloping support and resistance trend line. Might have hit a short here. Let me see. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a report like an hour from now and it dropped down a bunch, but they hit it. 5.25 AMC, 25.47 GME. GameStop up 3.5%. AMC down 3.85%. AMC 5.25. Could this be the spring? Could this be the spring we are looking for? We need to break back above 525. If we confirm it as resistance, that will be more confirmation of downside. I want to see a clean break back above 525. Confirming it as support. Power hour in 2 minutes. Power hour in 2 minutes. Power hour in 2 minutes. No, power hour in 1 minute. We need the bullish volume from power hour. We need it. We need it desperately. AMC on the precipice of a cliff. SPY hitting parabolic price target of 560 given to you earlier this week. Who are the riders right now? Where are we at? We got Cat in the building, Momo in the building, Willie F in the building. Looks like Callie's waking up. Momo's in the building. Callie's waking up right now, y'all. Maybe Eric G will show up. Eric G, where you been? We need you to drop a rocket, bro. GameStop pushing up right now. GameStop pushing up 25.51. If GameStop can hold 25.50, you're going to see another move up. See ya, Bano. Bano will ban you if you act up. So GameStop tracked perfectly with this prediction coming back to the upside. I just had to make a guess, and the guess was right. Somebody said I make good guesses. Shout out to the person who said that. AMC, I desperately want to see get back above 525. If not, guys, unfortunately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if we lose 525, you will see a lot more downside. If we lose 525, we have a possible price target of $5. Well, someone needs a gifted. We have no new members for today, and we're about to lose our streak. Unless I Thanos it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if we lose 525, you will see possible price target of $5.15 and $5. Which is not what we'd want to see. Now for phase 8, this could very easily be phase 7 to phase 8, but phase 8 went to the previous peak of this high, so that high would be right here. So yeah, we don't want to come much lower than, we don't, unless, no, you take the highest point. Yeah, you would want to take the highest point from phase 6. So like, yeah, we don't want to come much lower than that. So if this is phase 7 and 8, if this is phase 7 and 8, what we want to see, and this is what we have so far, a big push up. And then we want to see consolidate, which we did, pull back, but hold the line and then pump. Fishy friends coming in clutch. Fishy friends coming in clutch. Thank you, brother. You didn't have to do that, though. We could have Thanos'd it. I guess we'll leave the Thanos in reserve. And I'll Thanos it next time if I need to. Thank you, fishy friends. Maintaining our winning streak. I wanted to point something out. Who got the gifted? Cat, you were just gifted a free membership. So now you can drop official rockets. You don't have to drop the poop rockets. Those trash ass rockets. You can drop the good ones. Come on, on. Break above the yellow line so I know the downtrend is over. Get green MACD. I don't see any signs of bullishness at all. We're not holding 525. Red MACD. The only good thing we have going for us is RSI is oversold. I need to see green MACD. I need to see us break above this yellow sloping resistance. I need to see multiple other things than what we're seeing right now to be happy. Momo with the gifted. Now Chris. Chris was just gifted a membership for a month as well. Wow, and we just hit 13,409 subscribers. Shout out to the new subscribers, man. Thank you guys for the support. You guys are wild right now. 2 brand new members. Multiple new subscribers. All right, chill. Momo's wilding now. Here he goes, he's wild now. I think he's trying to get Banner a gifted. What if Momo gave a gifted and it gave it to himself? What if that's how Momo finally got a membership? He did a gifted, but it went to himself. Guys, we have this 515 and then possibly $5 price target here for Amy. Because we lost 525, it's lost. The 2 hour MACD underneath the red, underneath the blue medium line. Bollinger Band's constricting, letting us know a big move is coming. It should have been a bull flag, but they shorted it. $5.15 price target. BW just gifted by Momo. Kelly Boy just gifted by Momo. 4 brand new members. Momo out of control. Bano trying to get a hit. She can't. Trying to get the free member. At least you tried, bro. The best thing we can do now is drop rockets. Unfortunately, we didn't track. We didn't break above sloping support and resistance. We didn't see any of the bullish signs that I wanted to see. And now we unfortunately must 515 price target. I hate to see it. You hate to see it. We hate to see it. Over 3 million short shares dumped today in the span of between the morning here and now. From when pre-market started till now. GameStop green, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, I guess. 25.45. GameStop still fighting. AMC succumbing to all of the massive pressures of the sell walls, of the shorting, of the barcoding. Now breaking down below sloping support and resistance. Now, when in doubt, zoom out. It is not all bad. We are still above $5. We are still in an overall uptrend, making higher lows and higher highs. But unfortunately now, we have to start looking at consolidation, a possible downtrend towards $5. And of course, are we going to recover? I will be covering all of this and more during the rest of this live stream in my videos and showing you guys where I think we are headed. Momo is, no, Danny Lamb is now gifting. Okay, so we went from no gifted, no members, no new members, to 6, because now Vivian was just gifted another from Momo Out of Control. And then Danny Lamb hops in as well, putting us at a total of 6. Jim Carey gifted as well. I want to see AMC before the end of the day blast back to the upside. I want to see AMC break above this yellow sloping resistance, getting back above 525. If we can break back above 525, we could be back in the game. RSI abysmally oversold. Even on the hourly time frame, RSI now slipping into oversold territory. I want to see a massive bounce. Type a 1 in the chat if you want to see Amy bounce that ass. We got 404 people in the building right now. Giddy up, 409. Bro, this shit should have been bounced. Stop manipulating my stock, because I know for a fact we should have bounced way back here. If GameStop makes a move, I will expect a pop. I think the reason why GameStop pushed up decently is insiders bought shares on GameStop. Yeah, look, he bought 4,100 shares at about $24. If we can break above this sloping resistance on GameStop, then we'll see a breakout. If we can break above this yellow line here. Shout out to the fam. Thanks for watching right now. All right, I need to take a hard look at the meme stock. Wow, we got 13,410 subscribers. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for the support and consideration. I really do. Shout out Momo. Thank you, Momo, for the multiple gifteds. How many short shares left? Hold on. 900,000. It's my favorite stock too. Plus, I hold with you guys. Don't forget. I hold with you guys. This ain't a game. I hold with you. If you bleed, I bleed. If you profit, I profit. If you win, I win. If you lose, I lose. I literally based if I should sell on the reverse split or not off of a poll, and then also in asking you guys in chat on a live stream. I asked you guys if I should hold during the reverse split or sell, and I did a vote, and the vote said hold, and I held. Even though I knew logically that I should have sold before the reverse split. I explained to everybody my thought process, and then asked, should I buy or should I hold or should I sell? And I explained what I was thinking, explained the risks, explained what could happen, and say, should I buy, should I hold? Or should I hold or should I sell? You guys told me to hold, I held. It might hurt to watch, but it'll feel good later when it pumps. You gotta take the good with the bad sometimes. A lot of shorting, brother. A lot of shorting. And it's only a 4.85% drop after. And you guys gotta remember, we still have a green week, okay? We're still green 2.97%. And you also have to remember, okay, that we've been in an overall uptrend since a 32% rally. So pulling back some is not, it's not. Look how far we pulled back here, all the way from here down. We're okay. Also, phase 8 is a pullback. If this is phase 7 and 8, phase 8 is a pullback, but I need to see us hold certain levels for it to maintain phase 8, because phase 8 doesn't drop down. Phase 8 holds certain levels. So phase 7 comes up to the peak, which is what we did. We came up to the peak right here. You guys can see phase 5, we came up to about $5.78. You can see that right here clearly. Phase 5, $5.78. Look at phase 5, comes up, then we drop down, we consolidate at these higher levels, we pop back up, and then we do this last little bit of consolidation right here. If you were to take this spot right here, this is consolidation, this little consolidation right here. So we consolidate at the higher levels, all right? So phase 6, and then consolidate at these higher levels. Phase 8 is a pullback. If you look, phase 8. So what if that's what we're gonna see, something like that? But we have to hold, I would say, at least $5. I don't want to see us go underneath $5. I would say that's probably a safe bet. I'm trying to look at the fractal and see. It says the previous peak. So I would definitely want to hold like $5. Unless this is the peak. Cost to borrow might go up because they shorted so much today, and that would be devastating for the shorts. If you had 550 calls, you had multiple times to take profits. AMC went over 550 here. It went up to 573. And right here, it went up to 562. Now, I told you guys since we lost 525, we most likely would come down to 515. You guys can see we did officially hit 516 as of right now. GameStop at 25.20. GameStop pulling back slightly after rejecting from this overall sloping support and resistance. They just shorted AMC. 850,000 left. They just shorted AMC. They dumped 50,000 more shares on Amy. 50,000 more shares dumped on Amy. Said, son of a bitch. They're dumping the shares, man. Patience is key. Yeah, make them regret money. Wait, make them regret wasting money trying to short. Please. Please make them regret it. I don't think so, Sergio, but you can believe that. OBV still higher than ever. Scare tactics, you dig? She's bound to bounce, bro. RSI's way too fucking oversold. She's bound to bounce before it closes. It's RSI's just too oversold. Call the bounce? What do you mean call the bounce? Like say when it's coming? What are we calling, son? Rah. I know what will make AMC bounce. Here we go. Yeah. You see what's happening now? Yeah. I called for this. 13,411 subscribers. Shout out to the new subscribers, man. Welcome to the DataZero fam. Welcome to DataZero fam. We are in the building, yeah. SPY still at parabolic price target of 560. GameStop 2513. 11,411 subscribers. Shout out to the new subscribers. Shout out to the new subscribers. I appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing, hitting the like button, man. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the how many members? Because we definitely had 0, and now we have 6 brand new members. 323 likes, over 4,000 views on this live stream. Much appreciated. Thank you for watching DZ live stream. This is Winning Wednesdays, AMC, GME. Right now, AMC in a heated battle, sitting at $5.20. We want to see AMC break back above $5.25. We have to see that. GameStop. Ultimately, we want to see it break above. I would say ultimately, the best thing for GameStop would be breaking above 26.96 or 69. Breaking above that level here and then pushing to the upside. And then if we had, let's see here. So we're breaking above support and resistance, 69 in the building. GameStop got a nice little bounce off of $25. Can we get this little bit of power hour push? We got about 30 minutes remaining. 30 minutes remaining. $390 people in the building right now. Winning Wednesdays, DZ live stream. Hit that like button. What is this? What is that, M welder? What does that mean? What kind of symbolism is that? 522, yes, we're pushing up a little bit here. Guess what else we got? Look at that little candle right there. Look at that little green candle. And check this out. Sloping resistance. Sloping resistance. We're about to try to break it. I love that beat too. Thanks for the engagement, Josh H. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys keep watching so I can get paid. Yeah, I think it's going to break to the upside before close as well. And that will confirm this overall pattern from 2021. And we'll get that move that we're looking for, this bigger move. And that's how I also know some of you guys are not watching my channel, because if you are watching my channel and actually following along, you would know that we've been following this fractal from the 2021 run-up. So I haven't been saying it's going to squeeze. I said we're going to have a big pop here, and we did. And then I said we're going to consolidate before another move. And if we get another move, then I'll just be correct. But we have to go through all of these stages, and this is what we've been tracking, the 2021 fractal on both AMC and GME. We've been tracking the fractals on both of those, and that's what we're following. GME appears to be in this segment right here, by the way, everyone. So it looks like we get this. You see how we get this push up? It looks like GME is going to set up for that move. So don't be surprised if you see GME make a move and AMC make a move. We're getting close to this second rally that we're looking for GME. Remember GME, I told you guys GME will make another rally coming up to this previous top. We're getting close to that move. You don't think there's a chance we're still in phase 6? Let me see. In my personal belief, I do not think we're in phase 6 based off everything I'm seeing. I'm not saying there's a chance that we're not in phase 6 because the algo does seem to speed up and slow down. But based off of everything here that I've been looking at, I would say we're probably closer to phase 7 and 8 right now. And I would hope to see us hold this level and kind of consolidate working our way back towards that $6 level. And that would all, again, this would all correlate with the move from GME that we're expecting. So GME is supposed to make that second move. It would correlate with the 2021 fractal with AMC making a larger move as well. Because remember, when GameStop made that second rally, AMC also took off. That's why if GameStop takes off again, AMC will potentially take off as well. And that's why this is very, very exciting. That these fractals are still playing out is actually insane. Why can't I hit reset?
Try hard.
Notice me? I notice you, brother. What am I noticing? What do you want to ask me? Go ahead. James Price with the diamonds. GameStop holding 25. I want to see GameStop hold $25 in the close. I would like to see AMC get back above $5.25 if possible before close. And I want to see GameStop hold $25. Only 19 shares left at 7. He only talks about himself. He just wants your money. Nice. I literally acknowledged his comment and your comment, but yet I only talk about myself. That's hilarious. No possible. You should have more faith. What is a failure to deliver? A failure to deliver is when somebody buys a share, and since it's T+1 now, if the share is not delivered by the end of the day, then I think it's the end of, since it's T+1, I think it would be, and I have to check on this, don't quote me, but I think it would be the end of the next business day. If it's not delivered, then that share becomes a failed to deliver. It's when you don't get the share in your account and the transaction fails to complete. And then that creates what's called a FTD. And these FTDs are tracked and they have to be settled by a certain date based off the law of the stock market or the market makers, the rules that they have to follow. If a stock has a certain amount of FTDs, it will go on what's called the threshold security list. If it's on the threshold security list for a certain amount of times, certain amount of days, that stock's not allowed to be shorted anymore. And we've actually seen that come into play right before AMC was about to have its market break and short squeeze. So AMC was about to have a market break and short squeeze right before the reverse split and dilution. And we've seen it where they had 0 shares available to borrow for days in a row because AMC was on the threshold security list for longer than 45 days and they were legally not allowed to short it. And that's the only time I've ever seen where they were not shorting AMC stock when they were not supposed to, because even when SSR is on, they'll short AMC stock. And SSR is the short selling exempt rule. They'll still short even with SSR on, but not with that 45 plus days threshold security list. But I know I just rambled, my bad, but hopefully I answered your question. I kind of went into too many details. Hook me up with a gift. I can't figure out how to re-up my membership. Doc Willie, you have to get gifted randomly, so that could come at any time. We can't just I can't just give you one. Sit back and listen what the mofo trying to teach. He don't gotta do. Yeah, I don't. But I want to do it and I like doing it. But some people, it doesn't matter. Some people get it. Most of you guys get it. The majority of the people get it, so that's fine. I'll let the small majority of people that want to talk shit. But I'm giving out knowledge for free. I'm giving out keys for free. I'm giving out valuable information for free. I'm doing a service for people. Anyone willing to listen can get this information. So I feel like I'm doing a service. I feel like I'm helping people. People say that I'm helping them. So I'm happy with this process. If you're not helping people, you really don't have like purpose. And if I wasn't producing any type of value, that would suck as well. All right, we're looking to see. We just got our second candle of green MACD here on AMC. Second candle of green. Seeing if AMC can get this bullish recovery here in the close. I want to see GameStop close above 25. And it looks like AMC will be able to break above sloping resistance, possibly popping above 525 here before close. First time allowing gifts today. Was gonna join, so your streak live when it end. I don't even know how this thing became a real thing though. The fact that you guys, the community in a whole, has gotten to the point, or we've grown so much where we've gotten a super chat and a membership every day is wild. I don't even know how that became a thing, but somehow it's a thing. It's gonna end eventually. I'm waiting for the day. And when it does, I won't be sad. It was a very good run. You're doing more than anyone else in this stock. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. All I know is we hold together, bro. We're all in the same boat, so why don't we all just work together? We're all in the same boat right now, man. I think everybody who watches probably holds at least one of the two, AMC or GME, right? So we're all in the same boat together. Let's not fight each other. Let's just work together, and if we all work together, then we could actually probably get something done. You know what I mean? Like, but I am not the enemy. Some people think I'm the enemy. I'm not the enemy, all right? I'm not the enemy. I am not the enemy, all right? Thank you for that super chat, brother. The short sellers are the enemy. Come on, GameStop. Hold the line, hold the line, hold the line, hold the line. Hold the line, GameStop. RSI oversold. What are you doing, bro? Jimmy, what are you doing, bro? Jimmy, what are you doing? Some people hate watch Doc Willie Warstar. They hate watch. I don't understand it myself. You'd have to probably be pretty miserable to hate watch, but they watch shit that they hate, or they watch somebody that they hate on, or they dislike. I don't know why. You would have to ask them. I probably think that's probably unhealthy, but people do that. So, but hey, it gives me views, it gives me revenue. So hey, if you want to hate watch. One more view for me to collect. I'll take it. And then that way, all the people that do like the content, more of them can see it, because the more people, especially if they don't like it and they leave a negative comment, that's going to help drive engagement, which helps me reach more people that do want to see the content, which is the majority of people that we come across here. All right, let's get a little update here on SPY. SPY breaking above 560 and holding at level is absolutely insane. SPY is now holding 560 as support. SPY call is literally just continuing to print without prejudice. SPY breaking above this sloping support and resistance, green MACD 4-hour time frame. SPY is out of control, bro. A very, 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 very fierce opponent right now if you're trying to short this thing. I just out of control. Out of control. RSI starting to get to crazy levels that we haven't seen in a long time in history. And then, of course, we have the danger of the monthly RSI getting high as well. You guys can see last time monthly RSI got high, we had this big, long pullback. Well, now look what's happening again. RSI getting overbought on the monthly time frame. And last time we got overbought, we had this pullback here. And this is even less. This is even less signals, right? Because the monthly only occurs every once in a while. So these signals are rare. Overbought on the monthly. Look at this pullback here. Overbought on the monthly. Look at this pullback here. So I don't want to know. I don't want to know what could happen. AMC trying to break above sloping resistance. AMC building bullish momentum. We got green MACD 5-minute time frame. If we break above this yellow sloping line, we could definitely see a pop before close, breaking back above 525. If AMC breaks back above 525 before the end of the day, we are back in the game, ladies and gentlemen. If GameStop can close above $25, GameStop is in the game. So let's see what happens. We have about 15 minutes remaining. Things are literally down to the wire. This is critical time. This is huge for AMC and GME. That's what I talked about. Today will be huge. This is a critical test of AMC and GME. Can we continue? Let's find out. All right. Wow. You're going to make the haters really mad, bro. Welcome to level 1. Welcome to the family, bro. Welcome to the family. Doc Will Star. I got to change that welcome message. I got to make it say welcome to the fam, because I'm pretty sure I can change the welcome message. So I'm going to change the welcome message, I think. I'm going to look. I'm pretty sure I can do that. Doc Will Star, man. Welcome to the fam, brother. I appreciate you for the membership. Thank you for supporting the stream and supporting the channel. GameStop 2502. AMC 522. 10 minutes remaining, guys. 10 minutes remaining. AMC breaking above sloping resistance. All right, I changed it to DZ Fam Member, DZ Fam Royalty, and DZ Fam Legend. GameStop slightly breaking below 25. Now it'll say welcome to DZ Fam when someone joins. Shout out Jim Carey, BW, Kelly Boy. New members. Now it'll say welcome to DZ Fam. So that's better. Hold on, what do we have here? Okay, I didn't miss anything. Guys, thank you, man. 7 brand new members, and you guys, thank you. I really appreciate it, for real. You guys went, again, another crazy day. 7 new members? Like, why? Thank you. $13,411. Remember, guys, we're going to be looking for ways to give back to the community. So stay tuned. I'm going to be doing gift-its every once in a while. Also, we'll be doing Discord giveaways probably around 15K. So stay tuned, guys. I'll be thinking of some more stuff soon, too. Give back to y'all. GameStop RSI oversold. It should be able to get a bounce. There's a gap fill to the upside right here on the 1 minute on GameStop. AMC trying to break above sloping support and resistance. $13,411 subscribers. Thank you. So I wonder if it says welcome to DZ Fam now. No, it still says that, but it should say welcome to DZ Fam. DZ Fam. GameStop back above $25. Dude, you're wild, bro. Hey, are covered calls bad? No. Covered calls are not bad, and you can sell covered calls if you wanted to. So say you have 100 shares of AMC, you could make money off of, or if you have 100 shares of AMC or 100 shares of GME, you could make money off of selling covered calls. 4 minutes remaining, 4 minutes remaining. So if you have over 100 shares, you can sell covered calls. For every 100 shares that you have of an asset, you can sell covered calls and you can make money off premium. Everything has risk, but you know what I mean? Everything has risk. It's not risk-free, but you can make money. I guess the only way risk-free, no, not even that. I was going to say lending your shares out might be risk-free and you can make money that way, but not even that, because if your shares are lent out and AMC ran up and GME ran up and you had to try to sell, you couldn't. GameStop trying to close above 25. If GameStop closes above 25, it's a victory for the apes. AMC 522. Want to see AMC break back above 525. There's a gap fill up here on the 1 minute. I don't really pay too much mind to 1 minute gap fills, but there is a gap fill up here to around 550 on AMC on the 1 minute. And there's a gap fill at about 25.50 on GameStop. I don't pay 1 minute too much of a mind, but GameStop breaking above $25. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe on the way out. Hit that like button and subscribe on the way out. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. Hit that like button, subscribe, help support the channel for absolutely free. AMC pushing up right now. Yeah, you have to shut off share lending for that to happen. A lot of people probably don't even know they have share lending on. DZ on the fitted, y'all. DZ on the logo. If you want, cop yours. Yo, another thing, bro. Someone else bought a shirt, so thank you. Someone else bought a shirt the other day that I didn't realize. 3 people bought shirts. So I really appreciate that. 3 people bought shirts already. No, they shorted again. Let me see. They sure did. To try to keep it under $25 because they don't want it to close 25 because we're getting too close. It's going to get a gamma ramp. They sure did short. Yeah, they didn't want to close it above 25. It's at 24.98 is where we closed. And the AMC closed at 520. And look, right after close, it popped above 25. Isn't that sickening? Those motherfuckers. Guys, thank you guys for tuning in on Winning Wednesdays. Hit that like button and subscribe on the way out. Thank you guys for watching. 4,500 views, 340 likes, 7 brand new members. Thank you. AMC working on breaking above this sloping support and resistance. That's good. that means this downtrend can end. And we have a little bit of a gap fill up here. Check it out, man. A little bit of a gap fill. If you guys want more updates and predictions, check out a video around 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. I normally do 3 videos a week. I've done a video yesterday and the day before, so most likely have a video today. Make sure you guys tune in around 8:30 Eastern Standard Time to see if there's a video. If not, check out a live stream tomorrow around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Market open to market close. Thank you guys for watching, man. I truly appreciate it. You guys have been crazy with the support again, as always. Thanks for all the love and appreciation. Apes are wonderful souls. So I'm glad we can all come together in this space, man. Just chill, have fun, relax. Try to make a little bit of money in this crazy environment that we're in, this crazy economy that we're in. Try to get a little bit of money. Peace, cat. And do what we do. Peace, fam. Peace, mama. Thanks for the memberships today, brother. I really appreciate it. I'll check. It's probably like 55, 56%. Wow. 61% today. That's a lot. Over half of it. 61%. They're doing everything and anything, bro. Try to stop it. This could definitely be phase 7 and 8, though. This could be phase 7, and then if we come back up, that could be phase 8. And look how similar that is. Phase 7, phase 8. Come up, 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 drop. Round out bottom, bounce. Up, 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 drop. If we get a round up bottom, bounce. We'll see though what happens. AMC's looking good in after hours here. Recovering to the upside. Breaking back above 525. That's exactly what we want. I think we're going to be all right, fam. I think we're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. We just broke above that sloping support and resistance, which is bullish. Ending this downtrend. $850,000 short shares available to short AMC. 2.7 million available to short GME. $13,412 subscribers, man. Shout out to the new subscribers. I appreciate it. These are you on the merch, you dig. Got a mug and a shirt? Bro, you're really going ham with it, bro. I see it. I see it. I see that you got something. Thank you. It doesn't tell me who, but it tells me I sold. Thank you. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that, dude. You showed a lot of love. I really appreciate that, for real. Thank you. I say thank you a lot, but I don't know what else to do, man. So other than give back and try to make the content better and produce better content and make better predictions and get better at my skill. I wanted to show you something before you guys go. Oh yeah, if you guys want, you guys can check out the shirts. You don't have to, obviously. These shirts you can make any color too. So once you, like, if you see that a shirt's in white or black, you can change the colors when you order it. You can get any color that you want on the base color. But I have a couple of the shirts. I'll be wearing them here and there on the live stream so you guys can see what they look like. Right now I'm rocking this hat right here. I rocked this hat yesterday. I rocked one of the t-shirts yesterday. So you guys can check that out, linked in the comment section and description. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for making this possible. Shout out to the new subscribers, man. We're getting very close to 15,000, which is a legendary goal. Truly appreciate that. Shout out to everybody who watched today. And tune in for more predictions and updates. I'll be covering AMC, GME, SPY, Bitcoin, Ethereum. If you're interested in any of that, tune in. We do news, predictions, and mostly what we do is have fun, get money, and have fun. So if you're interested in any of those things in that order, go ahead and check me out. SPY going absolutely parabolic here after breaking above this channel. Absolutely going parabolic after breaking above the channel. RSI at just insane valuations right now. So we'll talk about all this and more, ladies and gentlemen. 83. We haven't been this high in a while. Since this pullback here, we haven't been to 83 on the daily. I don't want to know what's coming. I don't even want to know. It's a blow off top. We're going to do a blow off top, dude. And it's just going to go crazy and then crater down. Hopefully I'm wrong, because the pullback will be truly devastating. Yeah, it never goes down. All you have to do is buy SPY, dude. If we all would have just bought a whole bunch of SPY, we'd be making money every single day. We all should have just bought a bunch of SPY stock. We should have just piled in. Like, we should have just bought a bunch of SPY stock right here at 300. How much gain is that? 60%. That's not that much. You could have made more off Bitcoin. It's even after all that, it's still only a 60% rally. Yeah, I made 350% on Bitcoin, so I don't know, man. Not bad, not saying it nonetheless, but a 60% gain, you could have got that anywhere. They're pumping SPY so they can get liquidity for shorting, and it's going to bite them in the ass. I think that is true, but I don't like speculating too far out there. But yes, I think they are pumping SPY to get liquidity because they're insolvent overall. And you're welcome, Truth Seeker. See ya, bro. See ya, Titan. Peace out. Peace, Scotty. All right, y'all. See you guys later. You already know what it is. As always, have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out. Catch me on the video and or the live stream, or hopefully both. Stay tuned. Have fun. Make money. And I'll see you guys later. Fam. Over and out. DZ fam. DZ on the logo, you dig? All right. What do the meme stocks hold for us? I have to take a deep look. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the DZ live stream winning Wednesdays, AMC, GME, SPY, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, stocks, and crypto. Truly appreciate you guys watching. As always, man, have a good day and relax. Make sure you guys have fun and make sure you guys make money. And as always, have fun, stay safe, make money. Peace out. Much appreciated for you guys tuning in. AMC breaking above 525. Let's go. I'll be tuning in for more predictions, updates here shortly. Make sure you guys tune into the live stream and the video. Peace.